Support Alban 55 the author on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1, Hueco. Naruto's fingers fiddled with the strange chain links that were protruding out of his chest. He closed his eyes, noticing the slight pain in his chest that occurred every time he aggravated the chain. The pain wasn't what was bothering him, though. No, instead, Naruto was focused on the exact copy of himself that lay on the ground unmoving. He hadn't used any clones, so there was no reason that there should be two of him. Besides that, the clone seemed much more solid and defined than Naruto himself, and he wasn't packing a bizarre chain. Naruto took a look at his hand. It seemed, well, hazy for some reason. In the back of his mind, he knew what had happened, even if he didn't want to believe it himself. He felt a little dizzy. Was that normal? Ninjas weren't supposed to have emotional breakdowns. His legs in particular didn't seem to be responding. His legs finally gave out on him, and his eyes glossed over. He knew he was as dead as a doornail. He could remember his death in clear detail, and knew that the clone laying over there was his corpse. But what really got him was the implications of what dying meant for him. I failed. He placed his hand up onto his face, digging his nails into the flesh. That was the worst thing about it, the fact that he had failed to protect his village. With previous actions, it would seem Naruto was invincible, but death is a cruel thing. It can turn the most bright and confident individuals, in this case Naruto, into very gaunt and pessimistic people. Naruto was a particularly extreme case, considering his personality, and the way he had died. Because his death was pathetic. You give up? Naruto roared as he used the last of his clones to create a Rasengan to use on the temporarily weakened God realm. Thinking I'm gonna give up, he finished as he rammed his Rasengan into the last pain body. The pain body grimaced as the deadly ball of chakra ripped into his body. The Shinra Tensei technique had left behind a multitude of rocks behind him, and the deadly attack had sent the dying God realm directly into them. Naruto moved shakily toward the pain body, attempting to take out one of the metal rods. He collapsed to the ground no more than 1 second later. What had killed Uzumaki Naruto was not pain. It was not Akatsuki, or any high-level jutsu. It wasn't even a jutsu. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto had just died from one of the simplest and unlikely ways. Chakra exhaustion. How is that even possible, was the only thought that ran through Naruto's head as the spirit finally collected himself. The Yondaime, no, his father, had apparently replenished his chakra while restoring the seal. So, just what went wrong? What the hell is this thing? Cried Naruto. He was still messing with the chain on his chest, and he couldn't see any clear purpose it had. He yanked on the chain, and an extremely sharp jolt of pain rocketed through his body. He dropped it like it was a venomous snake, resolving himself to not touch it. The chain was giving off a very ominous aura, and Naruto was tempted to touch it anyway. Luckily for him, something would come along to distract him for the time being. Unfortunately, it couldn't exactly be considered a blessing in any way, shape, or form. This was because people were beginning to enter the secluded clearing where he had died. During the course of a few minutes, Naruto's heart sank more and more. People who he cared about were showing themselves, clearing looking for him. He could see Katsuyu perched on Lee's shoulder. He gasped when Sakura entered the area. Not noticing sets of teeth appear on the chain, Naruto watched the pink-haired Chunin and the rest of his friends make their way to the area where Katsuyu pointed them to. Sakura, along with Team Guy, and a newly healed Hinata, walked over to where Naruto and Pain had finished their battle. Katsuyu mentioned that Naruto had fallen unconscious, and Sakura immediately decided that enough was enough. Naruto was to go back to the village in order to receive medical aid. He's over here, stated the miniature Katsuyu. She didn't know what had come over Naruto when one of her smaller selves was suddenly dispelled, apparently by the blonde's own volition. Granted, the slug summon had just assumed that Naruto had defeated Pain, and that he was merely exhausted. Sakura breathed a small sigh of relief, the feeling of anxiety disappearing from her mind. Hinata looked at the collapsed Naruto, before she breathed a sigh of relief. And Naruto, thank God, she stated. Sakura smiled at her reassuringly, and performed some quick hand seals. Her hands glowed with a soothing greenish chakra, which she then placed over Naruto's chest. Sakura was beginning to heal him, but she was suddenly overcome with a sense of panic and fear. Something was wrong with Naruto. He looked cold and clammy, and upon closer inspection, he wasn't breathing, a clear absence of life. She didn't know why she hadn't noticed this before. In a desperate motion, Sakura focused chakra to her ear and pressed it over Naruto's heart, praying for the presence of a heartbeat. There was none. And Naruto, she managed to get out, the chakra fading from her hands. Sakura-chan, whispered Naruto. It broke his heart to see her like this, and despite the fact that he was the victim, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Guilty because he had failed her alongside Konoha. Clink. Oh, God, murmured Naruto when he saw Sakura break down in tears. He didn't register the small, but noticeable reaction his chain gave while he was watching the spectacle. But, he didn't cry, not even after watching Sakura unleash a blood-curdling scream to the sky. The others were startled as they heard Sakura scream to the sky, yelling questions and curse words to God, apparently. Naruto couldn't really tell, she was pretty much blubbering at this point. Sakura-san, what's wrong, why are you screaming these? Lee stopped in mid-sentence as he saw his friend, collapsed in the dirt. His eyes widened. Sakura ignored Lee's rabid questioning as she began pumping more and more medical chakra in Naruto, desperately praying that he would revive. No. 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 Sakura screamed in her mind as her last-ditch effort in helping Naruto had failed. Sakura then buried herself in his lifeless chest. But, now was a time for confusion. What exactly had killed Naruto? From her perspective, there were no signs of a battle. Only small wounds littered his body, nowhere near enough to cause death. Intrigued against her will, Sakura focused on internal causes. What she found shook her to the core. His chakra coils were strained, almost like they were using too much chakra. Chakra exhaustion? She screamed in her mind. If someone told Haruno Sakura that her teammate and friend Uzumaki Naruto had died from chakra exhaustion, she would initially react with disbelief, followed by anger and a nasty punch to the poor guy. But, despite seeing Naruto's dead body in front of her, she still acted with disbelief. She focused her hands in a genjutsu release seal, there was no reaction. True to her word, the second thing she felt was anger. Anger particularly directed at her now deceased blonde teammate. Why? You were supposed to get much stronger with this Sannin training, and here you die of fucking chakra exhaustion. You idiot. I hate you. Sakura screamed as she rained down heavy punches on the helpless corpse. However, despite her actions, her mind told her that she did not hate Naruto, but that his loss was simply causing her anger. Of course, this made no difference to the newly dead Naruto. Sakura-chan. Naruto's heart broke right then and there. An overwhelming torrent of despair was about to hit him. But, he was Uzumaki Naruto, he had been through a lot worse, and he turned out okay. Shit, this is too much. Naruto's attempt to hold back his death and Sakura's rejection failed. Naruto's chain had begun to corrode again. The noise of teeth greedily munching away at the metal drew his attention to it. Ha! Naruto said intelligently as he noticed the corrosion of the chain for the first time. He immediately pulled on it, but the pain was unbearable and it only seemed to hasten the process. 30 seconds later, and the chain was halfway gone. Shit, and no, I have to stop this thing, Naruto thought as he started choking. He gasped for breath, coughing and wheezing as his lungs continued to scream, no matter how much air he gulped. Naruto fell to his knees, and then... saved. Naruto remained to his knees, still gasping for air. He had finally gotten the chain under control, but the chain's action was bothering him. What the hell kind of chain tries to eat itself? And why was it here in the first place? The chain was now 2/3 of the way gone, but it didn't seem like it was going to eat itself again. Naruto frowned. He had finally gotten over his previous depression, and was starting to look at the bigger picture. What was going to happen now? Was he doomed to forever wander the earth as a wandering soul? Was he being punished by God? Or was this a regular occurrence? And how did the chain fit into the equation? More and more questions exploded into Naruto's head, and he was graced with no answers. I'll never get anywhere like this, he said out loud. I suppose I'll head back to the village for now. He shakily climbed to his feet, and vaguely wondered what good going to the village would do. He stared out at the massive wreck that was once Konoha, and began to walk toward it. Naruto had just begun his short afterlife of being a plus. D died, spluttered out Lee. That can't be true, Sakura-san. Tell me it isn't true, screamed Lee. It's true, Lee. He died from chakra exhaustion, Sakura said quietly. Chakra exhaustion? Asked Neji. Naruto died from something like that? How? Asked Neji. I don't know, said Sakura meekly, her anger finally subsiding into depressed sobs. Maybe he just overdid it like he always does. I swear he's always such a pain. Sakura smiled sadly, her racking sobs overcoming her speech. Hinata broke down again beside Sakura, her lavender eyes pouring with tears. Why did he have to die? Why was it always him? Sakura blinked, before thinking. Just where did pain go? She had come to the conclusion beforehand that with his target dead, he had retreated. But, now she was having second thoughts. Well, the best thing we can do now is bring Naruto's body back to the village, said Sakura. She motioned to Lee and Tenten, who moved to pick up Naruto. Neji, while restraining his suicidal cousin, lead her back to the village. By this point in time, Naruto was now wandering mindlessly through the remainder of the village. His eyes were not focused on any particular thing, but rather just taking in all he could at once. He paused, and then started to stare at one of the only still standing structures left in the entire village. The Hokage Monument. He had once dreamed of getting his face up there along with the rest of them, but that was nothing more than an empty dream now. Meanwhile, Naruto's friends had now made their way back into the village, carrying his corpse. He felt an abrupt surge of anger at them. He didn't know why. It wasn't like he occupied the body anymore. That particular anger faded away when he saw Hinata being led by Niji, bawling her eyes out. It must have been tough, proclaiming your love to someone only to have them die. By that time, the rest of his friends had come up to ask what had happened. The shock and disappointment on their faces was one of the worst things Naruto could see at that moment. He turned away from them in shame, as if he were still visible to them. Geez, what happened? How could Naruto lose? Yelled Kiba, when the now Konoha 10 had congregated in the village to discuss their predicament. Kiba himself was both sad and angry at the deceased blonde. Akamaru yipped in agreement at his side. Kiba! Naruto was capable of taking on Pain, who could take on the entire village. And thanks to him, Pain cannot attack the village anymore. Shouldn't Naruto's effort count for something? Argued Chuji. Naruto smiled at the thought that Chuji was defending him. That is correct, stated Shino. We should not slander our deceased comrade's efforts over something as trivial as losing. Another smile from Naruto off to the side. But he left the village to gain power to take on Pain. He shouldn't have died. He should be right here with us. Kiba, whispered Naruto. While he usually fought with Kiba a lot, it wasn't pleasant to hear those things. Ino happened to join the conversation at that point. Maybe his death meant it was all he could do, she said sadly. Don't be disrespectful toward Naruto Kun, yelled Lee in anger. Even in mourning, Lee was always hearty. Ino glared at him. And were you being respectful when you just handed him off to the ANBU just like that? Naruto stiffened. They gave his body to who? The ANBU specialized in assassination and torture, not burial rites or anything of the matter. Unless they were just bringing his body to the morgue, they couldn't be doing anything pleasant. Naruto looked at his friends one last time. He bowed his head in what looked like a half-hearted apology, before he turned to the village. The ANBU were a top priority for him. A few minutes later, Naruto floated through what was left of the ANBU headquarters. For the first time since he died, Naruto grinned. He had found one of the advantages to being a ghost. It was something, at least. But that grin faded when he saw that there was no one in the entire building. For the next hour, Naruto wandered around the rubble of the HQ looking for anything that might resemble his body. While he was sifting through some rubble near the western wall, he heard what appeared to be a squad of ANBU entering. So they're taking his body where? Asked one of the male members. Naruto's ears perked up as he inched closer to them to listen. Well, apparently Danzo wants his body, so the units took it. What that man wants with the demon's corpse is beyond me, replied the squad captain. Naruto ignored the poison the captain put in his words. The demon was obviously him, but what did Danzo want with him? Shouldn't Bachan be stopping this? Naruto grit his teeth. Unknown to most, Naruto had met Sai's superior several times throughout his life. He was originally one of the many council members to propose his execution, but that morphed into wanting Naruto for the Na organization. He had approached Naruto several times when he was a child, hoping to sway Naruto's opinion. At first, he had used the hatred of the villagers to try and control him, but eventually these turned into outright threats towards Naruto. If it wasn't for the intervention for the Sandaime, he probably would have been part of Na organization a long time ago. Whatever Danzo wanted with his body couldn't be good. But, Naruto didn't even know where Danzo was. How was he supposed to find him? The Godame is in a coma. No one knows when she'll wake up, if ever. I hear that the daimyo is going to make him the Rokudaime Hokage. It was like a rock dropped itself into Naruto's stomach. Bachan is in a coma, Bachan is in a coma, Naruto repeated over and over again. But Danzo was becoming the Hokage. If he knew anything about that man, it would be that he was the polar opposite to the Sandaime, and if he played his cards right, he would reduce Konoha and the High no Kuni to a totalitarian dictatorship, with himself in control. Naruto clenched his fists. As a spirit, there was nothing he could do now. It was painfully tempting to just walk right up to Danzo and put a knife in his skull, but he didn't know if that would work. Naruto slumped against the wall. If he were still alive, he would be screaming about how he'd do something to stop Danzo, and then he's proclaimed that he would be the one to be Hokage, and how he would save Sasuke, but now he was dead. None of those things. Becoming Hokage, saving Sasuke. They didn't matter anymore. Naruto stopped his train of thought. Tsunade had been very lenient on Sasuke's retrieval, but now that she was out of commission, Danzo would. No, Naruto told himself. I'm dead. Sasuke doesn't matter anymore. But I can't just let that guy become the Hokage like that. I have to do something. Naruto, for the first time since he had died, had found a goal to work with. Maybe there was something that he could do in death after all. 2 weeks later, and Naruto had tried everything. He had screamed himself hoarse at the people of Konoha, and he had even attacked Danzo himself. Only to find that his words couldn't be heard by living people and he just passed right through Danzo. All his skills and all his hard work to get those skills had come crashing down on him in an instant, as he found out. What was worse, that he seemed to be getting weaker over time. The chain had progressed at a slow, but noticeable corrosion, but only one chain link had disappeared over the last 2 weeks. Naruto had gone to just wandering almost zombie-like throughout the center of the ruined village. He didn't need to eat, that at least was a little reassuring. A dark, cloudy veil had settled itself over the village, something rare in the High no Kuni. The weather had cooled down immensely, and a biting wind coupled with rain pelted the repair workers. It was ironic. The unusual weather had hit Konoha on the same day as Danzo's initiation. It was as if the world itself was in stark protest to the tyranny about to take place. Naruto was there during Danzo's initiation, lurking in the shadows as he saw the absolute worst possible choice become Hokage. Overall, Danzo's initiation hadn't been all that similar to Tsunade's. The ruined village reflected the opinions of the shinobi, who looked that they had just eaten something bitter. Danzo was flanked by the still-standing Hokage monument, clothed in the full mantle of the Hokage, making him look quite intimidating and powerful. The civilians, however, not knowing of Danzo's history, were holding him in high praise. Their public opinion of him had soared in recent years, and they were all too eager to make him Hokage. Danzo looked down on the village. His village would be a more accurate term. He smirked, before raising a gnarled hand to take off his hat. I am the Rokudaime Hokage. I will now govern the hidden village of Konoha, Danzo declared to the crowd. The civilians erupted into cheers, and even some of the shinobi softened as Danzo gave his proclamation. There was something about his speech that seemed sincere. Inu, Tora. Let me hear the progress on that experiment, said Danzo from his open office. It had been around a month since Danzo had taken the mantle of Hokage, and repairs were now underway in the village of Konoha. Although the village was nothing compared to its former glory, they have managed to set up a few small buildings, and were well underway towards a new Hokage tower. Right now, 2 ANBU were reporting in on the progress of some experiment. Yes, it seems as though the Jinchuriki's body has left trace amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra. The beast itself has clearly died. How we can utilize this chakra has yet to be seen, declared Inu. Danzo nodded. Yes, I would imagine that the ability to harness that chakra would be a difficult feat, but surely there is some way to use it properly. We have already performed a number of experiments. It appears that the chakra reacts violently with its host, causing an almost instantaneous death to the user, continued Tora. That shows just how powerful the fox's chakra actually is. It took all of the masterful seal knowledge of the Yondaime to prevent the Kyuubi's chakra from harming the boy. Danzo clutched the end of his makeshift desk firmly. He narrowed his eyes, showing a strong hatred for something long past. Oh, how he'll show them. He'd show every one of them. While the village leader planned in his office, the village of Konoha was in a happy mood. Repairs were well underway, and with the new Hokage instituted, the village would be back on its feet in no time. Sakura smiled lightly as she wandered around the area. She didn't believe that Konoha was capable of recovering at such an alarming rate. Stands for businesses had appeared, and even some small buildings had begun to pop up. The smells of familiar food stood out, and the laughing of children pervaded the village as they played. All in all, it looked like a Konoha without its buildings, and nothing less. Seeing such a remarkable recovery after such a devastating attack made Sakura thoroughly convinced that her beloved village would never fall. Yes, Konohagakure would never fall. The will of fire burned too strongly for that to happen. They were the strongest village in the world, and would never fall. Hey! Sakura! Sakura was torn from her patriotic thoughts by a sudden shout. The blonde Yamanaka heiress was standing a distance away, and was waving at the pink-haired Chunin. Ino? The Yamanaka began to move towards her, a smile lighting her face. How've you been? She asked. Sakura smiled widely. Very good, but with all these recent missions I've had to take, I feel like I will work myself to death. Ino laughed loudly. I hear that. But surely the village has come a long way thanks to those missions. I must say, our new Hokage is really something. Even Chunins like ourselves have heard nothing but bad things about him before, but he's done such a good job. Sakura frowned substantially. She remembered that Ino didn't know anything about Danzo or his past actions. She paused, deciding to keep her knowledge of Danzo a secret. I heard he's making a big announcement tomorrow afternoon. Anyone Chuyunin and above has been scheduled to hear it, she said. Is that right? Well, I'm sure whatever it is, I'm sure it will be beneficial to Konoha. So I guess I'll see you at the meeting tomorrow. That's all I needed to talk to you about. Ino waved goodbye, leaving Sakura to think by herself. Never fall? 1.5 months of this. Naruto was damn close to losing his mind. His precious village had fallen to a tyrant, and he never even found out what Danzo wanted with his body. Hell, right now he even had trouble walking. Today was the day the damned mummy, as Naruto so aptly named him, gave his stupid-ass speech about something useless to the entire village. Not that Naruto actually cared about anything that bastard did anymore. Ever since his death, Naruto had astonished himself by his lack of concern towards the village. It could have well been that he had tried to convince himself that this was just some horrible dream. That he was asleep in his apartment. The village was still standing, Danzo wasn't Hokage, and most importantly, that he wasn't dead. He looked up from his position, and saw that Danzo had made himself visible over the railway. A good-sized crowd had gathered around the Hokage monument. Naruto noted that he was making an announcement over the entire village. It must have been something big then, if he was making this announcement on top of the Hokage tower. Danzo cleared his throat. Citizens of Konohagakure no Sato. Today, we have made a remarkable discovery. This discovery will make the village of Konoha roar throughout the world, as the world's top military power. No more will we be threatened by the barbarians of Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo, and not even the organization of Akatsuki will be able to faze us. Amazed voices washed throughout the crowd from both ninja and civilian alike. What their beloved Hokage was saying seemed too good to be true. With the death of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, our researchers have managed to find residual amounts of the beast's chakra left inside the body. We have experimented diligently on the body and have managed a way to isolate the chakra. With this, our own shinobi are now capable of wielding a fraction of the chakra of the Kyuubi no Yuko. A stunned silence permeated the area. Slowly, a few protesting voices rose, gradually becoming a torrent of rioting villagers. The villagers, of course, didn't understand the situation, and were outraged that the source of their hatred still existed. For the shinobi, it was a different story. They of course understood the capabilities of such power. As such, they were in full support of their Hokage. They cheered, yelling praises and compliments at him. Naruto looked around, and his heart fell. His friends, Kiba, Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, Lee, Niji, Sai, and the rest of them, stood silent. Some of them seemed too ashamed to say anything. While they weren't in support of the decision, they weren't exactly vocal in protesting it. Naruto stood still, his hands clenched at his sides. Those bastards. They. Naruto couldn't finish his sentence. He attempted to think of Irika-sensei and the rest of his precious people, and thought of the consequences of revenge. But no, it was too true. An insane surge of hatred for Konoha, even larger than the hate he held in his earlier life, began to emerge. As Naruto's rage reached its peak, the chain on his chest began to erode for the first time in weeks. This time, Naruto paid it no mind, and actually embraced the feeling. He never knew how intoxicating it was. The teeth corroded away the last of the chain, and Naruto's rage disappeared, in exchange for immense pain, as well as a deep hunger. What's happening? Screamed Naruto, as he fell to his knees. The former ninja hissed and roared as a hole began to open up over his heart where the chain once was. Gradually, it increased in size until it was as large as a basketball. Naruto desperately gasped for air, while clutching his head with his hands. He bucked and thrashed around like a crazed lunatic, and he glowed with a soft white energy. In spite of this, Naruto was actually going through an excruciating experience, as he began to mutate more. Eventually, his human body disintegrated. Around 300 feet away, Naruto's body reformed. The only thing left unchanged was his head, but that was going to go too. Naruto's eyes rolled to the back of his head, as he stood painfully straight. White material burst forth from his eyes and mouth, hovering in the air for a minute, before they began to cover his face. The white material hardened, revealing a canine-like mask. From the two eye holes, two evil-looking black and yellow eyes appeared. The beast roared, letting out an amazing shockwave that reverberated all over Konoha. If you looked at Hosoke Masaru, all you would see is the plainest, most boring, and most average Shinigami in Soul Society, and this is right on the dot. An unseated Shinigami, Masaru was always looking for a seat in the Gotei 13's 10th Division. Luckily for him, he was one of the Shinigami sent to patrol the elemental countries. Considering the recent attack of pain, he would be the one to purify every plus in Konoha, an achievement that would surely receive praise. Right now, he was giving Kanso to one Hatake Kakashi, who had apparently died in the attack. Masaru had to admit, he was impressed with the man's power. Freshly dead, and his Ryatsu reading was already that of a seated officer. If the guy became a Shinigami, he could easily become a vice-captain. But, as the Shinigami noted, Hatake seemed very confused. He was all too aware he was dead, of course, but he seemed to believe he was under attack, considering he had a kunai poised for attack. Whoa, easy there. I'm not here to attack you, Masaru held up free hand in a compromising gesture. Kakashi wasn't convinced, and remained fully focused on the glimmering blade that was currently clutched in Masaru's hand. Then why have you drawn your katana if you don't mean to attack me? Asked Kakashi. Even if he already knew that he was dead, the man was still a shinobi, and was able to deal with this situation in a very level-headed manner. The Shinigami scratched his head. This would take a while to explain. Not many souls had the audacity to attack a Shinigami. Usually it was just locate the soul, quickly give it a kanso, and then move on to the next one. A simple process, and there was no time for chit-chat in between. First of all, I must tell you that I am a Shinigami, said Masaru cautiously. He didn't know why he would start out with that. Any human in their right mind was unlikely to believe him. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. What kind of lie is this? He asked. Masaru rubbed his temples. Whether you believe me or not, the fact remains that you have died, and have nothing left for you if you remain here. You can't stay here forever, so I'm here to escort you to Soul Society. Kakashi continued to look skeptical. What is this Soul Society place? And what does that have to do with a sword? I've never heard of any afterlife where the soul is transported via a sword. Masaru held up a finger. First of all, Soul Society is what you people call heaven. You get sent there by a kanso, which involves hitting the forehead with the back of this here zanpakuto. Kakashi relaxed slightly, but still didn't drop his guard completely. Aha, he said, still not believing the story. You mentioned that I couldn't stay here forever. What did you mean by that? Why should I have to leave my village? Because if you stay here too long you'll eventually turn into a whole dash. While Masaru was talking, he was cut off mid-sentence by a guttural roar and a burst of Ryatsu. The Shinigami's heightened senses focused in on the source, and he bit his bottom. Damn it! A hollow. Now, he screamed. Acting quickly, he performed the kanso before Kakashi had any time to react, a surprisingly fast action, and sprinted to the source of the hollow that had just been born. Bleary from his transformation, Naruto still stood despite of himself. What was he doing again? Oh yeah, Danzo had dropped the bomb on all of Konoha, and all those years of hard work went down the drain. With resumed anger and hate, Naruto slashed a claw at the nearest object, and noted for the first time that his hand was different. Wait, claw. Naruto flexed the canine-like claw in front of his face. What? Roared Naruto. His eyes washed themselves over his new body, and the differences between it and his human body were truly staggering. He was a four-legged creature, about 8 feet in total. His body was much bulkier than he was as a human, with his entire torso covered in a coarse, red fur. On a face was a mask that was very canine in appearance, with 2 fox ear projections coming out of both sides, and completely non-human teeth. There were 2 parallel red markings that began at his cheeks, and then ran all the way up to curl around his forehead, taking a stop at each of his eyes. Out of his backside sprouted a single tail. There was something off about this tail though. It was extremely light, almost like there was no substance inside of it. It seemed almost hollow. Being distracted and flipping out for the moment, Naruto barely had time to register the sword that was about to crash into his mask. He felt the sharp edge just touch his mask, and he forced himself to clumsily move out of the way. Who the hell are you? Asked Naruto, sneering at the Shinigami. An insane rage that Naruto didn't believe himself capable of surged through him as the asshole had the gall to laugh. You must be a new hollow if you're asking me such a question. I don't know if I could get any luckier, getting only one greenhorn hollow in all this mess here. But, I suppose I should answer your question. My name's Hosokeya Masaru, Shinigami of the 10th Division. Naruto tilted his head, but otherwise didn't question the odd title in which Masaru addressed himself. So, tell me Shinigami, why the hell did you just attack me? Masaru grinned cheekily. Now that question. I have no reason to answer you. Masaru wasted no time in pressing his attack on the new hollow. He quickly drew his zanpakuto, immediately going for a vertical slash on Naruto's mask. The hollow retaliated, moving his head out of the way, and swiped his hand sideways, catching the Shinigami off guard. His large claw grabbed the Shinigami's face, and he then threw him with all the force he could muster. Masaru crashed into a building, laying prone for a few seconds before he shakily rose to his feet. There was no longer any sort of grin on his face. Naruto looked at him, and realized something. This Shinigami was likely used to things just going his way. If something unexpected happened, he would have no way to react to it. Masaru roared at the hollow, the grip on his Zanpakuto tightening as he recklessly swung at the hollow, who dodged all the swings. Then, Masaru saw a second claw crash into him, sending him careening away. This is a new hollow. His combat abilities and his Ryatsu are unreal. Naruto gave him no time to retaliate this time. With a speed unmatched by his former ninja self, he was already bearing down upon the wounded Shinigami. Ruthlessly, he brought down his claw yet again. The abused Shinigami gave a grunt of pain, before a tail wrapped around his midsection, hoisting him up to Naruto's face. Naruto eyed him thoughtfully, as if contemplating what to do him. After what seemed like ages, Naruto spoke. Now, you're going to explain to me nice and slow what's going on here. So Masaru wove the same yarn he used on Kakashi. Almost like a skilled actor, he explained the afterlife fluidly, attempting to buy as much time as possible. So I'm a hollow? Masaru nodded. And hollows eat humans? Masaru nodded. And Shinigami from this Soul Society place come here to kill hollows? Masaru nodded again. Okay, I think I get the gist of what you're saying, Shinigami. Naruto loosened the grip on the Shinigami, which was probably a foolish move on his part. Masaru got up suddenly, a look of pure rage on his face. Yeah, but it's not gonna help you much, hollow, he roared, as he used the last of his strength to swing at Naruto. Naruto tightened the grip on Masaru, forcing the Zanpakuto from his hand. It hit the ground with a clang, the last hope of Masaru now gone. You monster! Let me go this instant. I'll kill you. I'll kill all hollows. All hollows are evil, they must be purif / Masaru's hysterical ramblings were cut short as Naruto took his claws and effortlessly slit the Shinigami's throat. The head fell limp, hanging in front of the body uselessly. Naruto loosened his tail and allowed the corpse to fall to the ground with a heavy thud. He looked at the corpse with a mixture of anger and hunger, the latter of which Naruto didn't expect to come over. An urge was poking at him in the back of his mind, and he couldn't resist. He tore into the Shinigami's flesh, devouring the body with a surprising amount of relish. When he finished, Naruto was feeling happier. The taste of that Shinigami was delicious. It was like a weight that had followed him since he died had been lifted. Perhaps this afterlife wasn't so bad after all. He looked back on Konoha, a great hatred being formed in his gut. The villagers and Danzo. Even his former friends were on there for their support of Danzo's decision. But first, there was one person who trumped all of them. Konoha could wait for the time being, it wasn't going anywhere. But, there was one person who was first on his hit list. Chapter 2, El Obstaculo. Hollows are former human souls that are said to have lost their hearts to despair, or simply have spent too much time as a plus, becoming a creature only seen in a twisted nightmare. Most hollows have an extreme hunger for souls of both Shinigami and humans, to fill the void that was created by their loss of a heart. Before that, however, they will often seek out and eat the one they have loved, or the one they have had a strong obsession with during their lives. Tetsu no Kuni. This snow-covered country is considered the most secure place in the ninja world, as it has remained neutral for all of the shinobi world wars. It is here that the meeting place of the strongest shinobi in the world, the 5 Kages, takes place. Today, there would be two main threats that would enter this place. The first, comprising of Akatsuki, would cause quite the uproar, specifically due to the stunt of Uchiha Sasuke and his team, as well as the declaration of a fourth shinobi world war. The second would continue to go completely unknown. A perpetual cold inhabited the country, making for an extremely fierce climate. The biting cold made the wilderness of the country a bleak, depressing wasteland where life could be snuffed out in an instant. Not that that's the case for one particular hollow. A strange mountain, looking like 3 wolf heads loomed overhead. Every ninja currently in the country was congregating to this spot. This was Tetsu no Kuni. Naruto himself was also heading towards this spot, his bestial body going unnoticed by the shinobi. Ever since he had killed that Shinigami, his hunger had increased. But no, not hunger for just any soul. To fill the void in his heart, he must devour this particular soul without fail. Naruto snarled. He was close. Something Naruto had noticed over the past few days was his subconscious ability to roughly sense a person's aura, as he called it. Of course, Naruto didn't know the formal name for it just yet, nor was it as concentrated as one would like it to be. However, he did manage to pick out 7 different Ryatsu signatures. Although not nearly as strong as that Shinigami's, they stood out as stronger than the rest of the people present. For a human, there were only a select few that had this much spiritual pressure, so Naruto was sure that his target was one of them. Going from the looks of things, it seemed that there was a large conflict going on at the summit of this mountain. He felt one of the auras flee, the others too busy with fighting to notice. His tail bristled, they all seemed very tasty at the moment, but there was only one that really mattered. The fleeing aura was getting farther away by the time Naruto reached the base of the mountain. The quadrupedal hollow raised a paw up and sank it into the face of the rock. It yielded surprisingly easily under the razor-sharp claws, and Naruto was able to haul himself smoothly up the mountain, using all 4 of his claws as leverage. And so, today was the day that a hollow snuck effortlessly into the Tetsu no Kuni. While Naruto was sneaking into the Kage meeting, a group of 5 Shinigami were standing over the mutilated corpse of Hosoke Masaru, scrutinizing their dead comrade carefully. Like Masaru, they were from the 10th Division, even though their experience far outweighed the dead new recruit. Around a week ago, Masaru had been dispatched to the real world to perform Kanso on the souls that were killed during Pain's attack, something that most of the members of the 10th Division were against. This particular group of Shinigami were among them. Around 5 days after Masaru's trip to the real world, the 10th Division discovered via Hell Butterfly that he had been killed by a hollow. Masaru may have been a new recruit, but even he shouldn't have been killed by a hollow that was barely an hour old. The leader, a man with black hair pulled into a rat tail, stood at the front. He squatted down low, looking at the lacerations and torn flesh that adorned Masaru's body. Looks like the hollow really did a number on him. It's not surprising that he would fall in battle. That was the exact reason why we were so against him coming to the real world. One of the Shinigami, a brown-haired one to the right of him, piped up. But, considering the sloppy way the hollow ate him, it seemed that it wasn't even an hour old at the time. The leader nodded his agreement. That certainly seems to be the case. It's probably because of the location. Let's face it, everyone here is prepped for combat. We're lucky that a hollow hasn't come out of this place in a long time. 2 of the Shinigami looked at each other, their perturbed expressions enough to convey what they were thinking. One of them was brave enough to voice his opinion. What does this mean? One of 2 things. Either, Masaru was too weak to kill this fresh hollow, something I deem unlikely. Or we've got ourselves a potentially dangerous hollow on our hands, the leader stated grimly. The Shinigami tensed. Never had they been so troubled before on a mission. It looked like he was too late. The Kage summit was in shambles. Many people, both samurai and ninja alike, lay dead on the ground from the attack. However, the Kaze, Mizu, Tsuchi, and Reikage were still up and standing. They appeared to surveying the area. Naruto scowled. Out of the 7 heavy auras previously here, his target was not one of the 4 that remained. He slashed at a nearby pile of rubble in frustration, making the 4 Kages look at it in confusion. He was beginning to get impatient. The hollow let out a deep breath. He needed to be calm if he ever wanted to succeed. Naruto opened up his senses again. 2 of the 3 remaining auras were moving rapidly away from the summit, one appearing to chase after the other. The last one seemed to be at a standstill farther from here. Naruto's decision was obvious. There was a greater chance of finding his target in the 2 moving auras. Some distance away, the auras that were Sasuke and Danzo had stopped to duke it out in a battle of Sharingan, with Sasuke struggling with Danzo's Izanagi. However, Danzo currently only had 5 Sharingan eyes left on his body, the Izanagi causing most of them to shut. Kuchios no Jutsu. A giant puff of smoke emerged from the jutsu, before revealing an extremely large tapir-like animal, the Baku, too, which compensated for the loss of Sharingans. The large chimera opened its maw, and proceeded to suck in a huge amount of air, taking various debris with it. Danzo used this opportunity to shunshin behind Sasuke, who was disoriented from the attack. Futon, Shinku Renpa, 3. Danzo opened his mouth, and expelled a dozen wind blades, which plowed into Sasuke's Susanoo, causing it to bend back. However, while Danzo was dealing with Susanoo, Sasuke had taken the opportunity to send a fireball straight into the Baku's mouth. Naruto was starting to get excited. His instincts as a hollow were telling him that a great battle was taking place up ahead. He smirked, even if it looked more like a sneer than a smirk. He would likely devour the both of them, even if one of them wasn't his target. It wasn't long now. He could see them up ahead. The old fool who was named the 6th Hokage was one of them, he noticed, and the other was. Naruto stopped. A feeling of intense euphoria filled him, and he lost what little self-control he had left. The battle was over. Sasuke had used a weak genjutsu to trick Danzo, who now lay on the ground, all of the Sharingan eyes on his arm closed. Sasuke stood over him, glaring at him hatefully. This is a battle of eyes. Don't mess with the Uchiha, declared Sasuke. Sasuke glared deeper, but after a few seconds an oppressive force drew Sasuke's attention from Danzo, and a hissing noise sounded in his ear. Don't mess with the Uchihas? A deep mocking voice resonated throughout the entire area. As the voice said that, Sasuke turned around so fast it looked like his neck would snap. Madara and the fallen Danzo had noticed it too, yet Karen just stood around, an ignorant look on her face. Sorry Sasuke, but it looks like this time. I'm going to have to mess with the Uchihas, the voice called out again. This statement only served to make Sasuke even angrier. Who are you? Show yourself. Sasuke immediately regretted his outburst. For the thing did in fact show itself. It was a blur at first, and Sasuke had to strain to see it, even with his Sharingan. But, the longer he looked at it, the clearer a shape formed. It was 8 feet from head to tail, and vaguely resembled a fox. But it more accurately represented a sick, twisted nightmare of a creature. It seemed to be just standing over there, hunched slightly as it faced their direction. Its soulless black and yellow eyes peered at Sasuke in particular. The targeted human suppressed a shudder at the sight of the thing, but he held his ground. He tensed, lowering himself into his standard taijutsu stance. It had been a long time since anything had ever made him this nervous. That Sharingan of yours seems to be the reason you can see me, the creature mused. A thoughtful look set itself upon its face. But that's fine, this will make it far more satisfying when I eat you. A malicious grin replaced the thoughtful look. Sasuke's eye widened. That last statement had taken creepy to a whole new level. Eat me, he asked. That's right, Sasuke, eat you. You, the one who I've been hunting for quite some time now. But now's not the time to be talking. I've been waiting for this moment forever. At this point in time, Sasuke had had quite enough of this creature's nonsense. It was just spouting out garbage, but how did it know whether it was capable of eating him? Snapping out of his trance, he rushed towards the hollow in order to find out. Naruto grinned at the approach. To a human, it was an insanely high-level taijutsu. But to a hollow, it was nothing special, and nothing he couldn't avoid. Sasuke's punch snapped forward, his right fist aiming for the hollow's strange mask. Naruto just stood there, taking the blow head-on. Sasuke felt his hand make contact with a particularly hard material, and it didn't even feel like he caused any damage. Naruto's thick skin pulled through for him, as it easily absorbed the force of the impact. The hollow then shot out his left claw, catching Sasuke around the neck. His tail shot up like a snake, and he slammed it into the Uchiha, sending him flying through the air. As Sasuke was falling, Naruto jumped into the air, grabbed his head, and slammed him point-blank into a nearby rock. Kawarimi, Naruto hissed, as nothing remained but a heavily splintered log. The thought of that annoying jutsu made his blood boil. Whatever the case, Sasuke had barely escaped his assault. When he reappeared, he still looked a little ragged. You know, Sasuke, I always thought you would put up more of a fight. Sasuke jumped at the creature's usage of his name, and he voiced his shock quite soundly. How do you know my name? He asked. Oh, I'm hurt, Sasuke. Here's a hint. Who's the one who's been hunting after you for the past 3 years, Databeo, said Naruto in a mocking voice. The last word was purposely altered so it sounded just like Naruto as a 12-year-old. Sasuke's eyes widened. And Naruto? On the mark. What the hell happened to you? Naruto sighed. Oh, the usual. Fighting Akatsuki, dying, having my friends betray me, having that old scumbag over their experiment on my corpse. The hollow took the time to glare over at the wounded Danzo. The man seemed at a loss for words in front of this monstrosity. Why you? Save it, Danzo. I'll deal with you in due time. But first. He glanced back at Sasuke. I have to deal with my biggest mistake. By now, Sasuke was ready for round 2. Fine then, Naruto. We shall settle things here. Despite his exhausted state, he activated the Manjikyu Sharingan. And I will show you not to mess with the Uchihas? At that point, all hell broke loose. Madara, for all this time, had never taken any action throughout this entire ordeal. On one hand, he was perturbed by the appearance of this strange creature, but because of all his great experience and age, remained relatively calm throughout the situation. What really got him though, was the fact that this thing was the newly deceased Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He didn't know what the hell had happened, but apparently he could only see it through the use of his Sharingan. That would explain why the girl over there didn't know what was going on. The death of the boy had come as a large shock to the elder Uchiha. He had trusted Nagato to be able to bring him back alive. When the fake Akatsuki leader showed his face again, he informed Madara that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had died. That threw one hell of a wrench in his plans. He had to ignore that for the time being. He'd deal with that problem when the time came. So, he went on ahead with his plan to infiltrate the Kage summit. But, as it turns out, the Kyuubi boy was much bigger of a surprise than he thought. The Akatsuki leader turned his attention back to Sasuke. Things were getting bad. He was getting worn down. Everything he tried was being shrugged off like it was nothing. He knew that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had changed into a monster, but this much of a power difference was absurd. Amaterasu! Sasuke screamed, trying a new technique. He bled profusely from the Manjikyu, but black flames did indeed sprout up around the area, including Naruto. The Amaterasu flames capable of burning through anything. No opponent could survive this technique, at least, no human opponent. The flames were indeed on Naruto, but seeing as they were made from chakra, not Ryatsu, they had no effect on the hollow's tough skin. Naruto was able to shrug off the flames like they were nothing. "This is the so-called Amaterasu," said Naruto mockingly. "I must say, Sasuke, I'm disappointed. I thought you were stronger than this." A flare of rage customary to Sasuke bubbled up inside him. "Shut up, Naruto. I am stronger than you, and always have been. Who's the one who's failed to catch me up until now?" Sasuke glared up into the currently apathetic yellow eyes of Naruto, who started to notice the real world fading, and an illusionary world forming. It was a very strange world. The normal laws of physics didn't seem to apply here. Everything was a different color than what it should have been. A sinister chuckle reverberated throughout the entire world. "Finally, I'm able to achieve Tsukuyomi. You should be grateful, Naruto, since you're the first opponent I've ever fully used this on." From the floor, a despicable liquid emerged. It oozed out of the illusionary ground at a rate slower than that of molasses. Pretty soon, a small puddle had formed, which began to slowly take a human shape. As it was happening, more and more puddles began appearing all over the illusion, creating dozens of silhouettes. Sasuke's Tsukuyomi was different than that of Itachi's. For one thing, while Itachi's exuded a cold, apathetic aura, Sasuke's created a malicious aura. One that wanted to cause their victim to go through as much pain as inhumanely possible. The illusions of Sasuke creeped slowly towards Naruto, whose large frame was unmoving. This unnerved the real Sasuke slightly. Naruto didn't seem to be frozen in fear or shock. He just seemed to be unmoving. Naruto wanted nothing more than to grin at the moment Sasuke cast his genjutsu. He restrained himself, however, as that would give him away. The hollow didn't want that. No, not at all. He was a predator, and one who liked to mess with his prey, making them think that they had any chance at all of victory. However, he did not truly know why the genjutsu was not affecting him. Indeed, if you looked from Naruto's perspective, all you would see is the last Uchiha do some silly-looking impressions, and not really looking that intimidating at all. Especially to an 8-foot-tall monster. In truth, though, the way genjutsu works is that it attacks the chakra flow in the brain, causing the victim's senses to be distorted into the various images that the genjutsu provides. Naruto, who is dead, has no chakra, and thus, there is no way for him to be manipulated. Nonetheless, Sasuke thought that his target was under genjutsu, and began to move forward. Why waste the chance to finish off his opponent while he was distracted? Sasuke reached behind his back and pulled out his Kusanagi, and smoothly yet cautiously approached the hollow. Naruto resisted the urge to facepalm. He had now figured it out. The Uchiha apparently had tried a genjutsu, but something was making it so it was ineffective. Sasuke had confidence in his genjutsu though, seeing as the Uchiha had just rushed him at point blank. But still, why waste this opportunity? The cunning hollow held his face down, feigning some kind of torture. He emitted various levels of screams and spasms, giving his opponent the impression that the genjutsu was effective. The Uchiha relished in this, fully convinced of his success. Pathetic. With all that talk earlier, you still fell to an Uchiha's genjutsu. I guess the dope's personalities do not change, even if their bodies do. Sasuke walked slowly toward the hollow, kneeling down when he got there. The Uchiha breathed on Naruto's head. "I'll say it again. Naruto. Don't mess with the Uchihas." He prepared his sword for an attempt to end the hollow's life. He did not notice the cunning, the malicious smirk on Naruto's face. Faster than the eye can see, a large claw shot out and grasped Sasuke's head. Sasuke, having the full belief that his genjutsu was working, was thoroughly unprepared for the assault. The claw slammed his head brutally into the ground. "You are the arrogant one here, Sasuke. You have so much faith in your little genjutsu, now don't you? You walked right in front of me without even thinking of using Kawarimi," Naruto said. Naruto severely tightened his grip on Sasuke's head, causing the Uchiha to scream. "And that mistake will cost you your life?" Naruto's grin widened, any resemblance of sanity now gone. "Oh, how I've been waiting for this moment, Sasuke. It's been almost unbearable. But putting that aside, where should I start?" he mulled over, taking glances at Sasuke's head and arms. Naruto rolled his black eyes almost lazily, but didn't loosen his grip on Sasuke's head. "Oh, that's right, I wouldn't want to make this too merciful on you, now would I?" he asked rhetorically. Sasuke said nothing, but his increased breathing would indicate that he was becoming nervous. Naruto opened his mouth, revealing ludicrously long and sharp canine teeth. He then tore into Sasuke's left arm, devouring everything he could. To Sasuke, it felt like 1,000 cold, miniature knives and chainsaws were grinding into his arm at every possible angle, making it total agony. He screamed in severe pain as his arm was reduced to a lump of scattered bone, skin, and sinew. Naruto looked at his handiwork. He had created a stump out of Sasuke's left arm. The screams were equally satisfying. He looked around, before beginning the same process on Sasuke's other arm. "How does it feel, Sasuke?" asked Naruto. Sasuke weakly murmured something incoherent. Naruto put his face close to the Uchiha. "What's that, you want more?" Sasuke's eyes widened like saucers. "Well, I was going to finish it soon," Naruto lied. "But now that I think about it, there's no rush. So I guess I can grant your request?" Naruto flipped the Uchiha from on his back to on his stomach. A maniacal grin set upon his face as he tore into Sasuke's abdominal area. His bloodlust grew as he ate the Uchiha's flesh, though he held himself back from eating anything vital. Sasuke screamed even more. To him, this was 100 times worse than the treatment of his arm. In fact, now, Sasuke would be willing to give almost anything to have that back. Blood gushed from Sasuke's wound in torrents. It was a miracle that he wasn't dead yet. No, not quite a miracle, but a fine precision. Naruto had purposefully left Sasuke's organs alone, instead opting to create just a heavy flesh wound. Sasuke had now lost the ability to speak. The pain was too great for that. Now, he just wanted it to end. Luckily for him, Naruto was just about to grant him that wish. Just like before, Naruto lunged his open mouth straight ahead, this time going to Sasuke's head. The skin and muscle was breached immediately underneath the powerful incisors. Naruto gave a push, and his eyes, the precious Sharingan eyes, were mashed and eaten as well. "No! And oh," were the frantic thoughts of the dying Uchiha. His gave one final scream as Naruto began to devour his brain. Sasuke was already dead, but Naruto continued to eat the dead Uchiha's brain, savoring the meal. As soon as he was finished devouring the soul, he felt his power begin to grow. His goal was complete. And it didn't take much effort at all. Now, he could focus on other things. When the Hollows has finally buried their obsession, two paths will open for it. The first is the more common path. Once burying their obsession, they lose their intelligence, and simply become mindless creatures bent on finding the most powerful souls to devour. They can, however, regain their intelligence by spending time with more intelligent Hollows. The second path creates a much more dangerous Hollow, one that has retained its intelligence. These are the Hollows that ascend to Menos status. They share the desire to eat powerful souls, but they are capable of much more complex things, in particular, the ability to hold a grudge. Danzo and Madara were simply stunned. Not only had this thing showed up claiming to be the deceased Konoha pariah, he had also brutalized Sasuke. While Madara was lamenting the loss of his newest subordinate, Danzo was starting to get nervous. He had witnessed Sasuke's death, and even he didn't believe that anything had that much sheer cruelty. This creature simply reeked of it. There was no way that it was Uzumaki Naruto. But putting that aside, Danzo was beginning to fear for his life. What made matters worse was that Madara was just sitting off to the side idly, watching the latest development with a curious mixture of shock and intrigue. Naruto turned to the two old men, his steely gaze falling on Danzo in particular. Without warning, he kicked Sasuke's remains in the air, which landed in front of the injured shinobi. "You will take that back to the village. Tell them publicly about just how painful his death. However, if you tell them just what or who killed him, then you will receive the same treatment as him." He motioned at the dead Uchiha. "No matter how filthy your soul may taste." Naruto spat out the last part with so much venom that the old Hokage shivered. Danzo was many things, but he was no fool. He knew in an instant that this creature could and would follow up with what he said. Naruto turned his gaze to Madara. "The same thing applies to you, Madara." The elder Uchiha said nothing. "I've finally kept my promise," he whispered mockingly. In its own bastardized way, he actually sort of had. Even if it meant nothing more than burying his obsession, the promise was fulfilled. He didn't think it would be that easy. He really didn't. Hell, he was almost bored with this turn of events. Turns out the old fool actually went ahead and listened to him. He told Konoha all about the Uchiha's untimely death. Naruto really wished he had a camera. The look on Sakura's face had been priceless. But he had finally kept his promise. Even in death, it would be a cold day in hell when Naruto ever broke a promise. There was now nothing left in the village to burden him anymore. Which means that he could finally be able to go all out on the place. Naruto was currently on the outskirts of the village, looking through the open gates. He sneered, oh, how he hated this place. Apparently, the Uchiha was being mourned by a good portion of the village, as if he was still a hero. But it wasn't like he could blame them. The majority of the civilians didn't know about Sasuke's plans. But now was the time for action. He had brought back Sasuke, so now he could make Sakura a sobbing heap of depression before he killed her. Yes, she would be the last to die. First, she was torn from her love, and now she will see the rest of the village fall right in front of her. Naruto's tails twitched with excitement. This would be fun. Naruto wasted no time in his exploit. The hollow rushed through the ruined streets of Konoha, thoroughly intent on finishing his job. To prove his point, Naruto sank his powerful teeth into the shoulder of the closest villager. The man screaming in pain, blood gushed from his wound. The villagers around him looked on in shock and confusion as the man was torn limb from limb, and swiftly devoured with no visible source. They looked around, and when another villager was killed in just the same way, fear overcame their reason. Panic. The villagers scattered to and fro in every possible direction, not wanting whatever that had happened to that man to happen to them. The panic increased as 3 more villagers were eaten. Shopkeepers jumped out of their stalls and into the crowds, knocking their merchandise everywhere in a blind attempt to escape. Ninjas were jumping onto the scene, trying to quell the panic as well as attempt to subdue the problem. To Naruto, it was such a beautiful thing. These people would die without even knowing how. And the pathetic ninja would be able to do nothing to stop him. Naruto reared back and roared with laughter. He had never felt so alive. If this was what the afterlife was like, he would have died a long time ago. A whoosh of movement drew Naruto's attention away from his feast, and his laughter stopped. "Whoa, it looks like you're having a blast," came an unfamiliar voice, as a few presences stood directly behind Naruto. There, dressed in their standard black robes, were 5 Shinigami. A standard patrol unit, if you will, but Naruto was quick to notice the arrogant smirks on all of their faces. "Shinigami. It seems I can never get enough of you people. That buddy of yours can attest to that." The leader frowned. "Oh, and what buddy are you talking about?" Naruto put his hand on his cheek, a gesture oddly out of place in the pandemonium. "Oh, let's see, I think his name was Masaru or Muzare, or something like that." The 5 Shinigami tensed, the smirks on their faces dropping to be replaced by looks of anger. This was the hollow that had killed Masaru, as a fresh hollow. It had been 3 weeks since that time, so this hollow may have advanced since then. Naruto opened his eyes wider as a sick grin spread across his face. He was very good. The response came as nothing more than a whisper, but it succeeded in putting the Shinigami even more on edge. One of the Shinigami got bold. "Monster! Die, hollow scum!" The large, bald Shinigami screamed as he brandished his sword and charged Naruto. "Idiot! Don't let him get under your skin," the leader screamed at the berserk Shinigami. Naruto deftly avoided a sword strike by leaping into the air, and afterwards his tail shot out and attempted to impale the reckless Shinigami. He was alarmed when the Shinigami caught it. Naruto winced as the Shinigami tightened his grip on the tail. "What the hell are you doing?" The Shinigami gave no reply, instead choosing to twirl the tail around his head, which made Naruto spin round and round like a lopsided windmill. The Shinigami let go of his tail, sending Naruto flying into a makeshift house. The villagers paused for a split second to stare in confusion at the damage, but soon went back to their pandemonium. Naruto pushed the rubble off of him and got ready to continue the battle. Another Shinigami appeared in front of him in midair with a slash that Naruto managed to avoid, but not without taking a shallow cut on the torso. Naruto staggered, before following up with a claw swipe, which caught the Shinigami on the face. Hisao! The brown-haired Shinigami clutched his face. Being slashed by 8-inch claws had created a deep enough wound for the relatively fragile Shinigami to be incapacitated for a few minutes. The fox flew towards the wounded Shinigami, attempting to do his trademark impale. He almost got his hand lopped off by the leader of the Shinigami. He reared back, and noticed that the remaining 2 Shinigami had joined the fray in an attempt to protect their comrade. 5-on-1. "Doesn't seem very fair, now does it?" mocked Naruto. "Shut up, hollow. We don't have to be fair against the likes of you," yelled the bald Shinigami. "Shut your hole, bastard. I wasn't talking to you." Naruto roared back. He didn't notice that his Ryatsu seemed to increase after that, but the rest of the Shinigami certainly did. Naruto turned to the leader after he was finished berating the bald man. "You seem stronger than the rest of them. What's your name, Shinigami?" 20th seat of the 10th Division, Moriguchi Kichiro? Interesting, that other Shinigami didn't mention anything about Shinigami ranks. Care to elaborate? Kichiro scoffed. "I don't think so. That fool of a new recruit may have been so willing to give out information, but don't think it's the same for me." The 20th seat gestured to the remaining 2 Shinigami, the youngest man and the only female. "Attack." The other 2 Shinigami rushed at Naruto, providing a distraction for Kichiro. Naruto blocked both Shinigami, but failed to properly react to an incoming Kichiro. He protected his mask in order to minimize the damage, but he was still sent flying back. The hollow skidded along the air, coming to a halt 20 feet away. He was then hit with a heavy punch from the bald Shinigami, which sent him flying to earth, leaving the wounded hollow in a crater. He was lying on his back, with Hisao shakily coming in for the killing blow. Too naive. Naruto shouted, as he shifted to the left, causing Hisao's Zanpakuto to stab into the ground. He whipped his tail around, hitting Hisao in his claw wound. Giving his opponents no time to react, he quickly grasped Hisao's face and began to squeeze. Hisao, who was still trying to pull his Zanpakuto out of the ground, had no chance. He let out a small yell as Naruto tightened his grip. "Hisao," yelled the female of the group. "Let of Hisao, you bastard," screamed Kichiro, as he desperately attempted another attack. He was too late. Crunch. The four Shinigami looked on as Hisao's head was crushed easily under the hollow's strong hand. He died instantly as his skull caved in under the pressure, and blood poured from openings in Hisao's head. Naruto shook the blood from his hands. "A pathetic Shinigami. Am I correct in assuming that he was the weakest one among you?" said Naruto coldly. The four Shinigami screamed in rage, wanted to pulverize this hollow into a bloody pulp. The four of them attacked Naruto at the same time, effectively catching the hollow off guard. And this time, there was rage fueling their attacks. Naruto had barely managed to stop a slash from the female Shinigami when he was attacked by Kichiro. The hollow winced and then screamed as he was slashed through the middle. He fell backwards in a heap. The wound was deep. Naruto huffed and puffed. They had really done a number on him before that, and now they had to throw in a huge slash. The four Shinigami were now towering over the fallen hollow, the rage on their faces faded to cold apathy. "You're finished, hollow," said Kichiro quietly. Naruto's eyes widened in rage at the statement. "No. I can't let it end here. I have to destroy Konoha. I have to. I won't let little shits like you get in my way." The Shinigami took a wary step back. Naruto's rage was allowing his Ryatsu to pour out of his body, stronger than before. Rage was fueling him similarly to determination when he was alive. But this time, the combat abilities and maliciousness was greater. The hollow rushed the four Shinigami blindly, shrieking in rage. The three non-seated Shinigami barely managed to avoid the attack, but Kichiro got a lucky stab in the ribs to the fox. Naruto fell to his knees, breathing even heavier than before. He was getting too wounded, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. His sight was getting blurrier, and these Shinigami didn't look like they would let up anytime soon. His aura, as he called it, seemed to resonate with something. He felt a strong urge to touch a claw to the air around him, and he used the last of his strength to do just that. "No good. I have to." His thoughts were interrupted when a strange thing showed up. It stood 3 feet away, very brilliant in the air. Apparently the Shinigami noticed it too. It opened slowly, serrated shapes flowing upward in a coordinated motion. It was oval-shaped, showing nothing but a dark, swirling void inside. Despite its strange features, Naruto yearned for it. He didn't know why he felt this. This strange sense of kinship for this portal. It was almost like going home after being gone on a long trip. But, it was a kind of different home, a true home. Whatever the case, he simply wanted to plunge himself into it. Kichiro would have none of this. He readied himself for another slash at Naruto, but too late. Naruto had already entered the black void, which closed as soon as Kichiro slashed down upon him. Shit! How did that hollow figure out how to use Garganta so early? Not to mention he was capable of fighting 5 Shinigami to a standstill, killing one of them. Soul Society may have a heap of trouble thanks to our mistake. Kichiro kicked the ground in frustration. The other 3 Shinigami looked at him in sympathy. While they had all liked Hisao, none were as close to him as their 20th seat. But the words of their leader were coming back to haunt. Would that hollow really become a huge threat? They had no idea. The black portal deposited Naruto on a sandy desert. White sand and quartz trees littered the place, and in the perpetual night sky, a pure white crescent moon filled the land with its only light source. It was beautiful, in its own way. Naruto did indeed feel the particular feeling of coming back home, but that thought was overshadowed by those of the Shinigami. He laid down on the ground sleepily, and punched the sand with his fist. Fuck. Who do those Shinigami think they are, to get in the way of my revenge? I'll kill them. I'll kill all of them. From now on, every Shinigami I meet is a dead man, no matter who they are, he exclaimed in a flurry of rage. Naruto had no idea how much that sentiment was shared throughout the white sand of Hueco Mundo. The other 2 Shinigami rushed at Naruto, providing a distraction for Kichiro. Naruto blocked both Shinigami, but failed to properly react to an incoming Kichiro. He protected his mask in order to minimize the damage, but he was still sent flying back. The hollow skidded along the air, coming to a halt 20 feet away. He was then hit with a heavy punch from the bald Shinigami, which sent him flying to earth, leaving the wounded hollow in a crater. He was lying on his back, with Hisao shakily coming in for the killing blow. Too naive. Naruto shouted, as he shifted to the left, causing Hisao's Zanpakuto to stab into the ground. He whipped his tail around, hitting Hisao in his claw wound. Giving his opponents no time to react, he quickly grasped Hisao's face and began to squeeze. Hisao, who was still trying to pull his Zanpakuto out of the ground, had no chance. He let out a small yell as Naruto tightened his grip. "Hisao," yelled the female of the group. "Let of Hisao, you bastard," screamed Kichiro, as he desperately attempted another attack. He was too late. Crunch. The four Shinigami looked on as Hisao's head was crushed easily under the hollow's strong hand. He died instantly as his skull caved in under the pressure, and blood poured from openings in Hisao's head. Naruto shook the blood from his hands. "A pathetic Shinigami. Am I correct in assuming that he was the weakest one among you?" said Naruto coldly. The four Shinigami screamed in rage, wanted to pulverize this hollow into a bloody pulp. The four of them attacked Naruto at the same time, effectively catching the hollow off guard. And this time, there was rage fueling their attacks. Naruto had barely managed to stop a slash from the female Shinigami when he was attacked by Kichiro. The hollow winced and then screamed as he was slashed through the middle. He fell backwards in a heap. The wound was deep. Naruto huffed and puffed. They had really done a number on him before that, and now they had to throw in a huge slash. The four Shinigami were now towering over the fallen hollow, the rage on their faces faded to cold apathy. "You're finished, Hollow," said Kichiro quietly. Naruto's eyes widened in rage at the statement. "No. I can't let it end here. I have to destroy Konoha. I have to. I won't let little shits like you get in my way." The Shinigami took a wary step back. Naruto's rage was allowing his Ryatsu to pour out of his body, stronger than before. Rage was fueling him similarly to determination when he was alive. But this time, the combat abilities and maliciousness was greater. The hollow rushed the four Shinigami blindly, shrieking in rage. The three non-seated Shinigami barely managed to avoid the attack, but Kichiro got a lucky stab in the ribs to the fox. Naruto fell to his knees, breathing even heavier than before. He was getting too wounded, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. His sight was getting blurrier, and these Shinigami didn't look like they would let up anytime soon. His aura, as he called it, seemed to resonate with something. He felt a strong urge to touch a claw to the air around him, and he used the last of his strength to do just that. No good. I have to. His thoughts were interrupted when a strange thing showed up. It stood 3 feet away, very brilliant in the air. Apparently the Shinigami noticed it too. It opened slowly, serrated shapes flowing upward in a coordinated motion. It was oval-shaped, showing nothing but a dark, swirling void inside. Despite its strange features, Naruto yearned for it. He didn't know why he felt this. This strange sense of kinship for this portal. It was almost like going home after being gone on a long trip. But, it was a kind of different home, a true home. Whatever the case, he simply wanted to plunge himself into it. Kichiro would have none of this. He readied himself for another slash at Naruto, but too late. Naruto had already entered the black void, which closed as soon as Kichiro slashed down upon him. Shit. How did that hollow figure out how to use Garganta so early? Not to mention he was capable of fighting 5 Shinigami to a standstill, killing one of them. Soul Society may have a heap of trouble thanks to our mistake. Kichiro kicked the ground in frustration. The other 3 Shinigami looked at him in sympathy. While they had all liked Hisao, none were as close to him as their 20th seat. But the words of their leader were coming back to haunt. Would that hollow really become a huge threat? They had no idea. The black portal deposited Naruto on a sandy desert. White sand and quartz trees littered the place, and in the perpetual night sky, a pure white crescent moon filled the land with its only light source. It was beautiful, in its own way. Naruto did indeed feel the particular feeling of coming back home, but that thought was overshadowed by those of the Shinigami. He laid down on the ground sleepily, and punched the sand with his fist. Fuck. Who do those Shinigami think they are, to get in the way of my revenge? I'll kill them. I'll kill all of them. From now on, every Shinigami I meet is a dead man, no matter who they are, he exclaimed in a flurry of rage. Naruto had no idea how much that sentiment was shared throughout the white sand of Hueco Mundo. Chapter 3, Los Sacrificios. He laid there for a while, feeling nothing but the cool sand on his body as it moved about its path. His mustard-yellow eyes were unfocused, instead simply pointed down at the ground, looking at nothing. It would seem like he was asleep, or even dead. But Naruto Uzumaki was very much awake and alive. His previous rage for the Shinigami had subsided, and now he was left with nothing but confusion. Despite his joy on coming to this place, he still had no idea where he was or what he would do with himself and his vengeance now. A sharp jolt of pain shot through his body, and he looked down at the wound inflicted from the Shinigami and frowned. It wouldn't do to have sand get in the wound. He stretched his legs and tail before pulling himself upright, looking at the crescent moon overhead. It was a strange moon, in that it seemed almost unnatural. Underneath the moon, there was an extremely tall sand dune, easily dwarfing the others in the vicinity. The top of the dune would be a perfect place to get a better perspective on this entire place. He approached the dune, and sank his sharp claws into the confines of the sand. Little bits of sand fell off, but it seemed stable enough to climb. Gently, he placed his other limbs inside before beginning his ascent. The sand dune was about 400 feet in height, and it didn't take Naruto very much time to finish scaling it, his sharp claws and ninja background being of remarkable help. As he reached the top, he thought he noticed some kind of strange peculiarity way off in the distance, but he quickly brushed it off as his wound began to flare up again. Wow, what a view, the Hollow thought as he looked over the white desert. Its sheer magnitude appalled him. There was nothing but sand for as far as the eye could see. Quartz trees littered the entire landscape, and he vaguely spotted one or two more hollows off in the far distance, their appearance incredibly different from his own. He turned around to view a similar scene from behind. It was such a surreal scene that the desert seemed like it had a life of its own. The sand undulated up and down, side to side, and made choices on where to go. Unpredictable they were, but life itself was unpredictable. Naruto knew at that moment that his life would be governed by the desert. Things that happen, and people that he will meet are all on account of the desert's will. But if the desert governed his life, then the moon governed the desert's. It provided dim light to the desert, and allowed it to be in existence in the first place. Naruto felt a strange sense of curiosity come over him. He felt that there was something more to this place. Something beyond the sand. His mind was just screaming at him to go find out what it was. Without thinking, he jumped off of the sand dune, not harmed in the slightest from the fall. He landed 5 feet next to a quartz tree, before one of his feet got stuck in something. It was like the sand had started to collapse on itself, the pressure forming a concave structure. Then the sand fell entirely, leaving a sort of pit that would be used in a pitfall or antlion pit. The fox Hollow's eyes widened as gravity performed its dirty work. He grasped onto a branch of the tree, but it was to no avail. The branch snapped off as if it was a twig. He fell forward, and he tried to grab onto the sand, only to have run it straight through his fingers. He felt a strange sensation, and realized that his already underground legs were pulling him into the subterranean reaches of the world. Below the surface of the sand, in the subterranean Menos Forest, several dozen hollows were duking it out, every one of them attempting to bury its soul by eating fellow hollow. A distance away from the swarming mass of flesh and mask stood a dozen Gillian, each one milling about in an unruly rhythm reminiscent of their kind. A small amount of sand fell onto a single hollow's head, causing it to glance upwards in confusion. This setback gave enough time for another hollow to sink its teeth into the confused hollow's shoulder. Then, a small portion of the sand ceiling completely gave way, drawing the attention of the hollows and even the Gillian. The sand eventually cleared, and the beings below noticed a small, vexing object falling directly down to the bottom. It disappeared behind a large quartz tree for a moment, before landing about 100 feet away. The hollows stared at the new arrival, their previous hunger for each other conveniently forgotten. The distorted figure had risen to its feet, and the dust began to clear. Before them stood a fox-like hollow, its animalistic features very prominent and unique, but it was still clearly one of their own. One of the bolder hollows rushed towards the newcomer, clearly enticed by the exceptional power that it was giving off. Naruto, meanwhile, was still disoriented from the sudden fall. He barely had time to register the large, gaping maw that attempted to bite into him. He clumsily avoided the attack, taking time to glare as he did. He then followed up with a well-placed kick, which easily sent the hollow flying back. The sudden attack of the hollow caused the others to continue with what they were doing, eat each other. What are they doing? He thought, as he watched the others devour each other in a frenzy. While Naruto was thinking, the hollow attacking him took time to swing one of its wiry limbs at him. The obnoxious limb missed, and went crashing into the rock ground. Before the hollow could retract it, it was stepped on by one of Naruto's claws, which pinned it straight into the ground. He eyed the tentacle, an unreadable look in his black eyes. Then, he sank his teeth into the joint, before ripping it clean off. He didn't know why he was compelled to do it. He supposed it was just his hollow instincts. Nevertheless, his sharp teeth ripped off the tentacle limb with serious gusto. It's good, thought Naruto as he began to eat the detached tentacle. Green blood dribbled from his mouth, making him look all the more menacing. Naruto was an intelligent hollow, there was no doubt about that. However, that hollow was almost as satisfying as a Shinigami. Even an intelligent hollow like him wouldn't be able to resist his natural hollow instincts. He grinned ferally, and burst forth into the fray with unnatural speed, biting and tearing anything that got in his way in an attempt to satiate himself. Naruto stumbled into his cave, clutching the side wound he received from a particularly nasty hollow. He had found the cave very high up on the subterranean cliffs of the Menos Forest, and it was nearly unreachable to those who didn't know the way. It had been a few weeks' time since his descent into the forest, and the Hollow had been trying to balance escaping, revenge, and hunger. So far, it hadn't gone too well, as there weren't that many exits back to the surface it would seem. He had traveled out many miles but didn't come across something that even looked like it would function as an exit. The Hollow turned around and looked across the horizon. He avoided that place, as that was where the Ajuchas hid. Naruto had gained some knowledge of the world with every non-mindless Hollow he ate. The underground of Hueco Mundo was where the generally weak Hollows lurked. Even the Ajuchas here were low level. So, if he was to find a way to destroy Konoha and fight the Shinigami, it would have to be on the surface. Naruto growled. Even if the Ajuchas were low level, they were still Ajuchas. It would be best not to cross them. He looked down. Things seemed to be going on normally. He had recently seen a group of Hollows become a Gillian, and frankly it both excited him and worried him. On one hand, the amount of power gained was beautifully enticing. On the other hand, the thought of becoming mindless wasn't very appealing. He quietly mused on this topic, before he saw it. A garganta had formed on the forest floor, and a small group of Hollows came spewing out of it. They seemed to be running from something. Naruto looked at them with one eye, almost dismissing the entire thing. But that was before 20 or 30 Shinigami also came out of the garganta, apparently in pursuit of the escaping Hollows. Naruto turned his full attention to them as he saw one of the Shinigami gut a random Hollow. All of the Hollows stopped, each one looking at their disappearing brethren. In a heartbeat, there were now 5 more who joined the first one, none of them able to register what happened before it was too late. Then the carnage broke loose. The Hollows were now completely focused on the Shinigami, each one wanting to consume them. Naruto looked on in anger. This was such a blatant disregard for his species. Yes, Hollows ate humans, Shinigami, and each other, but Naruto knew that every Hollow accepted this as a part of life. The food chain, if you will. He felt his hatred for the Shinigami rise a notch. Here were these beings, who fancied themselves divine protectors to humans. They also considered it their birthright to slaughter the Hollow species en masse. They didn't understand that this was the way things worked. Their protocol was just unnatural. With a roar, the fox leaped from his cave, eager to spill some Shinigami blood. He fell nearly 200 feet, which would have killed a human, but thankfully he was not one of those. After landing, he noticed that the current Hollows were losing very easily. Occasionally, one of the stronger Hollows would overwhelm and kill a Shinigami, but they were still being pushed back. He slipped into the battle carefully and gutted one Shinigami before devouring it. He was about to go for a second one before his claws were stopped by a Zanpakuto. The sharp objects met with a clang, and neither combatant was able to get the advantage. Naruto stepped back, and began to carefully scrutinize his opponent. He was a Shinigami of average height, with spiky burgundy hair. He held a serious frown, though not one that was unfriendly or scornful. Unknown to him, the Shinigami's name was Konoha Shido. He wasn't as battle-hardened as he would be in years to come, nor did he have the same battle experience and abilities. But to say he wasn't the strongest of the group would be insulting to him. He was the most skilled with the Zanpakuto, even if he never managed to unlock Shurikai. His Kido also trumped almost everyone in the group, save for a few specialists. Ashido didn't spare a word, preferring not to converse with Hollows. Naruto was going to say something, but was cut off by Ashido's sudden attack. Naruto barely had enough time to block with his tail, but Ashido kept on pressing. He had virtually no defense, but the strength and erratic fighting style more than made up for it. The Hollow pulled off from Ashido's strikes and reappeared to the left side of him. He attempted to bite the Shinigami, but Ashido went for a thrust straight through the Hollow's mouth. It was ineffective though, as Naruto bit down on the blade, stopping its assault. The Shinigami tried to pull it free, a grunt of frustration on his face. Naruto's jaw was just too strong for him to actually have any success. The Hollow, meanwhile, began looking around himself for a short time. Another Hollow had drilled through a Shinigami to the left of him, and yet Ashido kept up a calm facade. Naruto pulled the sword out of his mouth, and blocked the predictable counterattack with his tail. Ashido put some distance between himself and his opponent, feeling that direct combat would be useless. The fox leered at the unagitated face of his adversary. "You Shinigami don't care much for your comrades, do you?" he mocked. Ashido glared at the fox, finally letting some exploitable emotion onto his face. "And what would you know about Shinigami camaraderie, Hollow?" he asked. "Oh, I know plenty about it, Shinigami. Your pathetic trust in your comrades and in your own abilities make most of you very arrogant. I'm very sure that most of the Shinigami here think you would clean up all the Hollows here. Go home." Naruto paused in his speech as he saw a Hollow puncture another Shinigami. He closed one eye and smiled sadistically. And call it a day, he finished. If the sounds and sights of fighting did not exist at the moment, you could practically feel the tension between the two reverberate throughout the area. Ashido felt his ire rising. How dare this scum casually accuse any one of his friends of that when he didn't even know the situation? Naruto let no expression come onto his masked face. Whether he realized Ashido's cold anger or not, he continued on as if nothing was happening. And it's not just trust and arrogance. Everyone in your species carries a sort of condemnation for anyone who is different than you. You claim to be the protectors of humans, but you hold them in the same disregard you hold for us. A crease appeared on Ashido's forehead. And that is why you actively pursue hollows. Your arrogance in your abilities and your condemnation of our species is what fuels stunts like this. Ashido began to growl. You have no hope of defeating us, Shinigami. Let me make this very clear. Every single one of you will be slaughtered here. We will dance on your graves. It's what idiots like you deserve for complete stupidity. That did it. Ashido snapped. He charged at the hollow, what little defense he had abandoned. The hollow just stood there, relishing in the misery that he had caused to the wretched Shinigami. Naruto slowly relaxed himself into a stance, ready to take the Shinigami head-on. He was a little surprised when the berserk Ashido nearly managed to break through his guard. Ashido's attacks had strength, but they also had experience far more than any other Shinigami he had faced. He managed to block over a dozen sword strikes with his tail, taking small scratches on it as he did. But one attack slipped through his guard, and caught the hollow on the hip. Naruto hissed out in pain, but was already on his feet. He went towards the left side of Ashido, hoping to use that as a feint. Ashido switched his position to avoid Naruto, but that was exactly what the hollow was hoping for. Naruto's strong paw managed to catch Ashido's right arm and the Zanpakuto that was holding it. He thrust the limb out to the side, jolting the rest of the Shinigami. But Ashido was ready for this. He took his free hand and extending his middle and index finger, aiming them directly at the hollow. It was a slow motion on his part, almost lazy, but it could instill fear in the hearts of many opponents. Sure dash. Hadu number 4, Byakurai, 2. Naruto avoided the brunt of the lightning bolt by releasing Ashido, but his right shoulder was singed from the attack. He kneeled down momentarily, instinctively clutching the wound. It turned out to be a bad mistake on his part. The Shinigami had recovered the use of his right arm, and was now going in for the finishing blow. But it was of no use as Naruto's tail shot out and caught him on the left side. Ashido hit the ground with a hard thud, though he was fortunately spared of any broken bones. He shakily got to his feet. The hollow was now sporting a wide grin on his face, like nothing had happened at all. He glared at the trickster. He could see it now. He had purposely left himself open so he could go for that tail strike. He had to admit, it was his first time that he had fought a hollow that used such underhanded tactics. Usually hollows were just attack, eat, repeat. But this one had crossed all boundaries he had had for expectations. He looked around him. There were not that many Shinigami dead, though even he knew that staying here long enough would cause all of them to die. Even if their mission was to eliminate the hollow menace, finding suitable shelter should be their top priority. Ashido's hollow opponent sneered. This fight was dragging out for too long. He had a plan to upkeep, and couldn't hold it if this continued to progress. He looked over to his right, seeing a particularly large hollow fighting a short Shinigami. Naruto grinned to himself as he saw an opportunity arise. He rushed over to the fighting pair, which left Ashido temporarily stunned. Speaking of the fighting pair, both of them now noticed the fox hollow coming at them. The short Shinigami braced himself for impact, inadvertently leaving himself open to attack from the other hollow. The Shinigami was surprised as the fox hollow went not for him, but for the hollow that he was currently fighting. The fox completely passed him up, knocking the other hollow away with a single strike. The short Shinigami looked up to see the face of his best friend, Ashido, who now had a look of realization on his face at the new individual. Their reunion was cut short as a strong claw gripped the back of his robes, lofting him upwards. The hollow wrapped his front paw around the Shinigami's neck, claws poised to strike at any moment. A bead of sweat ran down the Shinigami's face as he grew nervous. He was already injured, so there was no way he could have fought off the hollow even before it had grabbed him. He looked over and saw Ashido gripping his Zanpakuto until his knuckles turned white. He was clearly contemplating the situation at hand. Then he felt the hollow's disgusting hot breath wash over his entire soul. It sent shivers down his spine, and that was not something that could be easily done. When Naruto spoke, it was addressed not to the captured Shinigami, but to Ashido. "Drop your Zanpakuto, or this one dies," he stated simply, digging his claws into the victim's neck for emphasis. Both Shinigami's eyes widened. A hostage situation? They were obviously thinking that something as savage and primitive as a hollow would ever think up something like that. Ashido, forget about me. J just kill this H-hollow, the captured Shinigami said weakly. The claws were clearly getting to him. What are you saying? You know I can't do that, shouted the redhead. His expression was contradictory to his resolve, as he openly looked indecisive. You have 30 seconds, said Naruto, butting in on their little conversation. Ashido began. 15 seconds? Ashido raised his Zanpakuto. 10 seconds? He lifted it up. 5 seconds? And he prepared to. 3, 2, on dash, clang. Ashido's Zanpakuto fell to the ground with a deafening clang. His best friend was now unconscious, but the wide grin on Naruto's face just got wider. Kick it away, he demanded. Ashido did just what he was told. The deadly blade now lay useless 20 feet away from the fighters, and Naruto dropped Ashido's friend roughly. Before anyone could react, Naruto was on Ashido himself. The Shinigami attempted to block, but without his Zanpakuto it wouldn't do any good. Naruto and Ashido slid across the ground, digging a trench and lifting up much rock. The hollow's head was delivering a nasty blow to Ashido. He completely slammed Ashido into a tree, which made him spew blood in the process. Ashido at this point was barely conscious, and it wouldn't take much more. The hollow released his head, allowing Ashido to fall a little. But this was not in Ashido's favor, as he was nailed at point blank from Naruto's tail. That blow did the trick. The Shinigami was knocked out, and Naruto caught the unconsciousness Shinigami by draping him across his back. With Ashido on his back, the hollow began to walk back towards the other Shinigami. He sneered in disgust as he looked at the scrawny Shinigami. He would not be a good meal, even if Ashido would make up for it. He duly noted the Zanpakuto at the hip, before nudging it away. These Shinigami truly were weak if anything should happen to their Zanpakuto. None too gently, he hoisted the Shinigami onto his back, claws sinking into the flesh. He looked around and saw that the other Shinigami had retreated away, probably due to the hollow's superior numbers. And speaking of the hollows, one of them nearly just took a huge chunk out of both Naruto and Ashido. The intelligent hollow jumped back, cursing that his instincts had dulled. His eyes widened as every single hollow there began to lock on him. Naruto looked at the Shinigami. They were likely the reason that he was being targeted so much. He cursed his own stupidity. Why the hell didn't he pay better attention to his surroundings? He was a ninja in life, for God's sake. He avoided another strike from an insect hollow. He couldn't fight them now, so he would have to simply avoid them. He ran through the line of hollows, taking quite a few blows, but not allowing any fatal ones to go towards the two Shinigami. He took them all head-on, plowing through the defense of the weak hollows, sending several flying into the air. He didn't spare them a second glance as he clumsily leapt onto one of the branches of the trees. The remaining hollows stood there stupidly as they watched the small hollow rocket its way through the Menos Forest on the treetops, carrying two unconscious Shinigami with it. From the high quartz trees of the Menos Forest, you can see everything for miles. The locations of Menos Grande, other hollow, and hollow hideouts could be seen. Unfortunately, you had to be a very agile hollow or have some sort of climbing ability to even think about getting up there. The trees were steep, and the smooth quartz could be slippery at times. However, Naruto was a very agile hollow. With his size and body structure, he could easily climb the trees of the Menos Forest. The problem was trying to do that with two unconscious Shinigami on his back. He had nearly fallen a half-dozen times, which prompted him to think if he should just abandon the Shinigami. He shook such thoughts out of his head as he prepared to land on a particularly large branch. He let the two Shinigami fall from his back onto the branch. He looked them over, before adopting his usual look of hatred. You know, if I didn't need you two, I would have slaughtered the both of you back there. He paused for a moment to glare at Ashido, despite knowing that he couldn't hear him. And if I was actually trying to kill you, instead of just trying to knock you out, you wouldn't have lasted a minute in that fight, Shinigami. Even if you are the strongest Shinigami I've fought, I'm not exactly the same hollow I was a month ago. He allowed himself to smile arrogantly at the thought, before resuming his task. Unfortunately, I need you two for a very particular task. I'm sure they will be very pleased to see you. He turned away from the two Shinigami to look away at a very dark expanse of the Menos Forest. He glanced back at the Shinigami before smiling very sadistically. The dark expanse is somewhat of a forbidden area throughout this sector of the Menos Forest. It wasn't through any sort of law or code. Just an unspoken rule. Even the mindless hollows instinctively knew to stay away from that place. The dark hole was like a permanent authority to the denizens of the Menos Forest, and almost every hollow knew what lurked in there. Going in there was the equivalent of suicide. Despite this, Naruto looked on defiantly, as if he were ready to challenge this dark mass. Even now he was getting dangerously close to the place. No normal hollow would dare venture out this far. It wasn't easy to get here, either. Even though hollows never went in, it didn't stop them from completely crowding around the surface, which made ground entry impossible. Which is exactly why he had taken to the trees. As luck would have it, the particular branch he was on jutted out severely, forming somewhat of a natural entrance. He situated the two Shinigami on his back again, and squatted down in preparation for a jump. Off the forest floor, a select few hollows witnessed the fox hollow leap fearlessly into the abyss. They made a few mindless grunts, almost in fear and admiration. They then saw him drop to the forest floor, making almost a kind of beckoning gesture with his tail. One of the hollows approached the darkness slowly, as if it were afraid that it would consume him. He reached out a foot and stepped inside. The fox hollow smiled ruefully at the success. On their friend's action, the other few hollows stepped into the darkness, and were soon progressing deeper. Pretty soon, they were all following the rapidly disappearing figure into the darkness. It was a quiet atmosphere in the darkness. The only sounds that could be heard were the distant cries of hollows and the noises of little hollow animals. But even those noises were drowned out by the moving near-silent form of Naruto. It was truly unnerving. After being surrounded by nothing but hollows, seeing an absence of them could be quite startling. The way twisted and turned, and even the unshakable quartz trees looked warped here. They created obstacles, and Naruto once again jumped into the trees for a better route. It wasn't long before he reached the center of the expanse. Below, on the forest floor stood an almost beehive-like structure, a monolith in the center that gave an ominous feel. Even the trees, with their unyielding size, seemed to avoid it. Naruto wasn't deterred. He leapt from the tree, falling to the cold, hard ground. He walked up to the side of the structure and placed a paw on it. It was cold, and made of rock. There were numerous holes on it that he could probably squeeze through. He gripped the outside of one of the holes, and swung himself through. It looked like he was small enough to fit through. He crouched at the edge of the tunnel, and that was where he saw them. Around 10 Ajuches, very low-level ones, but not the type to piss off in this area of Hueco Mundo. They were sitting in a circle, huddled around a light that giving off from a bioluminescent Ajuches. They had not noticed his presence yet, his Ryatsu weak enough to be overlooked and the light dim enough to hide his position. They were apparently talking, though he couldn't make out any words. He placed his paw on the rock face, before a very small section broke off and gave. Naruto cursed and hid himself from view, before he gradually lifted up his head to view. Thankfully, they were still talking animately. But then suddenly, a large green Ajuches appearing in the rock next to him. It aimed a powerful fist at him that he just barely avoided. He tumbled from the hole, whirling into the center. The other Ajuches bristled, but otherwise gave no indication that they never knew he was there. He looked at his back, and saw the Shinigami barely remaining in place. The other Ajuches were rising to their feet, clearly excited by their visitor. Naruto watched on as a large, humanoid Ajuches with a perpetual smiling face took up the front. "Well everyone, it looks like we've got ourselves a visitor," the Ajuches cackled with mirth, the others around him copying. Naruto was started to regret his plan. Trying to fight off a score of Ajuches who probably wouldn't even give him the time of day wasn't the best idea. That particular sentiment was confirmed as the green Ajuches from before came soaring in, throwing a punch that would undoubtedly knock him out and allow the hollows around to feast on his innards. Reflexively, his long tail wrapped around the weaker Shinigami, pulling him straight into the line of the Ajuche's fist. The Ajuches tensed for a moment, then retracted its fist just before it punched straight through the meat shield. Naruto grinned. There was no way that the Ajuches would obliterate their most coveted meal. "Great Ajuches, I bring you all a gift," said the normal hollow, his sarcastic patronizing tone seen through by everyone there. "Interesting," said the leader as he held back the green Ajuches. Naruto would bet a pretty penny that his masked smile got a lot bigger. "But coming to us deliberately is the smartest thing to do, little hollow. What stopped us from simply killing you and taking the Shinigami?" the leader asked. The leader watched on in silent amusement as the hollow placed the Shinigami on the ground, before situating his fangs right above the torso of the Shinigami, ready to tear into the flesh. The other Ajuches looked almost offended by this action, but he wasn't perturbed at all. This hollow was different. He was intelligent, but that was only part of the equation. His own swarthy eyes stared into Naruto's scathing ones and could pick out shrewdness, ruthlessness, and even triumph. "I think you can figure out what this means." Naruto didn't let his guard down even when he was talking. "Now, what I want is simply information. If you can give me that, then I'll give you these two Shinigami. And I know how much you want to eat them." The Ajuches looked mutinous for a moment, but they weren't willing to give up a chance to eat Shinigami. "Fine, then. What do you want to know?" asked the leader, his voice holding a tone of resignation. First of all, how do I escape the Menos Forest and get back to the surface? The Ajuchas around them sniggered, though both Naruto and the leader ignored them. The nearest exit is a narrow tunnel around 1 mile north of here. The thing is, it is located on a high cliff, so unless you can climb the trees, you won't be getting to it. Naruto nodded, taking time to process the information before asking his next question. Is there some kind of great power in Hueco Mundo? Maybe an army or a kingdom or something like that. The leader Ajuchas was about to speak, but Naruto cut him off. Who also hates the Shinigami? The Ajuchas in the room burst out laughing, leaving Naruto embarrassed but also boiling in rage. What's the matter, kid? You got a little vendetta against the Shinigami, or what? Jeered one of the other Ajuchas. The tone of sardonic glee was evident in the voice. Yeah, I do. What's it to you, huh? Asked Naruto. They all laughed again, insulting Naruto's strength, intelligence, and sanity. Okay, settle down, said the leader with a small chuckle. He was clearly amused too by Naruto's proclamation. For the record, little Hollow, there is something like what you're talking. Hollows from all over go to this place, to become part of this great army. Those that do receive excellent meals, living standards, and glory. But, you have to be powerful, otherwise they won't accept you at all. Even we only have an extended connection to the place, even though we've tried to make it official many, many times. As far as I know of, its existence is unthreatened in Hueco Mundo. It stands as a great palace that can be seen from hundreds of miles away. And it rules over most of the territory I've explored. What's its name? Asked Naruto. The Ajuchas grinned. Las Noches. Chapter 4, La Luciérnaga. His ears twitched when those words came from the Ajucha's mouth. Las Noches. The name was strangely poetic in a way. Las Noches. The way it rolled off the tongue in the smoothest manner was both beautiful and intimidating. Whoever came up with it had great naming sense. When he heard the Ajuchas finish talking, Naruto never took his eyes off the leading Ajuchas, or his mouth off the flesh of the Shinigami. To do so would be suicide, because he knew they would pounce the second he did. The leading Ajuchas stood there reluctantly, a forced smile on his face. The Fox Hollow was glaring at him, and the expression on his face conveyed that he could get defensive. The dim light of the hive didn't give away the leader's full expression, but it was probably one of barely contained anxiousness. A fine meal was right in front of him, and if he didn't play his cards right, it could be taken away from him. The Hollow did not want to answer any more questions, and simply wanted to get on with the meal. Where can I find this Las Noches? Asked Naruto, his voice morphing to a practical, calculating tone which was in contrast to his normal, psychotic one. There was a faint tone of nervousness present, judging from the way his voice cracked slightly. The Ajuchas paused for a moment, as if he were debating to answer the question, or simply attack instead. The Fox Hollow was no match for him, but he could very well finish off the Shinigami before he died. The other Ajuchas were now chanting dumbly, which was grating on the mind. He would have to decide quickly, lest he wait and carelessly make the wrong decision. With a strained voice, he finally said, "Once you get back to the surface, walk around 10 miles to the east of here. At that point, the Grand Palace of Las Noches should come into view. You'll know it when you see it. It has a domed roof and 4 tall pillars flanking it." Naruto nodded slowly, not really caring if they were lying or not. If he was, then he would simply find someone else to fulfill his needs. His confidence in getting away safely didn't waver in the slightest. The Minos were still eyeing the 2 Shinigami that he was keeping hostage. He had no more questions, those could be saved for when he arrived at Las Noches, but that didn't mean he could casually release the prey in front of 10 hungry Ajuchas, without getting caught in the crossfire. So he defiantly kept his perpetual glare on the leading Ajuchas. He couldn't just abruptly walk away from the Shinigami, as doing so would likely startle them. He would have to do it slowly and subtly, all the while making sure that he kept his distance. In a slow yet smooth motion, Naruto panned his eyes to the left, leaving the gaze of the leader Ajuchas while still keeping a close eye on the Hollow's actions. He watched all of the Ajuchas carefully, and after what seemed like an eternity, he stepped away from the fallen Shinigami and closed his mouth. The effect was instantaneous. Once Naruto's jagged teeth were out of the equation, the Hollows flew into action. All rationale was forgotten as the Ajuchas clambered over their comrades. The leader got the first bite. Once Naruto had backed away, the large Ajuchas spasmed forward at the Shinigami in a split second. He didn't hesitate, and tore through the skin and sinew of the smaller Shinigami. The other Ajuchas had arrived, eager to get their own shot at the food. Every one of them fought its way to the front of the line, ripping off pieces of flesh if need be. One of the larger Ajuchas tore into the chest cavity of Ishido, while the leader dined on the abundant muscle of the smaller Shinigami. Both of the unconscious Shinigami never woke up, as they were killed instantly by the gruesome deeds of the Hollows. Blood spurted from the carcasses, drenching their hollow masks with the fluid. Limbs were ripped cruelly from bodies, leaving with a disturbing tearing noise. The muscle gave way to reveal the internal organs, which were also devoured without hesitation. Even the bones were eaten away by the ajuches, being just as nourishing to hollows as the rest of the body. The leader, being the most capable of controlling his hunger, kept out a watchful eye during the entire meal. The fox hollow was attempting to sneak away during the feast, and if anything, he was doing fairly successful, having eluded the attention of nearly every ajuches. Except him, of course. Naruto stumbled through one of the holes in the rock, hoping to get away before the ajuches turned their attention on him. He had seen the way they ate, and that had personally surprised him. Not the viciousness mind, but the way they seemed to lose all semblance of control once food was in the area. The tunnel he was crawling through wasn't very long, only about 20 feet in length. Hopefully, he could quickly leave the ajuches' nest and escape into the darkness before they finished their meal. And if that didn't work, well, he just hoped that the backup plan would. Desperately, he pulled himself along, uncaring that the rough surface of the rock was making his skin raw. The old life over limb saying would have been perfect for the situation. As he neared the exit, he felt the sense of relief course through his body. The outside world was becoming more vivid. At least as vivid as it could in this darkness. He was just about to reach the exit when he felt a strong blow hit his backside, rocketing him forward out of the hole. He skidded along the ground, friction causing even more wounds for the poor hollow. He had landed a good distance away from the ajuches' hive, but was still a ways away from the total darkness of the abyss. The injured hollow struggled to his feet, coughing a few times as he did. Blood trickled down from his forehead and flowed into his angry eyes, and Naruto was barely able to see what was in front of him. The dust had gathered into the air, initially creating little more than a distorted, hazy figure around 25 feet away. Then the dust began to clear, and Naruto felt that both of his offerings had been a waste of time. Standing across from Naruto was the leader ajuches, his masked smile stretched out even more than usual. There were a few splotches of what appeared to be blood splattered all over his mask, no doubt from his recent meal. The other ajuches were nowhere to be found, but that did not lessen the visible threat in the slightest. Naruto shook some debris off of him, before the large ajuches opened his terrible mouth and laughed. A hideous mixture of saliva and blood flew from the mouth, which made the scene even more disgusting. The laugh was loud and raucous, and also had an arrogant tone that reverberated throughout the area. The ajuches stopped laughing and turned his head towards Naruto, still smiling a toothy grin. Naruto relaxed into his fighting stance, but the ajuches didn't go on guard at all. "You're quite the sneaky little hollow, aren't you? So eager to save your own skin that you do it in such a roundabout way. Those cowardly yet intelligent actions are perfect for your appearance," the ajuches started, eyeing Naruto's fox-like features. "You're going to need more than a couple of Shinigami to get away from us, though," said the hollow conversationally, though his words sent Naruto on edge. A bead of sweat ran underneath his mask, and Naruto felt a sense of shameful fear enter his being. Unacceptable for a creature made from fear. "You're going to need more than a couple of Shinigami to get away from us, though," said the hollow conversationally, though his words sent Naruto on edge. A bead of sweat ran underneath his mask, and Naruto felt a sense of shameful fear enter his being. Unacceptable for a creature made from fear. "Unfortunately for you, I have the most self-control of anyone in our little group. Though you managed to distract the other ajuches long enough to get away, something as minor as that would not work on me. You are an idiot to even think about coming to us and getting out alive," the ajuches continued, his words imprinting upon Naruto's consciousness. "Bringing 2 Shinigami to our hive in order to appease us will not spare you. I only answered your questions because I didn't want to risk the precious food. However, just because I ate does not mean I'm willing to let more food just walk away unharmed," he explained. The ajuches then stopped talking, and sauntered his way over to where Naruto was standing. Naruto attempted to move, but the ajuches' Ryatsu was making it difficult. No matter how strong he was as a normal hollow, he wasn't ready to take on a full-fledged ajuches. If he wasn't mistaken, this battle would go just like fights with Orochimaru when he was just a green genin. His eyes darted around the area, searching for any sort of possible escape route. The ajuches would be able to cover all of the ground area, and it would be impossible to escape with his inferior speed. Taking to the trees seemed like the best option, though if it turned out the Ajukahas could climb them then he was fucked. He was too careless, as the ajuches seemed like it was ready for another meal. The puny hollow didn't notice him slink ever closer, like a lion ready to attack, yet not so obvious that it would put the prey on edge. But he didn't strike immediately, he liked to play with his food first. It was too late when Naruto noticed the ajuches was closer. He was already in range. His keen senses sent him on even more alert, and the raw essence of primal fear wormed its way through his body. His animal instincts were telling him to run, but his body didn't obey. It was an odd sight, Naruto still in a fighting stance but so afraid of the adversary in front of him. He was confident in his offering beforehand, but without it he realized how foolish and arrogant his plan had been. The Ajuchas touched his mask lightly with his hand, forcing the younger Hollow to look at him. This is a dog-eat-dog world, little Hollow. You're not a human anymore. You're a Hollow, and you are in Hueco Mundo. There are no laws, no punishments, and no order. We are animals. Animals that must eat everything weaker than them in order to survive. There is no negotiation when it comes to food, the Ajuchas explained. The Ajuchas let go of his face, before lining up his fist to begin pummeling Naruto. He registered the pure attack speed the Ajuchas had, as it had easily breached through his defenses. He felt agonizing pain in his side, and as he looked down he noticed a good-sized chunk of flesh missing. The Ajuchas had bitten it clean off. The pain jolted Naruto out of his fear, and he admonished himself for the mistake. God, he was pathetic. He had been in dozens of fights with stronger opponents and had never been afraid of them. If he was a Hollow, he should act like one. He pushed off the ground, using a little Ryatsu to increase the elasticity of the ground. When he had put himself out of attacking range, he clutched his side, getting blood all over his hands. He kneeled down, hoping to get some reprieve, but the other Hollow would have none of that. He threw a heavy punch that caught Naruto's mask. Amazingly, the white material wasn't even dented from the assault, but the same couldn't be said for its wearer. The fox Hollow flew back what must have been 50 feet, his tail waving wildly in the air as he flew. The Ajuchas used a primitive form of Sonido to appear at the Hollow before he hit the ground. He grabbed Naruto, and clutched the smaller Hollow, squeezing him and bringing him closer. This forced Naruto to be face-to-face with the Ajucha's mask, which was grinning deviously at him. No way, he's at such a high level, thought Naruto weakly as he was suffocated by the Hollow's hot, putrid breath. The Ajucha's spiked forearms were digging into his skin and was making the experience all the worse. When you're this weak, there's no way that Las Noches would let you into their army. I'd give up on that dream of destroying the Shinigami, and simply resign yourself to becoming my food. Though their little skirmish was over, the Ajuchas continued to enjoy taunting Naruto. It had barely lasted 30 seconds. Give up, give up, give up? Those were the words that ran through Naruto's mind, and the only words that he actually registered from the Ajuchas. He had heard those words many times throughout his life, and had heard them far more than he would have liked to. The two despicable words that he loathed being told. Give up? His lip curled, and cruel teeth poked into view underneath his mask. He defiantly glared at the Ajuchas pinning him down, just as tenacious as he has always been. His eyes slanted in a glare, and his face was gaunt. There also seemed to be a rise in temperature, as if Naruto's fiery rage was almost palpable. This bastard was crushing his ambition underneath its red fist, ripping it apart, and then burying it underneath the sand the Hueco Mundo. All because he believed the fox too weak to be able to accomplish it. Naruto wasn't prepared to let that go freely. Don't ever tell me to give up, he shrieked, beginning to pry himself free from the Ajucha's grasp, as if he were overcome with a burst of strength. He shifted a little more, and pushed on the Ajucha's arms. The Ajuchas seemed to gawk in amusement as he watched Naruto resist, but when he felt Naruto begin to push harder and harder, his smirk turned into a frown. He was stunned that this puny little Hollow was overwhelming him. In response, he tightened his grip on Naruto. Said Hollow gave a weird cross between a moan and a roar, and put even more force on the leader's arms. Veins were bulging on both adversaries as they struggled for dominance. Neither one would give up, though the Ajuchas felt that it would be hopeless very soon. Such thoughts were not present in Naruto's mind, and the Hollow's rage and strength only increased as time passed. What? Yelled the Ajuchas as his arms finally yielded to the younger Hollow. Naruto hovered in the air for just a split second, though it felt like an eternity for the two of them. He took advantage of the situation, and brutally brought down his sharp claws right on the Ajucha's mask. The red Ajuchas howled in pain, 3 claw marks present on the right side of his mask from where he was struck. A large chunk of mask was missing from the right side of his mouth, letting Naruto get a slight glimpse of his bare face. Naruto collapsed onto the ground, finally feeling the grievous injury in his side. He was breathing heavily, and his adrenaline-filled rage was now all but forgotten. The wound was getting to him, and he didn't know how long he could keep this up. The Ajuchas clutched his wounded face, all the while flailing his fists around randomly. He peered through his finger and noticed a white chunk of material on the ground in front of him. Intrigued, he bent over and picked it up, studying it closely while rolling the piece of bone mask around in his hand. And then, he paled. Naruto had just rolled over on his side when he heard a loud, drawn-out yell emanate from across the clearing. He jolted upright, and winced when his side wound began to protest. There was the Ajuchas, looking at his hands in horrified disbelief, standing some distance away from him. The white piece of mask fell to the ground, and Naruto felt the tension rise ever higher when it emitted a clattering noise. The Ajuchas turned to look at him afterwards, and Naruto felt himself freeze. Upon the Ajucha's face was the coldest, most evil look of pure rage and hatred that he had ever seen in his life. No human could ever reproduce that look. He stared in shock at the missing chunk from the Ajucha's mask. Once he cleared his petrification, he tilted his head to the side in confusion, not understanding what the Ajuchas was getting so worked up over. The Ajuchas was at him in an instant, his speed increasing dramatically. He mercilessly kicked Naruto away, sending him skidding along the ground. The friction from the force of the blow caused the sharp, jagged rocks to cut through Naruto's thick skin, making it raw and bleeding. The Ajuchas gave Naruto no time to recover, and was once again at Naruto's side. He placed a heavy punch straight into Naruto's gut. The smaller hollow coughed up a waterfall of blood, flying to the side again, before the Ajuchas flashed behind him and picked him up by the fur. The Ajuchas leaned his face even closer, eyes boring into Naruto. Naruto tried some feeble attempts to get away, but unsurprisingly, the bigger hollow refused to budge. Naruto's tormentor walked over to the nearest quartz tree, Naruto in tow. He held the fox hollow at arm's length for a moment, before brutally slamming his opponent straight into the quartz. It was in a manner reminiscent of Ishido's torment, but this time the Ajuchas ground Naruto against the rock, causing even more serious injuries to the wounded hollow. One of Naruto's more serious wounds caught on a jutted-out piece of quartz. Amazingly enough, Naruto hung suspended on it, his layer of open flesh and sinew painfully keeping him up. The battered hollow attempted to look away, but his face was grasped by the Ajuchas, forcing Naruto to look at him. His eyes were almost swollen shut, but he could still see that the Ajuchas' cold fury had not dissipated in the slightest. "Look at me," he said simply, as he forced Naruto's eyes onto his partially broken mask. The pure venom behind the voice was staggering. Would he be capable of that much hate as an Ajuchas? "Do you see what you have done? Your little rampage broke my mask. You should very well know what happens when an Ajuchas has his mask broken." The Ajuchas' cold rage was morphing, becoming a purely angry rage similar to Naruto's. He thrust Naruto against the tree again, still not satisfied. "I can never evolve into a Vastolord. You have permanently stunted my evolution by keeping me as an Ajuchas forever," the now permanent Ajuchas exclaimed. He dropped Naruto, allowing the hollow to crumple pitifully at his feet. He gave one final well-placed kick to Naruto, before turning away from him. "I'm going to kill you now, you understand? This game has gone on far enough, and your very existence is insulting to me," stated the Ajuchas, more to himself than to Naruto. The Ajuchas turned back around when he heard a grunt from Naruto. Naruto's skin was no longer capable of holding him aloft. The small bit of flesh ripped itself from Naruto's body, in order to continue hanging on the quartz. Naruto fell to the ground, lying at the Ajuchas' feet. He desperately attempted to get up, but his body was not responding to his tries. The Ajuchas noticed that Naruto was completely at his mercy, and despite his condition, tried to smile. It came out as more of a sneer instead. "Die," he hissed loudly, as he bent down in order to begin eating the hollow. Just as the angry hollow was about to end it, a strange rumble shook the area, causing the Ajuchas to look around in confusion. Little pebbles were convulsing back and forth, making the scene look almost like a natural sequence. Naruto managed to smile despite his injuries. It worked, he thought in amazement as the rumbling became more pronounced. And then, almost ominously, it stopped. Only the shrill cry of a distant hollow rang through the landscape, and Naruto and the Ajuchas stood mystified at what happened. From the darkness spewed hundreds of normal hollows, coming forth into the clearing like a swarm of brutal insects. Howls, roars, and other animalistic cries shook the trees, and agile hollows leaped from the tops of trees in mass number, eager to join the rest of the hollows. The present horde moved closer to the hive, more hollows becoming visible as space was made free. The Ajuchas leader looked around in terror as he saw hollows in all directions getting closer, rapidly blotting out any visible ground or escape routes. He was so immersed in the situation at hand that he didn't notice Naruto limp away. The hollows were unyielding in their destructive trek, and the Ajuchas found out that he was running out of luck, and fast. He gutted the first hollow, before barely dodging a strike from another one. Using his superior speed, he rushed through a line of hollows, killing dozens while taking dozens of injuries. Fortunately for him, his thick skin held out for him, and he was left with fairly minor wounds. But he was getting overwhelmed. Two hollows crouched below and bit into his legs, causing the Ajuchas to buckle and kneel to the oppressive force. Nearby hollows started frothing at the mouth at the prospect of such a large meal, and a huge mass of hollows converged from the horde, becoming a crowded circle of hungry hollows and one unfortunate ajuchas. There came a tortured scream from the center of the mass of flesh, and red limbs and organs flew everywhere. An explosion of blood erupted from the center, spraying everything a good 5 feet away from it. The hollows folded back in line, almost like a swarm of ants. The non-eating hollows paid them no mind, and simply continued on. The hollows at the front lines worked their ways into the holes of the hive, one after the other. After many hollows brazenly entered the hive, screams could be heard coming from inside. Sounds of ripping flesh dissipated as the other ajuchas emerged from the hive, looking worse for wear but otherwise able of beating their opponents. But there was nowhere for them to go, except for the sea of hollows before them. The normal hollows were at their heels, putting all of them in a pinch. A few excess hollows coming from the rear began nipping at their heels, which caused all the ajuchas to inadvertently fall one by one to their deaths. The hollows below wasted no time in getting to their food, each one eager to get their own shot. Even their hollow allies coming from the hive were not spared, and were ripped apart and eaten as well. When the last ajuchas fell to his death, all was silent. However, nearly 1 minute later, a rustling noise occurred as another figure wormed his way out of the hive. From the cavern came the last surviving ajuchas. It was a small ajuchas, around the same size as Naruto and with brown skin. He vaguely resembled an upright insect, with the corresponding antennae, thorax, and abdomen. But the body was too warped for it to be actually considered one. It had a single tail underneath, made of large, round segments. On the end of the tail there was a rather nasty-looking stinger, made of a jade-green crystalline substance. His mask was also insectoid, with the deep, sunken eyes and lack of other facial features. The stinger gave off a green glow, but it wasn't the only luminescent thing. The hollow's antenna also glowed, and so did the large area of crystalline substance that it had all around its torso. There were splotches of blood all over his body, but he was completely unharmed. It was almost unnatural to view. One by one, the surrounding hollows edged closer to the ajuchas. There was a far-away look in their eyes, almost like the luminescence was luring them. After he had escaped, Naruto took to the treetops again, which was naturally the route that had barely any hollows in it. Sure, he came across 1 or 2 hostile ones, but they were nothing he couldn't handle, even seriously injured. As he forced himself onto an outlying branch, he began to ponder his approach. He had been lucky, he realized that now. He had hoped to lure some hollows into the darkness as a failsafe, but what had produced that big of a horde? He didn't dwell on it though. What's done is done, and if he stayed around for too long they would likely catch up to him. After around 2 hours of climbing, he once again reached his cave. This time, he had gotten there with much more than minimal trouble. He squeezed into the crevice of the cave, contorting his body in order to fit. It wasn't a very long tunnel, and within seconds he reached a much larger area. It was about 30 feet in diameter, enough of a suitable living space for the young hollow. There were various rock shelves along the walls, almost making it seem like a kind of barracks. A few rare scattered plants were situated along them. Naruto lied himself down on one of the shelves, glad to be back in his cave and away from danger. The area was unknown and treacherous to reach, and it was only by pure luck that he had found this little gem. Because of the isolation, he could take time to heal his wounds before starting to search for Las Noches. Hollows didn't have to sleep at all. They could, but they didn't need to in order to survive. It was advantageous for them to say the least, as they didn't have to worry about getting killed in their sleep. Naruto adopted a quiet, pensive mood that was rare for him as he lied awake on the rock shelf. He thought about the exit to the surface, which the ajuchas had told him about. The ajuchas, he thought about them as well. They were so powerful. If he became one of them, surely he would be able to match the Shinigami. He was almost giddy at the thought. But luck was not on his side, as he didn't even know how hollows could become ajuchas. Over a month of eating hollows in this place had yielded no knowledge from any of the hollows. He did, however, know how to become a Gillian, but that alternative wasn't exactly alluring. The cave was lonely, but unlike his human self, he didn't mind the solitude. He had gotten used to it in his month as a plus, and although he wished for companions, he knew it was nothing but wishful thinking in this world. What really mattered now was food, revenge, and more food. He decided to continue on with his plan to go to Las Noches. It was reckless, but since when was he one to care about risk? They probably had a mountain of ajuchas there, and maybe then he could learn how to become one. But, what if they were unwilling to help him? He wasn't fool enough to believe the leader would just launch an assault on Soul Society just for his sake. But, he should at least be able to enlist in their ranks and gain some power, right? Naruto roared, all these uncertainties were giving him a headache. What the hell happened to his deal with it when it comes attitude that had gotten him so far? He was Naruto Uzumaki, damn it. He didn't just sit around and think about uncertainties. He dove into action. Naruto rose to his suddenly, determined to reach Las Noches. But a spasm of pain shot through him as his wound reacted, and he grudgingly lied back down. He would go in a few days, once his damned wounds healed. This must be it, thought Naruto, as it looked at the tunnel. True to the Ajucha's words, it was indeed located on a high cliff. He had taken the auxiliary route here this time, wanting to avoid the abyss. He was now standing on a big ledge that was outside of the exit. He walked into it, taking note of the surrounding darkness. Around 5 feet into the tunnel, the path becomes slanted, and he would have to climb his way up. He was about to step on a foothold when a voice halted him. Wait! Naruto turned around at an amazing speed, trying to locate the owner of that voice. His eyes widened when he noticed a familiar hollow standing behind him, about 20 to 30 regular hollow right behind him. Naruto racked his brain, and his mind settled in on his memory of the Ajucha's hive. The fox's eyes widened. You're... He trailed off as he remembered the bioluminescent Ajuchas that the others were all huddled around. He snarled and put himself on guard, in every way prepared for a fight. But the bioluminescent Ajuchas calmly raised a pincer, which seriously confused Naruto. I am not here to fight you, young hollow. Rather, we are here to talk to you, explained the hollow. His voice was quiet and wispy, and seemed to release a calming aura. It reminded Naruto of Shino for a moment, until he noticed the underlying sorrow and emotion that was hidden. Whatever the case, this being did not have the personality of the average hollow. Naruto didn't drop his guard, though. You learn to do that very quickly when living in Hueco Mundo. For all he knew, this hollow might just be leading him into a false sense of security. Why should I trust you? Asked Naruto. Nothing changed on the face of the other hollow, almost as if he were expecting this type of reaction. In case you haven't forgotten, you're one of the Ajuchas who was in that group. Yes, said the Ajuchas patiently. But that doesn't mean that I was a part of that group willingly, it finished, finally letting some readable emotion onto its mask. What do you mean? Asked Naruto, curious but at the same time suspicious. Rather than tell you, I'll show you what I mean, he said. At the same time he did, the crystalline substance on his body grew brighter, and the 20 or so hollows behind moved closer, staring at the crystals in even more of a daze. Even Naruto himself felt somewhat compelled to stare. My body acts as a lure for mindless and near-mindless hollows. Every hollow that sees the green light would be put into a daze of sorts, and from then on can do nothing but stare at the light, he explained, as Naruto shielded his eyes from the bright light. You could say that this ability would be coveted in Hueco Mundo, he said, and Naruto was surprised to hear a slight bitterness that he hadn't noticed before. So you were basically a slave to the other Ajuchas? Asked Naruto rhetorically. He still couldn't figure just what it wanted with him though. Yes, and truth be told, I wasn't the only one under the oppression of the Ajuchas, he said, all traces of bitterness gone from his voice. The Ajuchas slouched suddenly, and glanced at the hollows behind him with a look of regret. This entire sector of Hueco Mundo was under the rule of those Ajuchas, and they could not stop. Sometimes they would sneak out of their hive, and begin feasting on normal hollows. Hundreds at a time fell to their hunger. It's safe to say that almost everyone here would be happy to see them gone. What does that have to do me? Asked Naruto, tired of the other hollow beating around the bush. The Firefly hollow straightened himself, now talking in a stronger voice. Simply put, your bravado of entering the forbidden area raised the morale of the hollow. They saw your action as an attempt to overthrow the Ajuchas and claim the hive. But a few rebellious hollow shouldn't be enough to cause that big of a horde. The Ajuchas nodded. This is true. But I knew of the hollows' feelings and used my lure to add some more hollows into the mix. Remember, even if they're mindless, the hollows can still tell when they like something or not. The hollows behind him began to stir, as if they were agreeing with their leader's statement. The reason we followed you is that, he trailed off, almost seeming embarrassed by his own words. We want to accompany you to Las Noches. Silence. Nobody said anything for likely the next minute. Naruto blinked at the sudden request, slightly taken aback by it. But he was the only one. The hollows in front of him seemed to have resolved themselves into following him. Why? The insect raised his pincers. Similar to you, I have a personal vendetta that I wish to settle. And joining Las Noches is the perfect chance for me. The hollows behind me have no real purpose, and are simply lured in by my abilities. But they would make a fine escort and a fine addition to the armies of Las Noches. Naruto shook his head. No, I mean why would you want to follow me? You're an Ajuchas and are a lot stronger than I am. The bug smiled, though Naruto couldn't see it. It's rare for someone else to share the same sentiments as yourself in the underground. And call it a hunch, but I can sense some massive potential in you. You're a hollow that is going to do a lot of good for our race. I know it. I don't want to waste such an opportunity. Naruto said nothing, but the slightly raised breathing was indication that the other hollow's words had an effect on him. So what do you say? Partners. The Ajuchas held out one of his sharp pincers, clearly wanting to initiate a deal. Naruto stared at the chela for a moment, before looking at its owner. He panned back and forth between them, his black orbs showing indecisiveness, stress, and even a bit of nervousness. The fox hollow slowly raised his paw, before enclosing around the pincer. He tightened his grip, invariably digging his claws into the other hollow's skin. Partners. The Ajuchas seemed to lighten up in glee as he shook the claw enthusiastically. He took the pincer away from the fox hollow and pointed at himself. My name's Furos. Naruto Uzumaki, said Naruto, a weak smile on his face. Baragan Luzenbairn was bored. Very bored. He ruled over Las Noches, he had no enemies to fight for the time being, and his army was incredibly strong. So it's only natural that there would be nothing to do, except stare off into space and be bored. His personal guard was kneeling in two perfect lines in front of his throne. He scoffed. The bunglers. Their instincts were getting weak, no doubt the result of being away from battle for so long. Maybe he should just split his army into two and have them fight each other. That would learn them. He quickly shot down that idea. He might be arrogant, but he didn't rule all of Hueco Mundo, and there were still enemies that are a threat to him. The skeleton Vasto Lord yet again rejected his servant's tea, not wanting any of it. What he did want was to fight. To experience the thrill of battle, to spill blood all over the sands of Hueco Mundo, and to rot some poor soul with his respira. But, who was he kidding? He had been cooped up in the palace for far too long, so going out to battle was nothing short of an impossibility. Hell, he had even run out of hollows to put in his arena, where he and his subjects could watch them slaughter each other. If that would happen, he could actually not be bored for a change. But no, the cells were now running empty, and he couldn't locate any more hollows in the area. The old king sighed again. He just wished that something would happen. Chapter 5, Apaciguando Adios. The wind skirted through the giant sand dunes of Hueco Mundo, lifting up the pure white sand in an unusually gentle rhythmic movement. The disturbed sand flitted over to a tiny cave entrance that made a minuscule speck on the landscape. Within its depths, a lonely mammalian snout poked its way from beyond the entrance of the cave. It moved its way farther out into the open, the rest of the face becoming visible in the moonlight. Bloodshot eyes, paranoid eyes they were. They frantically moved to and fro across the landscape, taking in all of their surroundings. They even looked to the rear, clearly not completely trusting their new companions yet. Furos was at the head of the new group, his pensive expression unchanged. Behind him were the other hollows, their masks showing many different expressions, ranging from broad, toothy grins to closed-mouth frowns. He vaguely wondered whether or not they were capable of feeling the emotions that were plastered on their masks. Naruto noticed that they hadn't said a word, or couldn't say a word. They distinctly reminded him of the ANBU. Silent warriors who lived to mindlessly serve their corrupt master, who often doubled as cannon fodder. Cannon fodder who are likely reaping the benefits of Kyuubi, no doubt he thought scornfully, as images of a red-cloaked shinobi entered his mind. It made his blood boil. Those rat bastards in Konoha would pay the price, dearly. But, not now. Not with the damned Shinigami showing their faces there all the time. Konoha would just continue on living its life, romanticizing the exploits of the ninja and preaching their superficial will of fire bullshit. Never mind that they're receiving help from the beyond. Naruto paused for a moment, not daring to believe that he was actually one of them once. Only after becoming a hollow did he realize how much was needed to be sacrificed in order to maintain their reputation. So, Las Noches should come into view about 10 miles east of here, is that right? Asked Furos, relaying the information to the group. Naruto half-watched him as he rallied the hollows together, the luminescence brightening and dimming to match the purpose of the brainwashing. Yeah, if that Ajucha's leader can be trusted, said Naruto. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about that. That claim that he was only distantly connected with Las Noches is false. He only said that to keep face around here. The truth of the matter is that he originally belonged to Las Noches, in its army to be exact, said Furos. He was? Then what was he doing down in the Menos Forest? Asked Naruto, his mask conveying a look of astonishment. Furos smiled at him. I don't know the full details, as he was unlikely to share any personal information, but I do know this. There was an event that traumatized him during his time in Las Noches. You see, its king, Baragan Luzenbairn, has some pretty nasty habits. Falling out of his favor can have some drastic consequences. Anyway, there came a point in time where he was expelled from the palace of Las Noches. The reasons for that are unclear, but I have an odd hunch that it was a mission failure that caused it, but what's really clear is that King Baragan had tried to execute him in some way, but failed. After the incident at Las Noches, he wandered around the surface for a while, before he fell into the Menos Forest through the same manner in which all hollows do. Obviously the weak hollows that exist in the Menos Forest were no match for an Ajuchas. He bit and tore his way through the Menos Forest, until he came across the same hive you found just days ago. He met the previous leader of the sector, to whom he challenged in a battle for supremacy. But, the previous leader was no match for the superior combat training of Las Noches, and within minutes he was slaughtered and replaced as leader. Naruto's ears twitched, only hearing the words superior combat training and Las Noches. He sped over to Furos and grabbed the larger hollow's shoulders, shaking them frantically. "Is it true? You can really become that much stronger by joining Las Noches?" he asked. "Oh yes, the training you get there is top of the line for hollows," said Furos, surprised by Naruto's change in aggression, as it was the first time he had seen this behavior. He used his segmented tail to gently pry Naruto off of him, before walking ahead of the younger hollow. "That's why we're going there, right?" asked Furos rhetorically, as he began to trek off into Hueco Mundo. The other hollows followed obediently. "To gain power?" His voice sounded particularly far away. Naruto hid a look of excitement and determination, before falling into line with the others as they began to walk in the direction of Las Noches. They didn't look back. From the darkness of the cave the party had just left, two disturbingly black, slanted eyes watched the group walk through Hueco Mundo, the gaze focusing particularly on Naruto. The eyes disappeared for a moment, before their owner slinked out of the cave. It was a black-cloaked, slightly hunched figure about 7 feet in height. Most of its face was obscured by the hood that it wore. Its head inclined down to the footprints the group had made, before turning to look in their direction almost sinisterly. It laughed suddenly, the pitches and tones changing abruptly, making it sound disturbing. At one moment, it would be cool and calm, and the next it would be high-pitched and distorted. "Looks like I can get that hollow to be my dash." Its voice sounded calm and smooth at first, before it changed to a bizarre mix between a hiss and a buzz. "Successor," it finished as it ended its episode, acting as if nothing had ever happened. "All he needs is a push in the right direction," it said cryptically. It was strange. Naruto would say that he actually enjoyed his time with Furos. They would talk regularly, sharing stories of both their human and hollow lives, arguing about what type of hollows are best to eat, and so on. Furos didn't seem to be too keen on the whole food thing, but even he couldn't deny his hollow urges at times. With his time in the group, Naruto would laugh regularly, as even the other hollows started to come out of their shell, doing showy tricks around the campfire that generally amused everyone present. Due to Furos' control, not even a single fight broke out between the hollows, and hunger was not a problem, since they ran into several hollows during their trips. Naruto had truly gained companionship, and dare he say it, friends. Actual friends that didn't fill him with hatred or rage. In his mind, he wondered how long this would last. For the past few days, the small group had walked quite a ways, and with an Ajuchas there, any unlucky hollow that crossed their path was a sitting duck for them. Las Noches came into view after only a day, but the hollows realized that their journey was still far from complete. It had now been a week since they left the forest, and they had still only reached the most distant outposts of Las Noches. The ones that were so far removed that they shouldn't even be considered a part of Las Noches. Naruto was about to walk the direct path to Las Noches, before Furos stopped him. "We're going to go around these outposts and take the indirect path to Las Noches," he said. "What? Why?" said Naruto, annoyance creeping into his voice. If there was anything that annoyed him about Furos, it was his tendency to waste time with his longer, more complicated plans and routes. "What? Why?" said Naruto, annoyance creeping into his voice. If there was anything that annoyed him about Furos, it was his tendency to waste time with his longer, more complicated plans and routes. Furos looked at him. "Because there's bound to be sentries stationed along this path. Not to mention the giant sand hollow Lunaganga lives along this path. It's best to take a slightly longer path free of any danger," said Furos a little forcefully. Fine," said Naruto exasperatedly. This wasn't the first time Furos had irritated him. Generally, the Ajuchas tended to play on the safe side, taking his time and thinking things through first. Naruto, on the other hand, recklessly clung on the dangerous side of life, being brutally decisive and preferring not to waste time. Furos had already begun walking, the other hollows giving him a wide berth as he passed. He was walking up a fairly small hill to the left of Naruto, when a blurry, silver streak flashed horizontally along the bug hollow's torso. It was long and narrow, and for a split second nobody could tell what it was. That is, until it propelled Furos off of the hill back into the narrow depression where Naruto stood. At the top of the hill stood an Ajuchas, larger than Furos, with long, gangly limbs and a bird-like face. There was a small tattoo on its torso, appearing to be some sort of realistic human skull. It held a stoic expression on its beaky face, showing off a very professional, non-personal demeanor. "Halt!" it cried, its authoritative voice and stature bearing a striking resemblance to a medieval guard. "If you're going in that direction you must only be headed for the palace of Las Noches. Nobody is allowed in there without King Baragan's consent," said the bird in a monotone voice. A sentry, thought Furos. This isn't good. If we've met a sentry out this far, who knows how many more might be on the road ahead. "Who are you to tell me what?" started Naruto, before Furos pulled him away from the sentry and over to the side. "What are you doing? You can't challenge someone from Las Noches." "There might be others around to back him up," whispered Furos in a terse voice, pulling the Fox Hollow's head closer to his own. "See all those small buildings along the path," he said, panning Naruto's head around the land. "Those are outposts for guys like him. Some are abandoned, but any one of them could have more sentries." "Well, what do you suggest we do?" asked Naruto angrily. "In case you haven't noticed, this guy's not exactly keen on letting us in." "I've got a plan on this," hissed Furos. "Just look at him." Both Hollows turned around to see that the sentry had turned his attention away from them and onto a small lizard that was burrowing its way up. The sentry kept on attempting to hit it with his wiry limbs. Naruto and Furos turned away from it, a mutual understanding present on each of their faces. "He doesn't exactly seem like the smartest Hollow in the world. We just may be able to sucker our way into Las Noches," said Furos. Understanding lit itself on Naruto's face, as he squeezed past the Fox Hollow over to the sentry. "Just follow my lead," he whispered to Naruto at the last moment. Furos picked up a handful of sand, gesturing for Naruto to do the same. He then threw the sand all over himself, making himself look dirtier and more raggedy. Naruto did the same, and somehow even the other Hollows had registered that they needed to throw sand all over themselves as well. "Oh, hhhhhhhh, moaned Furos pitifully, turning the guard's attention back to the ragtag group. He saw the big Ajuchas in the center lie down on the ground, and pretty soon the Fox Hollow behind awkwardly joined him, and soon after there were more than 20 Hollows lying in the sand. The guard was seriously perplexed by this behavior, before he remembering that he was addressing these Hollows before. "Oh yeah, as I was saying, no intruders allowed in Las Noches," he said forcefully. "But please, you must let us in to see Baragan-sama," said Furos quietly, subtly increasing the intensity of his light before moaning again. Naruto, despite his humiliation, moaned along with him. "Quiet. Why should I, the great Rixolo, take you pathetic weaklings to see his majesty?" he shouted, poising his limb to strike Furos. Somehow the limb looked like it had gotten a lot sharper. But "Shut up. Shut up or I'll kill you," Rixolo said coldly, its sharpened limb now touching the cheek of Furos' mask. It was clear that Rixolo was not going to take pity. "Damn, looks like my powers aren't even going to slightly work in this case. Guess I'll have to try," thought Furos as he lowered himself even more. "But you're Rixolo, the greatest and strongest sentry to ever grace Las Noches. Surely you wouldn't kill your greatest fans, would you?" Naruto gagged. Furos' voice had turned so sugar-coated, so patronizing that it was disgusting. How Furos could stand to lower himself that much was beyond him. What was even worse was that the tone of his voice said that he would kill Rixolo the first chance he got. But Rixolo fell for the comment's hook, line, and sinker. The stupid Hollow puffed out its chest, looking ridiculous but at the same time so proud of himself. "I have fans," he asked. "I know my military exploits were great, but I didn't realize that backwater hicks like yourselves would have ever heard of me." Furos kept up the act. "Oh yes, great Rixolo. In fact, the only reason we're here is because we wish to follow in your footsteps. Of course, none of us here believe that we could ever become anywhere near your greatness, but still we wish to try to achieve your level of greatness." Rixolo stroked his chin. "I like the sound of that. More sentries would mean more leisure time for me." The bird turned to look at the kneeling Hollows, all of whom were silent now. "I wonder if Baragan-sama would let it slide just this once?" Done with thinking, he pointed at the group. "Very well, then. I will take you to see His Majesty. However, you must show the utmost respect to him and to me. Is that clear?" Everyone nodded obediently. Rixolo smirked. "Good, we should go then." Despite being under Rixolo's protection, the trip to Las Noches still took several hours. And Rixolo had a special tendency to pick on Naruto the most, so the Hollow in question felt his pride deflate more and more every time Rixolo would so much as look at him. Naruto of course wanted nothing more than to attack him, or insult him, but a dirty glare from Furos kept him in line. It was then that Naruto realized just what a foolish thing pride was. Pride was such a useless thing in Hueco Mundo, because there was none. There was no honor either, and hollows here did everything they could to win. That itself was the epitome of honor in their society. "We're here," said Rixolo, stopping so suddenly that Naruto almost bumped into him. They were standing in front of an enormous, jade-green wall, reaching up hundreds of feet. Naruto could see nothing over the top of the wall except for 4 large pillars that would vaguely remind one of Muslim minarets. There was a staircase next to them, reaching up into the sky with hundreds, if not thousands of steps that seemed to lead to nowhere. Rixolo was already ascending them. "You won't get anywhere just standing at the base of the palace," he said, smirking languidly at them. Naruto was stunned. The base, he thought incredulously. True to the guard's word, the wall was actually just the base of the palace, with the inhabitable area suspended hundreds of feet off the ground. Apparently, Baragan had an extreme taste for size, as the vastness of the entire structure increased as the travelers entered the main area. For starters, there were no floors and only low walls, but some areas were higher than others, making full vision of the place impossible. Rixolo had taken them to a spot in close proximity to Baragan's throne room, so the king himself was visible from their position. Naruto's breath hitched. Here was his only chance to impress the king of Hueco Mundo with his drive and determination. He had better not screw it up. Speaking of Baragan, he had noticed the group as soon as they reached Las Noches, their Ryatsu being a clear indicator. He was now watching them out of his empty eye sockets, particularly focusing in on Rixolo. The group of hollows walked through the wide space that led to Baragan's throne room. Rixolo took the same position as the 24 hollow flanking the group, motioning everyone else to do the same. The entire group looked slightly nervous being in the presence of the king of Las Noches, as if a god was in front of them judging their lives and their futures. Baragan seemed pleased, and spread his arms out in a welcoming fashion. "Ah, Rixolo, back so soon? I thought I scheduled you on guard duty for the next week." Rixolo looked slightly nervous as he addressed his lord. "Yes, my liege, you did. But I found this group of hollows along the path claiming that they wish to join the army of Las Noches. I believe you will find them quite fascinating, Baragan-sama. It's not like you would disagree with me, anyway. A group that I would be interested in, eh? Good work, Rixolo. This is just the cure for the boredom that I've been enduring," said Baragan, rising to his feet. Rixolo beamed at the praise. "In fact," Baragan continued, "you've done such a good job that you need to be rewarded. Come up to the foot of my throne and I will grant you your reward." Rixolo looked like he couldn't believe his ears. He murmured something giddily, before scrambling to his feet and sprinting up the side staircase to the foot of the throne. "Turn around," Baragan commanded, and Rixolo did so gladly, closing his eyes dreamily. He thought he was going to get a promotion. "Now dash," Baragan said as he reached into his robe, and squelch. In a speed that no one there could register, Baragan whipped out a huge battle-axe, and proceeded to lop Rixolo's head off with a clean-cut unfitting of that type of weapon. Blood shot out of the Rixolo's neck, drenching both Baragan and his axe in red. The bell above him rang, and Rixolo's headless body fell to the ground, while the head bounced onto the ground below, still wearing the happy, dreamy expression it had when alive. Nobody made a sound. The flanking hollows didn't budge, and only Naruto looked disgruntled. Not because Rixolo had been brutally murdered, but because he felt that his chances for being accepted into Las Noches had been destroyed. Baragan sat back down, kicking the headless body below to be swiftly devoured. "Stupid ant. Coming back here just because of a few hollows. I don't have any use for someone who won't follow my orders, but I suppose this is a temporary cure to boredom," he mused. "Welcome to my palace of Las Noches. I trust that the claim Rixolo said about you was true." Naruto took the liberty of speaking up for the group. "Yes, King Baragan-sama. Be it for a grudge, hope, or just a whim, every one of us here wishes to join your army and be full-fledged members of Las Noches." The Fox Hollow felt it was one of those rare times where he shouldn't piss off the one he was talking to, so his voice was respectful, yet filled with strength and confidence. There was some hushed whispering coming from the hollows on the side, and Naruto felt his already reduced confidence waning. Baragan relaxed his head on his head. Interesting, it seems that you're dead set on this." "Yes, your highness. We all wish for power to change life for everyone here, and you, your majesty, are the only one capable of giving that to us." Furos continued on from where Naruto left off, only including his own dreams but not Naruto's. "You can get rid of our oppressors, the Soul Society, and rise to become the ruler of them as well. The entire world is open to you if I can change Hueco Mundo." Baragan listened in stony silence as the Insectajuches continued to speak. "Will you give us power?" he asked, his voice adopting a gentle pleading tone. The entire room went silent for a minute, the tension and stress rising to stifling limits. But then a chuckle broke the silence. It started out soft, before rising in volume and intensity. Pretty soon, it was full-blown laughter. Baragan was laughing at them. Naruto and Furos looked at each other and stood there with a dumbfounded look on their face as the king laughed. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. You ants. You ants, the king screeched, using the very same words he would repeat in years to come. Look around you. What do I need an increase in the size of my army for? What do I need a change for? I rule over all of Hueco Mundo. I am a god, he yelled as he continued his hysterical laughter. The bell had rang several times, and Baragan looked very intimidating standing there with his black, blood-stained cloak. Baragan settled down a bit. Listen. This army has defeated kingdoms that would make you quiver in fear. The greatest ajuches from all over Hueco Mundo come to join my army. We have defeated numerous settlements and taken loads of territory. Everyone who stands in our way is crushed. Baragan took a pause in his rambling. What do we need you for? He said, pointing his axe at all of them. Furos looked like he had his spirit crushed, while Naruto was grinding his teeth in anger. What the hell do you know, ya old jackass? You're just an ancient hollow too self-absorbed in his own success to notice how the rest of the world, he yelled back, baring his teeth menacingly at Baragan. Everyone stood stock still, frozen in shock at this blatant insult to the greatest lord of Hueco Mundo. Furos' masked jaw dropped, and the ajuches in Baragan's army started shaking in fear of their master's wrath. But to their surprise, Baragan actually began to chuckle. Oh ho, we've got a feisty one here, eh? How refreshing. It seems like I may have a use for you, after all. Baragan clapped his hands. Guards, take them to the holding cells on the other side of the palace. His face darkened, the skull's eyes being shadowed. I've got a very special purpose for you. The hollows on the side of group seemed only to respond to their king's clapping, and almost immediately, they had formed a tight barrier blocking any exit except for the main one. But that too was flooded by a plethora of guards. The Las Noches insignias were tattooed all over their bodies, just in the way Rixolo's was. One seized Naruto by the arm, which prompted him to attempt to bite it. He was thumped heavily on the head for his trouble though, and was quickly overpowered. Amidst his struggling, he witnessed Furos get overpowered as well, and the weak hollows temporarily gain their free will before being captured as well. And so they were forcibly carried away. Naruto being incredibly violent, Furos holding a look of detached disapproval, and Baragan once again looking bored as ever. The only difference this time is that he actually had some way to pass the time. Well, it turned out that Las Noches was actually the size of a small country. There was a sandy expanse within the interior of Las Noches that had many curious oddities and illusions. There were small towns, housing quarters that looked like they served a very high-ranking officer, and an arena that looked remarkably similar to the Colosseum in Rome. Putting aside that this level of sophistication seems too high for the hollow species, the arena was the key area in this little predicament. It was placed in an area which would later become the battlefield between a human with Shinigami powers and a high-level Arrancar. But the arena itself was falling out of use due to Baragan's success. There were no more war prisoners to act as the combatants, and floors and seats were starting to get cracked, dirty, and dingy. It was the wish of Baragan, and indeed everyone in Las Noches, for the arena to host events once more. Several dozen hollows were stationed there to be the prime fighters in the arena. Of course, it was rigged so the Las Noches hollows were generally much stronger than their opponents. And here's where it begins. The holding cells were strategically positioned in close quarters to the arena, so war prisoners could look at the arena and think about what was to come. Some even drove themselves insane with their anxiety. Due to Las Noches' immense size, it took almost an entire day for the guards to reach these holding cells, and during the intervening time they remembered to treat their captives as badly as possible. Naruto and Furos were beaten a dozen times, and the guards even decided to indulge themselves in a couple of the weaker hollows. And despite their injuries, they were roughly thrown into old, dingy cells that were falling into decay. Naruto grunted as his back hit the wall of the cell, having been thrown in roughly by the guards. He rushed towards the door as soon as he could, causing him to bang his head on the bars as they shut. He flew back from the door, slamming into the wall as if the bars seemed to repel him for some reason. The guards laughed cruelly at his brazenness, and took time to taunt him by hitting him from the outside of the cage, with wiry limbs and whips. Naruto attempted to bite one of the guards' hands off, but that only succeeded in making them angry. The guards gave him a sound beating, before leaving him to wallow in his pathetic misery. Naruto glanced around, and noticed everyone else was in the same predicament as he was in. The cells were subpar. Numerous stone bricks had been removed, and what looked like green slime was oozing its way down the ceiling, floors, and walls. The wrought iron bars looked deceptively old and brittle, but they shone with an unnatural green glow. He walked up to them and slowly eased his paw through the bars, only to be halted by a translucent, free-flowing barrier that was glowing the same shade of green as the bars. His face adopted a look of pellucid anger, before he slashed at the barrier with his claws. The barrier only rippled, and remained intact regardless. What was it? Was it a primitive form of Kidou? Or just a Ryatsu trick put in place by Baragan? Whatever the case, it was blocking the way, and they needed to figure out how to get out of there. He tried to break the barrier for at least 5 minutes, before he vaguely heard Furumo's voice over the din. It's no use, Naruto. Furumo stressed the futility of the action from over the unintelligent noises of the other hollows. From the exasperation in his voice, it looked like Furumo's had indeed attempted to break it too, only for the barrier to repel him just like it did Naruto. Naruto roared, recklessly throwing himself at the barrier in a crazed fashion. For the next 12 hours, the entire vicinity would be filled with the haunting sounds of roars, shrieks, and sorrowful moans. Baragan had prolonged their stay in the holding cells immensely, and the group of hollows had remained in the holding cell for a total of 3 years. Hosting an event at the arena took months to prepare as it was, but the king also put off the event to make them suffer. He had time after all, being nigh immortal. The Vasto Lord felt extreme resentment every time he thought of hollows like that. Baragan himself started out like them, a self-righteous hollow who wished for nothing more than the betterment of their species. And the only way to do that was to ascend to the top. He evolved into a Vasto Lord and built his empire with his own 2 bony hands. But fulfilling his dream was much harder than he originally anticipated. He recruited many strong hollows into his forces, and for the first decade or so, everything seemed to be going great. Life for hollows had genuinely improved, and he had built a sort of utopia in this barren wasteland. But it was not to be perfect. His numerous aides and advisors grew power-hungry, and after many failed coups, several of them set up their own kingdoms in previously unexplored territory to the far east and north. Even his best friend and champion Valakav deserted him eventually, and Baragan had no idea where he was now. After Valakav's desertion, Baragan's rule began to deteriorate. He learned that everyone in his kingdom weren't the righteous beings he initially thought they were. He was no longer concerned with improving conditions in Hueco Mundo, believing that society as a whole would fall apart because hollows were such backstabbers. And when he looked at Naruto and company, all he saw were his failures. He saw himself in Furumo's, the idealistic rambler concerned with righteousness no matter how unattainable it may be. He also saw Valakav in Naruto, the impulsive, sadistic maniac, who despite all his shortcomings was actually pleasant to be around when you were on his side. But 3 years seemed to be enough for them, and now it was time to put them in the arena. The king stood up, his personal guard flanking him as he stepped off the throne. It's disturbing how much a mere 3 years can change someone. Being trapped in an old prison to stare at the place where you'll die gruesomely isn't something you'd want to do. Never mind, you don't know when you're going there. The anxiety build-up from that is pure psychological horror. Physically, they were all right. They were fed regularly, because the entertainment of the masses depended at their performance, and of course, they didn't need to sleep. Naruto had changed the least. He was still brash, angry, and impulsive, but was more prone to fits of pure insanity. He spent most of his time staring at the arena, not fearing the place but torn between anxiety about going there and a desire to go there and rip everything to shreds. Furumo's was gloomier and more bitter. His incarceration had caused him to lose some faith in the hollow species, and although he still wished for change, most of the time he was sulking moodily in the corner and not speaking to anyone. When Baragan entered the prison, Furumo's was doing his usual sulking in the corner and Naruto was going through a fit of insane rage, rampaging all over in his cell. The other hollows were silent. He called his guards to the front, having them silence Naruto so he could speak. Furumo's looked up barely, looking at Baragan through a half-lidded eye. The king struck a royal pose flamboyantly, almost like the others' hollows didn't deserve to be in his presence. "Hello, ants. I have graced you all with my presence today because..." He stopped suddenly mid-sentence, going up the front of Naruto's cell door. The fox focused his full attention on the king, glaring into Baragan's soulless eyes. "It is time for your big debut," he whispered. Chapter 6, El Estadio. The arena was probably the single biggest abomination the greatest Las Noches minds had created. It was over 2,000 feet wide and 500 feet high, more than 3 times the size of the Colosseum in Rome. Though unlike the Colosseum's cumuliform structure, the arena was amorphous, making it appear like something straight out of a dream. It was lopsided and off balance, with more material in certain areas, and it bended and twisted in an unnatural, goofy manner. Inside the arena, there were 639 spikes along the sides, 67 cages that housed hordes of hollows ready for battle, and 12 pitfall traps placed at various areas. Not to mention many other dastardly traps, hazards, and enemies. Naruto woke up in the center of the arena, having been knocked unconscious and chained to prevent a struggle. Looking around, he could see rows upon rows of stone seats, rising hundreds of feet above the playing field. And almost every available space was packed with giddy, excited-looking hollows. From guards to plebeians, from ajichas to normal, every spectating hollow in the place was able to form a bond of kinship with each other over the entertainment of the arena, no matter how different they may have seemed. Baragan of course stood at the apex of the arena, his lavish balcony setting him apart from the rest of the onlookers. He stood there with a look of regal contentment, appearing haughty yet happy about this turn of events. Naruto noted that Furos and the others had not come to yet, and that the entire arena was focused in on him. And not just the spectators, as within the many cages around the bottom were many bulbous, black eyes that were filled with bloodlust. Not all the cages were the same size, and some looked large enough to hold Gillian, which Naruto noted with unease. Before Naruto could contemplate what was behind the cages, a small, weak little hollow even smaller than Naruto had wobbled its way over to Naruto's position. Naruto watched it warily, not taking his eyes off it even as it stopped about 10 feet in front of him. It was so weak, but it had a smirk that was so arrogant, especially as it glared at Naruto. The hollow opened its mouth, and Naruto felt himself reel back. Its voice was so loud. As it talked, its mouth moved in a perfectly circle fashion, almost like it was a megaphone. Ladies and gentlemen, hollows and ajuchas, welcome to the 55th Las Noches arena performance. It started, its voice echoing to all corners of the arena. The crowd of hollows didn't cheer, but instead cackled evilly at the prospect. Naruto moved even farther away. The thing's voice sounded like a circus barker with a sinus infection, and the jeers of the crowd were of many frequencies, from soprano to bass, which mixed in a cacophony. Competing today in a spectacle of death and doom. The announcer continued. All the way from Sector 16 of the Menos Forest, are the Forest losers. The crowd snickered with barely repressed glee as the rest of the hollows competing started to come to, and Naruto felt himself scowling, offended at the term. The Forest losers have a roster of 33 normal hollows and 1 ajuchas, the announcer said, chuckling at the absurdly low number. The crowd jeered some more. And they were taken here to participate after a ridiculous request to join the Las Noches army? More laughter. Since they are so tremendously motivated for combat, it wouldn't hurt to introduce them to their first wave of opponents, he said as one of the cages opened automatically. When it was done creaking open, the shadows that Naruto witnessed behind the cage began to step out into the open. From within the cage emerged several hundred battle-ready hollows, each with the Las Noches insignia tattooed on their bodies. Naruto thankfully noted that there weren't any ajuchas or even Gillian in the group. He turned around and looked at his own group. They were painfully short in numbers. Their enemies spread out in a circle around the group, and a particularly large one sauntered up to Naruto, jeering at him. The rules are simple. It's a fight to the death between the two sides, meaning there are no rules. Sneaky, underhanded tactics are permitted, and so is the use of the pitfall traps. The other gates can be opened at any time, Forest losers, but I doubt there will really be the need for that, he said arrogantly. Naruto was getting angrier, but the rest of the group was too groggy to notice. And with King Baragan-sama's consent, as well as a quick prayer to his godliness, the match will begin. The announcer looked up towards his king, who nodded. The announcer bent down to pray, and the spectators and Las Noches competitors began to follow suit. We humbly thank our king and god, Baragan Luzenbarn-sama, because we are nothing without his gloriousness. He is the reason for our life, our existence, and our livelihood. We happily follow the path he walks and eliminate any enemies he might have. We recognize that we will be nowhere near his power, but continue to follow him because he is our God, our Savior, and our light. Amen. The Las Noches hollows said their prayer so synchronized that it may as well have been choreographed. Baragan looked pleased, but Naruto looked disgusted. It was pathetic how overly reliant they were on their king. First of all, the so-called prayer was more of an oath than anything, and the fact that Baragan fancies himself a god and makes his subjects recite a prayer makes him far too arrogant in Naruto's eyes. The announcer grinned. With the prayer completed, we can move on to the main event. The announcer raised his arm in the air, almost as if it were a flag. Begin. As soon as the announcer said that word, the entire arena became eerily silent. The noises of the crowd diminished to nothing, which left the two competing sides staring each other down blankly. Furos and the others were getting to their feet, but all eyes were still focused on Naruto, his fierce expression unwavering even in the face of overwhelming odds. Naruto's own black orbs were focused on the big hollow in the center, who was equally staring him down. It was a fluorescent orange-looking hollow, humanoid in shape. Its mask was a withdrawn oblong square, stretching upwards almost like a crown. Its forearms were covered in a darker orange armor, and there were spikes jutting out from its ribcage. It wore nothing other than a small loincloth that covered where its unmentionables would have been. "You will die for our god," it whispered so quietly that it might have been the wind. Naruto barely picked up on it, before the big hollow disappeared from his view. Naruto jolted upright, surprised at the sudden motion. The orange hollow reappeared in his vision while tackling him, scattering the two hollows away from the rest of the competitors. They landed in a heap about 20 feet away, the increased speed of the orange hollow throwing them that far. Naruto coughed up blood onto the other hollow's body, a result of his opponent's immense weight and the spikes that were currently digging into him. He clumsily seized one of the spikes with his front paw, using the momentum to pull out the spike from his body as well as to break the one he was holding. The body spike was brittle enough to snap, and Naruto was left with a piece of it in his hand. The hollow howled in pain, backing away from Naruto to go on the defensive. About 100 other hollows had begun moving as well, immediately pinpointing the clustered group of enemy hollows. They were about to attack the weaker hollows of the group when Furos slid himself between the two forces, sliding himself into a bizarre stance as he did. The hollows didn't stop. Furos held out his pincers, putting one on top of the other. He warmed up the front side of his crystalline body parts to a far greater degree, angling the light so that it would only reach the incoming hollows. "Peligro," he said bitterly, signifying that he didn't want to do this. Immediately, about 1/3 of the hollows present fell under the spell of Furos' light. Desperately, they hurried over to get closer to the light, most knocking over their comrades and getting knocked over themselves. Furos' technique left nothing but a bunch of disorientated and confused hollows on the ground. Furos wasted no time in taking advantage of their confusion, and with his powerful pincers began hacking and slashing away at the grounded hollows, like a barbarian warrior in a bloodlust. Before anyone could even register what had happened, around 50 hollow corpses lay on the ground. Furos stood off to the side, his head tilted down and a look of shame present on his face. "Forgive me," whispered Furos to himself as the crowd hissed and booed at the display. The rest of the hollows noticed what had happened to their fallen brothers, and the battle intensified as more hollows entered the fray, 2 more gates being opened. Clearly they had underestimated the power of the Ajuchas, because his superior combat abilities allowed him to kill many more hollows. His ability to raise the morale of his comrades also played a role, especially compared to the Las Noches hollows who were simply doomed to march to their death. Meanwhile, Naruto was still fighting the orange hollow, who despite his pain had managed to go on the offensive. He was hitting Naruto with his huge fists, while the fox hollow was attempting to block the powerful attacks with the piece of bone he held in his paw. Naruto's superior combat abilities were too much for the hollow, and Naruto was able to exploit an opening in the physically stronger, yet dumber hollow's attack plan. As he did, he stood on his hind legs, his front ones doubling as arms. He blocked the hollow's attack with his front paws, leaning forward as he did. He then shot his front legs up into the air, catching the orange hollow in the chin of his mask. The mask cracked under the force, and the orange hollow was pushed back a good distance. Naruto whooped out a cruel laugh, before closing the distance between him and his opponent. He grabbed the fallen hollow as he reached near, and with effort hoisted the hollow over his head. He tossed the bulky hollow into the air about 10 feet before sticking his claws into the air. The big hollow landed directly on them, gravity forcing the sharp nails to drive into his vital organs. The skewered hollow choked up orangish blood from its gullet, before it weakly raised its fist to lightly punch Naruto in the face. A tick appeared on Naruto's masked forehead. "Go to hell," he yelled as he flung the mortally wounded hollow at an oncoming wave of fresh hollows. 3 hollows were killed instantly under the weight, and the rest of the group was scattered by the obstacle. His fight over, Naruto hurried towards the middle, thwarting 2 more surprise attacks by the Las Noches hollows. He stopped when he was back-to-back from Furos, both them and their group surrounded by oncoming hollows. The boos of the crowd had started up again, and the competing Las Noches hollows laughed impishly at the cornered hollows. "What are the casualties on our side?" asked Naruto, as he kicked away an eager hollow. The hollows were getting more and more numerous, and he doubted Furos could protect them by himself. 3, replied Furos. 1 by a pitfall trap, and 2 more by surprise attacks. "That's so. Looks like we're going to have to watch out for the traps then. They seem dangerous?" Furos nodded. "This competition is really cruel. I can tell by looking that these hollows are just as unwilling to fight here as we are. Nobody seems to care that their own countrymen are forced to put up with this. It's sickening." Naruto frowned, his mind numb to Furumo's words. He didn't care about this place anymore, nor the hollows that were forced into the competition. They would simply be slaughtered and he would move on. Well, whatever then. I don't give a crap about what they're doing here. We can't just fight them forever, you know. We need to find a way out of here before they bring out the Gillian and Ajuches. Agreed, said Furumo's as he slit another throat. But that could be a little difficult. Even if we manage to get out, there's still the fact that all of Las Noches will be looking for us. Naruto looked at the small staircase the announcer had come down. How about we go into the crowd, he said half-heartedly, trying to throw out an idea to Furumo's. Furumo's nearly lost his balance after he heard that. That was the stupidest idea he had ever heard. Are you out of your mind? Half of the onlookers in that crowd are trained Las Noches soldiers. We'd be slaughtered before we even knew it. Not to mention Baragan is up there. Another hollow of their group squealed as blood gushed forth from its jugular vein. This was bad. Their opponents seemed to be rising in combat ability, and with that more of their number would die. It was just a suggestion, God, snapped Naruto. He was getting pretty tired of Furumo's regular mood swings. A pitfall trap activated and pulled a Las Noches hollow into the underworld. Naruto stared cryptically at it for a moment, appearing to be in deep thought. There was a loud thud after a few seconds, but that wasn't what Naruto was concerned about. His brain was getting an interesting idea. He had to be snapped out of his reverie by a heavy blow from his Ajuche's friend. What are you doing? You can't just space out randomly in the middle of a battle, Furumo's chided him. The Ajuche's was getting pretty sick of Naruto's reckless and immature behavior. Naruto didn't look bothered by that, surprisingly. Hey, Furumo's, I need to check something out, so you'll have to cover for the rest while I'm gone, said Naruto. Without even giving him time to react, the fox speedily rushed away from the fight. Furumo's words were pounding in his ears, but he paid them no mind. More and more gates were opening, and with that more pitfall traps were activating. Naruto weaved his way through the mass of hollows. They tried to attack him, but his speed and agility was too great for them, and he slipped by easily. He heard Furumo's yell at him from a distance, and looking back he saw the horde of hollows focus their attention on Furumo's instead of him. He grinned uneasily, before sprinting up to a spot where he remembered the pitfall was. He'd make a note to apologize to Furumo's later. He pushed on the floor with his front paw, the pitfall yielding easily under the weight. The tan floor opened to an expanse of black darkness, no bottom visible in sight. Naruto grit his teeth, there was no way to see the bottom. But with their situation, they might have to chance it. He rushed back over the Furumo's, who was working extra hard to protect the group. I may have just found our ticket out, said Naruto reproachfully, knowing how Furumo's was when it came to taking risks. Well, we'd better make it quick, because I don't know how much longer we can last here, replied Furumo's. Indeed, this was true. Almost half of their group had been killed now, some of the bolder hollows taking on competition they couldn't handle. Furumo's himself had no wounds on his person, but the death of his comrades was leaving him surly. Got it. Now, here's what we do, Naruto whispered, so they other hollows couldn't pick up on his words. Furumo's shook his head ruefully. That has got to be the most reckless, stupid, and childish plan I have ever heard in my life. Just the sheer odds against us is so mind-blowing that I can't dash. He was cut off in his rambling by a brutal slash that traced his back. He gingerly stepped over a corpse to Naruto. But I guess we don't have any choice. Fine, we'll go along with your plan. I just hope you know what you're doing on this, he sighed. Naruto grinned, patting the wound on Furumo's back, prompting the insect to curse him out. Yeah. Just don't worry about it. I'll be back in a while. Before he could get anywhere, two large hollows, almost twice the size of Naruto, blocked his path. There were big, ghoulish grins on their faces, and they laughed uproariously when Naruto came to a halt in front of them. Hey, where do you think you're going, little hollow? Mocked the one on the left. It was abnormally thin, with a deep green color and a creepy smile on its mask. The hollows you've faced before were small time. Now that we're out, don't think that you'll leave here alive, said the one on the right. It had an old likeness to Chuji, with its rotund body and squished face. Both hollows were arrogant, and something told Naruto that they didn't have the capabilities they claimed to have. This was just stupid, he didn't have time for these idiots. Naruto glared up at them, a cold anger present in his eyes. Move, he said simply. He turned back to Furumo's and the cold look was wiped clean off his mask. Sorry, looks like I'll be delayed a bit. Try and get everyone left to hold out a little while longer. Now see here, you're about to die, so where do you think you get off making Dima dash? I said move. The look was back. Furumo's looked on in bewilderment, concern etched all over his face for the seemingly bipolar hollow. He'd never seen Naruto like this before, His fury seemed to reverberate throughout the entire arena as the crowd fell silent from their usual taunting. A tick appeared on the thin hollow's face. "You, don't blame us when you die," its shrill voice yelled as both hollows lunged at Naruto. Naruto stared at the attack motionlessly, before a sick smile creeped its way onto Naruto's canine visage. Naruto moved forward at their attack, and after what seemed like an eternity, crouched in between the two oncoming hollows. He grabbed both of their limbs, and with a strong push, overpowered them and sent them both crashing into the ground. "You were so full of openings that it made me want to laugh. And you two call the other hollow small time," he hissed. Another hollow attempted to save the two grounded hollows, but he was gutted by Naruto, who hadn't even looked away from the now frightened pair. "You know, I don't take very kindly to folks who get in the way of my goal," mused Naruto, as he sucked the delicious blood off his paws. "I tend to brutalize my victims beyond recognition when that happens. Oh, I have a problem, don't I?" Naruto lightly began dragging his claws along his own face, before putting them at his victims' necks. "And I course enjoy every minute of it." Furos looked at Naruto, his breath hitching in his lungs. Was that really Naruto? While he knew Naruto could be brutal, he always believed that he was doing it for the sake of justice. He always believed that Naruto wanted to destroy the Shinigami so he could lead the Hollow species to a new golden age. But maybe he was doing it all for the sake of his own, misguided revenge. You shouldn't enjoy killing, and yet Naruto was talking like a sadist, relishing in his victim's fear and defeat. Had he really misjudged the young Hollow so severely? If he did, why was he darting around the arena, doing his damnedest to keep the other Hollows from reaching Naruto? "People like you should just die for my sake," continued Naruto. That was the icing on the cake. That selfish little line had just confirmed it for him. Naruto paid no attention to the fact that his monologue was being overheard by Furos. He was too absorbed in his own gruesome business. He grabbed the pudgy Hollow's flabby wrist, and promptly snapped it as if it were a twig. The Hollow's thick skin gave him nothing in this situation, and the fat Hollow cried out in pain. He turned to see his partner screaming in rage at Naruto, who then gave him a sadistic smile and broke his wrist as well. He grabbed two more Hollows that were trying to attack him, and casually ripped both their arms off. Ignoring the shower of blood and the screaming Hollows, he tossed the detached limbs onto his victim's laps. "Eat it," he said simply. "Eat the flesh of your own comrades." The Hollows seemed to brighten at this remark, and with gusto they began happily eating the arms of their brethren. Naruto scowled when one laughed, feeling humiliation seep into his pores. The crowd was laughing, and although it may not have necessarily been at him, it sure felt like it. He smacked the severed arms away, and the two Hollows looked up at him in protest. "This is getting us nowhere. But before I kill you, I want to see your expressions of agony," he said, as he reached down and placed his paw on their masks. Furos turned around to look at Naruto when he heard a shocked gasp come from all places. The Hollows in the crowd and on the field were seemingly petrified with, "What?" It wasn't fear, it seemed more like disbelief. Even Baragan looked stunned. He turned and... Holy fuck, was he seeing this right? There stood Naruto, a lone pillar standing confidently in the distance. There were two Hollows' masks in his hand, cleanly ripped off. He looked down at his victims and gasped. Faces, human faces. He seriously had misjudged the fox. He had just committed the worst act a Hollow could do, and he was smiling about it. Even other Hollows had some dignity, and would never stoop so low to do that. Naruto turned back to Furos, smiling. Not a malicious smile, but a happy smile. His demeanor had changed in an instant, and Furos was amazed at how much his mood could shift in a day. "Sorry for the delay, Furos. I'll get right on with it," he said, waving happily at his friend. He turned back to the maskless Hollows, his image changing yet again. The agony looked 10 times worse with a human face, and if he had to be frank it almost turned him on. "Sorry for the delay, Furos. I'll get right on with it," he said, waving happily at his friend. He turned back to the maskless Hollows, his image changing yet again. The agony looked 10 times worse with a human face, and if he had to be frank it almost turned him on. He thrust his hands into their abdomens, taking hold of their intestines. Their faces widened and contorted in expressions of pure pain, and it served Naruto all the better. He twisted the organs, almost as if they were shoelaces, and he even crossed them over each other. He finally ripped them out, and all 3 of them spasmed. Most of the Hollows were watching him amazed, with some even turning away. "If you can disgust even other Hollows then you know you've got to be pretty depraved," thought Furos as he viewed the scene. Naruto left the 2 Hollows there to bleed to death, when he spotted his target. It was a regular Hollow about his size, with distinctive mole features. A stubbly face, large claws even bigger than his, a brown earthy color, and terrible eyesight. It, like the rest of the Hollows, was simply staring at him, reeling from the sight of what he just did. It didn't really notice his presence until he was about 15 feet away, and it nearly bolted when it did notice him. Naruto placed his paw on the mole's shoulder, his rank breath agony to the poor hollow. "I need you to do something for me," he whispered so only the mole could hear it. The mole's fear then dissolved into anger, and its violent shaking could be felt by the despicable hollow in front of him. "Like I'd do anything for you, you filthy hollow. In fact, I'll be the one to exterminate your filthiness for Baragan-sama." Naruto dodged a swipe from the large claws. "Who said you had a choice in the matter?" Naruto went in within his own claws, but much to his surprise, he found them stopped by the other hollow's own claws. The two sets of claw met with a clang, the nails becoming tangled in with each other. The mole's claws were dangerously close to his face, so he tilted his head back before using his free front paw to go in for another strike. Much to his chagrin, those were also stopped in the same method. "Filth. Filth. There shall be no filth in our holy God's perfect kingdom." The mole was screaming like a lunatic, screaming random words and praises towards Baragan. "You believe that king of yours is so holy? After he forced you into this place. What a fool you are," said Naruto, his penetrating yellow eyes staring into the mole's soul. "Shut up, filthy, vile fiend. You have no right to say that after what you did," the mole yelled, bringing up his clawed feet in a lethal kick. The claws caught the torso all up to Naruto's mask, leaving a shallow gash wound. Naruto moved back, releasing his hold on the mole's claws. The mole, seeing the opportunity, slashed Naruto's other side with his now free claws. The result was a much deeper and much longer slashing wound. The crowd cheered, and Naruto jumped away from the hollow, hissing in pain. This mole hollow could be a little tricky. There were several attempts to go assist the mole hollow, but they were all stopped by Furos and his groupies. That was good, he didn't need any interference. "Bastard, I was going to leave you in decent working condition. But now, I feel like getting a little brutal," cried Naruto angrily, clutching his wound gingerly. It became covered in blood. The mole grinned at him for the first time. "He's weaker than I thought. That's good, I might be able to finish this." "There'll be no need for that, filth. Because you're about to die here anyway. Camara subterraneo, da." With those words, the mole used his sharp claws to burrow underneath the ground, becoming only visible through the moving pile of dirt. Naruto became giddy. This was just the confirmation he needed. The mole would do perfectly for the escape plan. But he would have to be careful with this attack. The mole was a quick digger, and he seemed to know the exact location of the various pitfall traps. He jumped to the side as the oncoming dirt crossed his path. But, quick as a flash, the mole turned at a sharp, right angle. He was coming into direct contact with Naruto. "Sure dash," he screamed in his mind as a strong paw gripped his back right ankle. The crowd watched in fascination as Naruto futilely attempted to escape, only to be effortlessly pulled underneath the dirt. Being dragged underground was not a pleasant experience for Naruto. High friction and particles of dirt were getting into his wounds, making them sting horrendously. Clods of dirt managed to find their way into his mouth, and when he tried to spit them out more dirt just went in. Overall, he was dragged about 50 feet underground, before falling into a surprisingly wide chamber. It was about 40 feet in length and height, the only light source coming dimly from the large hole where he was dragged down. "Do you like it, filth? This is my Camara subterraneo. It lets me fight the way I like it, and it puts you at a heavy disadvantage," said a voice from behind him. It was obviously the mole, of course, but the strong darkness here made it difficult for him to discern where his opponent was. He was cut off in his thoughts by a slash to his back. The sneaky little bastard was playing dirty, eh? Well, he could do that too. The fox panned his head around, looking for any sign of the mole. "It's no use, filth. Your over-reliance on your eyesight make it impossible for you to grasp where I am. Whereas I, spending a lot of my time underground, know exactly where you are right now. So just sit back and let me kill you. It will make it a lot easier for the both of us." Another slash to the shoulder. Naruto blanched from it, flying back into the dirt wall. A little bit of dirt fell onto Naruto's head, and the whole chamber caved in on itself a small bit. Naruto grinned despite his injuries, he just got a good idea. "Don't you dare grin, you filth," screeched the mole hollow as it sped directly as Naruto. Naruto continued to smile, this sure was a stupid hollow. Didn't he realize he could locate the hollow by sound if it talked to him? Apparently not. Reflexively, Naruto turned around and forcefully grabbed the hollow's mask, slamming the mole hollow into the ground. The mole hollow struggled futilely under the stronger hollow, desperately searching for a way out. "You know, even if I killed you now, I'd never be able to find a way out of this hole. I'm not much of a digger, see, so you're going to have to burrow me out of here," said Naruto in a pleasant tone, even if it held nothing but mirth and hatred underneath the exterior. The mole hollow grinned nervously. "And why would I do that? My claws are still free, so I've still got the advantage. You need me, so you can't kill me. Naruto was unfazed by the news. He calmly raised his back foot, before kicking the dirt wall behind him forcefully. There was a large rumble from above them, and more dirt fell down from the earthen ceiling. The smile slowly disappeared from the mole's face. That's why. If you don't burrow us out of here, I'll collapse this place, said Naruto. The mole looked like he was about to say something, but his mouth was covered by Naruto's paw. Look, this is a demand. When I say you're going to get me out of here, you say yes. You understand? The mole nodded, panicking sadness appearing underneath its mask. I'll just pretend to bring him back up there. Then I'll leave him when I get the chance. The mole nodded, panicking sadness appearing underneath its mask. I'll just pretend to bring him back up there. Then I'll leave him when I get the chance. Naruto hoisted the mole up, pointing his sharp claws at his neck. If you even think about betraying me, I'll kill you so fast that you won't even know what's coming, he whispered. Comedic tears rolled out of the mole's mask. So Naruto's hostage began to work, burrowing his way out of the chamber. It was slower than normal because he was forced to stand in an upright position, because of the claws pointed at his necks. One false move, Naruto warned, as he ran his claws across the mole's neck. Enough to draw blood, but not enough to kill. Baragan didn't know what to think about this display in the arena. On one hand, he was angry and ashamed at his vassals because they were failing to kill this puny little group of hollows. Not to mention there was that unspeakable act performed by that fox hollow that had him shaking in pure rage. On the other hand, he was feeling ecstatic. Not many performances in the arena lasted for over an hour, and yet this one was lasting for almost 2 and still going. But, he was starting to the competition for these hollows wasn't big enough. The Ajuchas in the group was darting all over the place, slitting throats and generally not allowing anyone to touch his friends. And that fox hollow was no slouch either. The Ajuchas kept other hollows from attacking him, but in a one-on-one fight no one had managed to best him in battle yet. Then, he saw the mole hollow spring into action against the fox. At first, it looked like the mole was winning, administering several injuries to the fox hollow, as well as capturing it with his technique. But that all changed when the mole hollow resurfaced, the fox hollow's claws directly on his neck. The fox hollow promptly knocked out the mole, and that was when Baragan felt his ire rising. Send out the Gillian, the king screamed, his obnoxious voice carrying over to all the arena. The entire arena froze. Furos stared up at the king in almost fear. If Gillian were involved, then their chances of survival were now far more slim. The hollows in the crowd were silent for a moment, before their voices rose to a new level of cheering and laughter. Gillian fighting was a rare treat for them, so they were surely ecstatic. One by one, 5 enormous gates placed at various points in the arena opened. They were far too big for a normal hollow, so something of that size could only hold Gillian. There they were, coming out now. Black-cloaked and huge, they clumsily lumbered their way out of the gates, stupidly looking around the entire arena. They all had identical masks, not even one unique mask among them. There were about 30 to 40 of them in total, and they all began to mill around the center of the arena. One got its foot caught in a pitfall, but it was much too big to fall into that trap. Naruto and the mole had just resurfaced. Naruto opportunistically knocked out the mole as soon as he had finished his job, and placed him to the side. Naruto heard Baragan's order, and was almost floored by it. The Gillian were coming out, and that wasn't good for them. Furos may be able to defend everyone against normal hollows, but there was no way he could handle 40 Gillian all by himself. The Gillian were congregating in the center. What were they doing? They seemed to be swaying in a back and forth motion, not particularly concentrated on one particular thing. The one closest to him was opening its mouth slowly, and the rest followed that example short after. A small ball of red had appeared in the Gillian's mouth, slowly gathering more and more energy towards the spherical center. A strange hissing noise came from the ball, almost like it was about to explode. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh, shit. The Gillian released their Seros at the same time, the beams of energy going all over the arena. The light was blinding to everyone in the arena, and for a moment no one could see anything. The Seros cleared, and the destruction was unbelievable. Every hollow in the arena except for Furos, Naruto, and the mole had been obliterated. Not even the Las Noches hollows had been spared, and they too had been atomized along with Naruto's group. Holy shit, said Naruto as he viewed the charred landscape. There weren't even burnt bodies hanging around, everyone had just been vaporized. Only Furos had survived, the speed of the Ajuchas allowing him to dodge. Naruto himself had survived by hanging on the ledge to the hole he had just climbed out of, holding the unconscious mole hollow in one hand. He shuddered when he thought of what would have happened if he were up there. But he was barely in a better situation. Here he was, hanging for dear life on an unstable ledge whose fall would mean 100 feet down. He couldn't go up and fight, that would be just plain suicide. Naruto strained his mind, thinking of what he could do. There had to be something he could do to face those Gillian. But what? What? He came to a sudden realization, nearly falling from the surprise. A wide grin split on his face, he knew exactly what to do. He began swinging himself back and forth to gain momentum, the mole hollow flapping about in his grasp. Once he had gained enough, he let loose a powerful attack to the side of the dirt wall. The instability of the rare Hueco Mundo soil gave way under a few more kicks. The dirt flowed down the hole, and after a short time, there was a small platform that Naruto could safely drop down on and be relatively safe from attack. Once he dropped down, he checked the small entrance to be sure no Gillian could spot him. It seemed okay, plus everyone would think that he would have died from that last attack. He sat down crisscross on the dirt platform, closing his eyes as he did. He felt the cold Hueco Mundo breeze enter his pores, as well as the rough dirt floor. His mind focused on one thing, he blocked out all sensory distractions and earthly worries and slipped into a pure, blissful thought process. His breathing slowed, and for probably the first time since his death he was completely calm. He even forgot about where he was for a short time. Sometime during the experience, the ground changed from the earthy dirt to a cold puddle of water. He opened his eyes, seeing the all-too-familiar sewer around him. But there was something different about it this time. The walls around him had changed from the rustic khaki he remembered to an almost midnight black. The knee-deep water now came up to his waist, and it was no longer clear, cool, and refreshing. It was now a deep, murky red, and it could be as cold as Arctic water. Pipes and doors still lined the hallway, yet they now seemed more deteriorated and water-damaged than before. The more he walked down the hallway, the more the place unnerved him. While before it gave off a vibe of mysterious warmth. Now it was colder, eviler. This was now nothing more than a madhouse for the insane. He noticed a door, more deteriorated and water-damaged than the rest. It was in a location at the end of the hall, and a strange unearthly glow emitted from it, creating a solitary globe of warmth in this dank, forsaken sewer. He walked up to the door, hypnotized by the entrancing light. The door opened with a creak, and Naruto had just reached his destination. He finally had reached the familiar wide chamber he was searching for. But it was different. The Kyuubi's cage was still there, but it was smaller, and the seal and bars seemed to fade in and out of existence. The water had disappeared, and gave way to a floor with a chessboard pattern, sort of like one you would see in a grand palace. Numerous paintings lined the walls, and disturbingly they were all pictures of him. On the left side was the picture of the human him, painted with mostly whites and blues. All of the pictures showed him smiling, and he appeared to be a symbol of purity. But he was cartoonish and cubistic in this picture, almost like the painter was trying to say that this beautiful, pure being was nothing but an illusion. On the right side showed the rage-filled hollow he was today. Those paintings were painted with nothing but blacks and reds, and he was always a symbol of evil, which was a stark contrast to the pure human that was shown on the other side. Conversely, these paintings were done very realistically, like the painter was trying to show the reality of the situation. A red aura, followed by a demonic presence, drew his attention from the paintings to the Kyuubi's cage. The red aura made it difficult for Naruto to breathe, as the red chakra turned Ryatsu slithered into his pores, filling his very being with the essence of the Kyuubi. A deep bone-chilling voice brought him to his senses. My jailer finally decides to visit me for the first time since his death. And I thought you were too wrapped up in your thoughts of revenge to pay me any mind. I'm flattered, said the Kyuubi mockingly. The full body of the fox came into view, his large face grinning at Naruto. The fox had changed little since its death. It was still the same size and shape, and the only noticeable difference was the increased amount of hatred in its eyes, most likely as a result of its death along with Naruto's. Naruto said nothing back, focusing his eyes mistfully on the checkered floor. So, what brings you here, then? Asked the deep baritone voice of the Kyuubi. Naruto slowly brought his head up to meet the gaze of the other fox. I'm here to kill you. Chapter 7, La Sala de Emociones. Kill me? The Kyuubi asked, sounding faintly amused. Its sadistic and arrogant nature would never allow Kyuubi to believe it could actually be killed. An awkward, tense silence ran through the halls for a good 20 seconds. Naruto disturbingly thought the paintings on the walls were vaguely staring at him accusingly, as if he were proclaiming an impossible idea. He straightened and stared up at the great beast blankly, as if he were expecting its passing amusement. A dark, powerful chuckle from the demon broke the silence. This was a delicate situation, and Kyuubi was taking no mind to that. Such an impudent little brat. You wish to kill me? Me, of all things. After all the things I've done for you? Who's the one who has always saved you all these years? Who's the one who gave you power when you needed it? Why me, of course. The Kyuubi paused for a moment. But I guess I shouldn't act so surprised. After all, you've always been an ungrateful little shit. Why should that change simply because we died? Naruto continued to stare, the first little flecks of anger seeping into his expression from the Kyuubi's bristling comments. He then turned away to look at the deteriorating seal, not wanting to appear bothered by the Kyuubi's remarks. Don't act all high and mighty with me, Fox. From the looks of things the seal is deteriorating. How long would it have been before you're free and you attempt to kill me, responded Naruto. More laughter from the Kyuubi. It seems you have gained some intelligence since your little dance with death. Yes, the seal is still intact, despite the premise that I was to disappear from your subconscious and reappear on the landscape in about 100 years after your death. Then, you didn't take what my father said into account. I believe he meant for us to die together. The Kyuubi sighed, an almost shameful somberness appearing in his tone of voice. That is unfortunately true. The Yondaime seal was stronger than I anticipated, and instead of being thrust back into the living world, I instead remained sealed in you while existing in an afterlife that I honestly didn't expect. The larger fox said nothing for a moment, before it spoke again, now with a tone of sinister happiness. However, your father's talent with sealing wasn't perfect. True to what you said, the seal is indeed weakening, likely as a result of this abrupt change from chakra to this Ryuryoku, as you call it. No seal can completely handle such an abrupt change, and then of course there's the matter of the change in energy. It appears to me that Ryuryoku isn't as strong a binding agent as chakra is. Its hold on the seal has several weak points at many places, causing the seal itself to structurally break down before our very eyes. The Kyuubi laughed again, this time one of malicious delight at the prospect. Very soon the seal will break down completely, and I will be free to resume my place and wreak havoc on this new world again as I please. This time, when no blasted shinobi to hinder my progress. It was Naruto's turn to laugh now. That statement was just so idiotic to him that he couldn't help it. Oh, get over yourself, Kyuubi. I'll admit it, you have power. Power that I need. But the afterlife has a lot more powerful beings than those in life. More powerful beings than you realize. You're not a force of nature anymore, just a very big hollow. Your Ryatsu is that of only a Gillian to a low-level Ajuchas, and your power is nowhere near enough to be able to do as you please. If you tried that you'd be annihilated instantly. That seemed to strike a nerve. Kyuubi directed actual hot, burning fury at Naruto, rather than the cold anger he usually sent his way. It seems that the comment had really gotten under the Kyuubi's skin. After all, centuries of being at the top, and then being told that you weren't powerful anymore. It had to be at least a little touchy. Silence, you insolent little brat. This seal will be off soon enough, and when that happens, I'll rip you to shreds. And I will personally go and bring destruction on this new world. That I guarantee. The beings in this world are nothing compared to me. Nothing, you understand, the Kyuubi roared, its voice carrying with it a cataclysmic torrent that would have bowled over a human. Naruto stood his ground though, and wasn't even fazed by the fury of the Kyuubi. In fact, he looked downright pleased by the reaction, as if he had succeeded at getting a rise out of a little kid instead of a 100-meter-tall monster. So then, why don't I just hasten the process for the both of us? The fox hollow slowly walked up to the weakened seal, vaguely aware of the Kyuubi's eyes narrowing menacingly at his approach. He smiled slyly, much to the confusion of the Kyuubi. But the fox remained silent, mulling over whether it was a trick or not. Don't think about it too hard, Kyuubi. I said before that I was going to kill you. I can't exactly do that if you're still locked up in that cage, now can I? Asked Naruto rhetorically. The larger fox grinned evilly. It seems you're eager for your own death? Naruto said nothing, and only split his face into a sinister grin that mirrored the Kyuubi's own. Though his grin was for an entirely different purpose. He approached the cage, and with a monumental slowness that emphasized suspense, lifted his front, right paw and raised it to the cage. He was stopped by a long, tanned arm that came out of nowhere and strongly grasped the hollow's wrist. Naruto continued to stare blankly at the fox, his mouth slightly ajar in pure annoyed disbelief. He hadn't looked towards the owner of arm, but he had a feeling he wouldn't like who it was. Oh fuck, not again. Were his annoyed thoughts, as he thought back to the similar situation to this when he was alive. He looked up, the Kyuubi looked pissed, kind of like Christmas was cancelled. It was the same expression it wore when his father had showed up in his mind. One of angry recognition. Naruto looked to his left, and to his surprise it wasn't his father. It was him? A human form of him that was dressed in the robes of the detestable Shinigami? What a cliché development. Naruto and the Kyuubi stared at the other Naruto with a slight amount of anger. The other Naruto stared back at them with a calm serenity that didn't belay any opinion or emotions towards either of them. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, the new Naruto said. His voice was lighter and more whimsical, but it was essentially the same voice as Naruto when he was alive. Just another thing to chalk up on the list of similarities. What are you doing here? Asked the Kyuubi. Naruto looked back at the fox, the look on his face questioning. What's going on here? Who is he? He asked the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi gave a low, angry growl. I am what you should have been, Naruto, said the Shinigami, cutting off the Kyuubi's speech pattern. Naruto glared in response to that, not exactly keen on being a Shinigami. A faint look of smug disappointment passed by the other Naruto's face for only a split second, though it was long enough for Naruto to see it. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. I'm not obligated to explain that to you. Just be assured that I'm here to help you. Help me? What makes you think you need to help me? Killing has never been so much fun for me. Now that I'm a hollow, I don't have to worry about the village sending Hunter-nin or anything after me. I can do whatever I want, said Naruto with glee. So it's true. Becoming a hollow really has twisted your mind, whispered the other Naruto to himself. It looks like I'll have to do this the hard way, he said louder, slowly putting his hand on the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Naruto's eyes widened. A Zanpakuto? Why the hell do you have one of those things? Asked Naruto. The other Naruto raised the gleaming katana to his face, so that it was partially obscured by the blade. I told you, I'm what you should have been. You, Naruto, when you died you should have went through Kansu and entered Soul Society, where you should have become a Shinigami and exterminated more hollows than any other. You were going to become So Taishu, duh. The last part came out as a yell. Naruto leaned back a bit. Heh, that sounds kind of like my old dream of being Hokage. That's exactly what I meant. If you had become a Shinigami, we would have worked hard to become So Taishu. We would have gained the respect of every last Shinigami there, just as we always wished for. We would protect Konoha, the village you loved, from hollows dutifully. You could become happy again, and live a full life in Soul Society. You don't have to turn to the path of revenge and hatred. Just let me help you, said the other Naruto in yet another attempt to end this without violence. Naruto stood hunched over from the proclamation, his sides shaking violently. The other Naruto smiled happily, believing that he had finally gotten through to the hollow. That is, before Naruto stood up, reared back his head, and laughed uproariously. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I don't give a fuck about the recognition of others anymore. He paused for a moment to stare mockingly at the other Naruto. Now I just want them to die. The Shinigami stared at the hollow, his mouth slightly agape. So it's true. You really have gone off the deep end since becoming a hollow. Fortunately for you, this is just the cause of you becoming a hollow, Naruto. I can easily rectify that, he said, closing his mouth as a look of determination set itself upon his face. Hollow Naruto gave a hearty smirk. Just try it, fake me. You're just another Shinigami I need to slaughter. Inwardly, Naruto was very proud of himself. The offer was scarily tempting, and the thought of going back to his human psyche was honestly frightening to him. But in a way, if he was able to resist and triumph over his other self, he would finally have killed off his humanity. Quite literally. He was already doing more cruel and vile things. His conscience had disappeared with his hollow transformation, and he found himself more and more immersed in his evil joy and wonderful ambitions. It was effortless. If this thing won, he would be dragged back into the light, and with it he would lose his sense of happiness. He would once again feel pain. The pain of betrayal. There was a tender bit of happiness, yes, but it was fleeting. Before long, you will be betrayed by those you love and plunged into the depths of pure despair and hopelessness. That wasn't pure happiness. This was pure happiness. This honest-to-God fighting and destruction didn't wear the mask called betrayal. It was always brutally honest and right in your face. If someone betrays you, kill them, without mercy. Useless feelings like love and compassion never get in the way as they do on the good side. You could never kill without feeling those emotions. Your existence as a hollow is a mistake, Naruto. If I can slay you with this Zanpakuto, I can take control of our body and set us on the right path. I'm a part of you, Naruto. Why can't you see I'm doing this for our sake? He asked hysterically, as his first Zanpakuto strike was blocked by Naruto's claws. Naruto pivoted, trying to hit the other Naruto with his tail. Arasake? What a crock of shit. The only thing I want is to continue on with what was doing. I don't want to be set on the so-called right path. To be honest, the other Naruto was not surprised by this kind of response. A small part of him was actually disappointed. He wanted Naruto to willingly choose to come back to the right path. He had extended to him this chance to make it all right. Doing it by force, while somewhat effective, would never have the same results as coming willingly. These were his thoughts as he rapidly slashed down his Zanpakuto on the hollow. The tip of the blade caught the hollow's mask and made a shallow cut on it, but otherwise caused little damage to the abomination. You're open, shouted Naruto, as he darted along the floor of the chamber to reach the other Naruto. He fanned his single tail outward, the momentum and force attempted to drill a hole in its opponent. Naruto's eyes widened when he felt his tail go straight through the other Naruto. A hazy distortion sprung up in front of the disturbed area, before the misty substance returned to the main body. A disoriented Naruto flew forward, prompting the other Naruto to take the opportunity to go for the killing blow, a downward slash across the mask. At the last second, Naruto impulsively moved, barely avoiding the fatal blow. He was not able to avoid a nasty slash across his side, though. The hollow landed on his feet clumsily, clutching his wound as soon as he was grounded. He inhaled precious air heavily, turning his back away from the Kyuubi and the other Naruto. Shit. Naruto took off down the hallway leading away from the Kyuubi's cage as soon as he had recovered, his blood dripping from the wound and mixing with the murky water. Water rippled from beneath him and the other Naruto and Kyuubi continued to hear splashing even after Naruto had turned the corner. The other Naruto blinked at the spontaneous retreat, before he followed up with a quiet, accusatory yell. No one ran away from him. Wait, he called after Naruto, running after the hollow and stupidly waving his sword around in the air like a madman. The Kyuubi almost sweat-dropped. Same old idiots? The halls and passageways echoed with the yells and screams of the two Narutos as the Shinigami one chased after the hollow one. The hollow had the advantage in speed, as well as better traction in water, so the slow, two-legged Shinigami was left in the dust. Panting, the Shinigami Naruto cursed. The hollow Naruto was a slippery one. Dishonorable too, he probably had some nasty tricks in store for him along the way. Of course, none of them would work due to his condition, but they would still be an annoyance. True to his thoughts, he heard a door creak slightly to his left from around the corner. He raised his Zanpakuto, and with a carefree zeal he sauntered on over and rounded the corner confidently. A waterlogged wooden door, danker and damper than the rest, stood slightly ajar at the end of the hall. It was almost completely black in there, dim light from the hall filtering in from the cracked door. The other Naruto eased towards the door, wary of what lied ahead, despite his intangibility. An odd look of distant recognition entered the human Naruto's eyes. But, this room is... A look of knowing went across his face. He smiled. Perhaps I can get through to him after all. He came around to the front of the doorway, passing a missing, gloomy lantern whose absence caused a disarray in the usually uniform row of lighting. The Shinigami opened the door with a wide creak, viewing a seemingly never-ending void of darkness save for the little sliver of light coming from the outside. He heard footsteps in the dark. Naruto was shuffling around quite a bit in here. Being a creature of darkness, he would be much more well-suited for hiding in some. The noises stopped, and for a tense moment, absolutely nothing happened. And then, a lantern flew from the darkness towards the Shinigami. The other Naruto was caught off guard by the sudden action, but he was saved by his own intangibility. The lantern shattered on the ground. Pieces of glass flew throughout the air and the candle that should have lit his robes on fire died out, and his robes were unsinged. The other Naruto smirked. Sorry, but fire doesn't work on me, Naruto, so I'm not gonna die anytime soon. There came a voice from the darkness. So it would seem. What a shame. The voice was smooth and mocking, but there was a slight amount of panic in its tone. Don't beat yourself up over it. My mental state is just far more stable and healthy than yours. You are a hollow, after all. There came nothing but silence from the darkness, so the other Naruto used this as an opportunity to continue. You know, this is technically my mind as well. I don't think you realize this, but an individual's mindscape can be shaped to their liking to a certain extent. There are many things that are unchangeable, but there are things that are. Like this. The other Naruto stood there effortlessly as the entire room lit up in the time span of a second. The hollow Naruto was standing about 20 feet away, fittingly looking like a deer caught in headlights. The Shinigami Naruto smiled cheekily. Found ya? The lit room's appearance was very interesting. The stone brick that made up the walls and floor had changed color to a harsh, charcoal black. Both Narutos were actually standing on some kind of scaffolding, with a large circular area in the center below them surrounded by guardrails. Down in the pit, there were roughly 30 of these square, black objects. It was unclear what they were from their point of view, but smoke was clearly rising from them. They also seemed to be connected to something, since large, metallic pipes rose from the object, connecting to the wall of the room. With speed and agility, Naruto hopped over the guardrails, falling almost 100 feet to the ground floor of the room. The Shinigami Naruto continued to smile knowingly, appearing to realize some kind of advantage that he had found, but his posture would betray that as he impatiently ran over to the small staircase to the side. Why didn't he think of this before? He's been around this place for a while, but he supposed the thought had just slipped his mind. At a closer glance, Naruto could tell that they were furnaces? Indeed they were furnaces, clunky kettle-black furnaces that were all alight with flame. And there weren't just orange flames. There were all sorts of colors. Red, yellow, blue, light blue, even black was intertwined in the mix. Naruto stood in a rare, curious awe as he watched the smoke from the flames rise up into the pipes. The strangest part about the spectacle was the varying intensities of the flames. Some flames burned with a size and heat unparalleled, while others were just a small wisp that was barely providing smoke. Naruto's eyes were drawn to two furnaces adjacent to each other. These two were the only one that were completely put out. Naruto was transfixed at the sight of those two furnaces. They seemed very familiar, almost like they were a missing piece of himself. What this meant he didn't know. How could he feel some sort of connection to an inanimate object? "What is this place?" asked Naruto in wonder. He didn't expect to get an answer. "This room is the source of all your emotions," came the Shinigami Naruto's voice on the staircase. Naruto turned around to look at him, for once his feelings of mystique outweighing his hostility for his other self. "Emotions?" asked Naruto. The other Naruto paused on the staircase, a faraway look coming into his misty eyes. "Yes, emotions. Every one of those furnaces is the fuel for your emotions. The size of the fire represents the prevalence of a certain emotion, and the smoke that comes through the other pipes allows you to feel that emotion." He mirrored Naruto by staring at the two unlit furnaces. Compared to the others, they seemed pretty pathetic without a roaring fire. And those two pitiful furnaces over there represent your capacity to feel the emotions of love and compassion. The fact that they are unlit shows just how depraved you've become. "If anything, that's an improvement," whispered Naruto under his breath. The other Naruto caught the words, and frowned. "No, not really. And that's why I'm going to ask you one last time. Won't you reconsider my offer? If you do, I won't have to take control of your body." Naruto squinted his eyes suddenly, shakes racking his body as he clenched his fists. He didn't like being given conditions. Love, compassion. I don't understand what those emotions are supposed to be. Those emotions lead to nothing but trust, which eventually will always lead to betrayal. Am I supposed to be so intoxicated by those emotions that I'll always be able to follow those I love blindly even though I will likely be betrayed by them someday? No. It's better to just reside in hatred and psychopathy than to have those emotions in my core being. Naruto was simply supposed to be monologuing to himself, but somehow that blasphemous comment managed to enrage the Shinigami Naruto. The other Naruto rushed at him, grabbing the larger Hollow's shoulders and shaking. The Hollow Naruto stared blankly and dispassionately at the irate Shinigami. "Ero Sennin would be ashamed if he saw you right now. Wasn't the entire goal of your life to get rid of the cycle of hatred? Now here you are reveling it. Why are you being so weak? Just because you're a Hollow doesn't mean you have to be like this." Naruto's eyes widened with fury. "Fuck you. I am not weak. Ero Sennin was an idiot and a failure who liked to talk big. He'd never be able to stop the cycle of hatred, because there is no way to stop it. It's not some random piece of equipment that you can just repair." The Shinigami continued to shake him violently. "Then prove you're not weak. You're just whining like a baby simply because you don't want to feel betrayal or something. You're making no sense," shouted the other Naruto, as he violently shook the Hollow Naruto's shoulders again. "Shut up," said Naruto acidly in a cold fury. There was no smile on his face. In response to Naruto's verbal thrashing, Naruto reared back his front right paw, bringing it forward to slash the other Naruto in the midsection. The other Naruto's face contorted in shock as his intangibility became useless and pain erupted from his right shoulder to his left hip. The other Naruto jumped back from the nasty wound inflicted to his torso. "How?" he asked. Naruto usually would have grinned at this point, but in this particular instance he did not. "You gave yourself away when you said your mental strength was greater than mine. You also said that the one in control of the mind would be able to influence this place, and proved it when you lit up this room to find me. So what?" heaved the other Naruto, putting distance between himself and Naruto. "I've figured it out now. When two entities are fighting for control of the same mind and body, the one with the better resolve will always win. At this time, your resolve was greater than mine because of your intense desire to return me to your side. Whereas I simply wanted to get on with my life." The other Naruto stared at the ceiling absent-mindedly. But now, a slight pause. He slowly twisted his head around, looking at the wounded Shinigami with a fierce amount of determination. "I'm going to strengthen my resolve on killing you. That will show you I'm not weak. I will show you that lack of love and compassion does not make you weak. On the contrary, it only increases your combat abilities." The Shinigami Naruto's eyes widened as Naruto thrust into action, his speed and force increasing tenfold. He painfully lifted his Zanpakuto up, barely managing to stop the blow. Naruto's claws ground against his Zanpakuto as Naruto passed overhead. Thinking it was safe, the other Naruto didn't notice his counterpart slam his single tail against his back until it was too late. The faux Shinigami flopped clumsily, crashing into one of the empty furnaces. He was being beaten at his own game. He noticed Naruto rushing at him with a determination unparalleled by anything he had ever seen before. This is insane. A normal opponent would at least give me time to recover. Time seemed to freeze for a while, as even though Naruto's claws went into his abdomen, his mind was completely numb to the pain. Naruto felt a sense of triumph as he lodged his claws into a fatal spot just as the Shinigami was standing up. He roughly pulled the claws from his victim, sparing him no pain or mercy. He wanted to relish in this sense of accomplishment from killing the last remaining remnant of his human side. He watched as the Shinigami stumbled around, finally leaning on one of the empty furnaces. Naruto narrowed his eyes suddenly as the other Shinigami sent a hushed laugh his way. "What are you?" he started, as the Shinigami reached his hand up to the furnace. "You should never lower your resolve until the very end," lectured the other Naruto in a whisper. After he said those words, he began chanting quietly. Naruto was unable to pick up on anything that he was saying. He also began to fumble around in his pockets, almost as if he were looking for something. The other Naruto was willing the last of his mental strength. A slight pinkish flame was lighting at the end of his finger, a tiny pinprick of pink flame in a sea of color, and when the Shinigami placed it in the furnace. Whoosh! The furnace flared up in a pinkish flame. So quickly that it almost took off the Shinigami's hand. Naruto could just stare at the lit furnace, its flame almost the size of the black one across the room, which Naruto assumed to be hatred. Naruto could just stare in shock and awe as the Shinigami moved on to the next furnace, despite his crippling injuries. Again, the Shinigami repeated his action on the previous furnace, getting the same result as he did on the previous one. Only this time, the fire was of a cool, cobalt blue instead of a soft pink. "What did you?" Naruto began, before memories flooded his system. All the memories of his killing, his torment, his actions were all rushing back into his brain. And it hurt. He clutched his head, screaming in agony at the overwhelming torrent of guilt hit his system. He buckled over, falling to his knees while still keeping the threshold on his head. He finally collapsed on the ground at the same time the Shinigami did, both panting wildly from mental and physical pain respectively. Naruto was still roaring, while the other Naruto was panting with a satisfied, rhythmic breath. He forcibly turned his head to look at his hollow counterpart. "You used the last of my..." The other Naruto stopped to cough up blood. "And mental strength to light your furnaces of love and compassion. You will now be able to feel those emotions once more." He smiled smugly. "And with it comes the feelings of guilt and remorse?" Naruto roared angrily. "How dare you? How dare you do this to me? Take it away right now, asshole," he demanded. The other Naruto smiled wider. "See, you are weak. Getting so worked up over these wonderful emotions, you don't even realize that I did you a favor?" "Did me a favor?" yelled back Naruto. "You call this a favor? I was better the way before. You took away my joy. You took away my fun. How fucking dare you do this to me?" Naruto rambled on. "Pretty soon, you'll be back to your old self. Your caring, compassionate self," said the other Naruto joyfully as his body started to spasm. "Have a wonderful life." "And Naruto," said the other Naruto somberly, using the last of his strength to close his eyes. He drew his final breath, and never opened his eyes again. And he was smiling. A look of pure, peaceful serenity was marred upon his face, an unsurpassed artistry among life, before he dissolved into wisps of pure, white Ryatsu that beautifully dispersed throughout the entire room. It looked almost angelic. He truly was too good for this world. That infuriated Naruto beyond belief. "Back to my old self, huh? You wish, asshole," he said as another spasm of guilt racked his body. They were not lessening in any intensity, and Naruto was left wondering when he'd be able to get over this. "But, my dear Shinigami, you don't realize that you've just achieved the opposite of what you're hoping for. Well, look who's back. Have an interesting encounter with your other self, now did you?" asked the Kyuubi mockingly as Naruto entered his chamber once again. Naruto's mood had taken a turn for the worse, and Kyuubi just loved riling him up. "Yeah, I killed him," said Naruto flatly, as another painful spasm shook his body. "Who was that and how was he here, anyway?" The Kyuubi's grin widened further. "Ah, now that is a very interesting tale." The Kyuubi sensed Naruto's silence so he continued. "You see, the human mind doesn't usually manifest itself to the body like the way it does to you. Usually, it will remain hidden in the sidelines, simply carrying out all its duties in private. But you, and the other Jinchuriki are a very special case. The mind has to make itself visible so we can interact with each other." Naruto nodded. "What does that have to do with why he was there?" "I'm getting there," the Kyuubi roared, annoyed at Naruto. Anyway, what you just saw was the essence of the plus side of your soul, the Kyuubi said, ignoring Naruto's shocked visage. Every plus has a sort of inner world. It's where the Shinigami's powers and Zanpakuto's spirit reside and are awakened. When a plus transforms into a hollow, the inner world collapses and any chance of Shinigami powers are destroyed. What is mostly unknown is that when a plus is transforming into a hollow, the essence of that plus will usually attempt to take refuge in the inner world. However, since the inner world collapses, the essence and energy of the plus is destroyed as well. However, in your case, my chamber and your manifested mind was connected to the inner world. Your plus essence was able to escape to your mind and avoid termination by the collapse of the inner world. He was also able to interact with your now destroyed Shinigami powers, the Kyuubi finished. And I know all about the little incident in the room of emotions. It seems that your plus essence activated your love and compassion furnaces. How pathetic, the Kyuubi roared with laughter at the unfortunate hollow. Naruto, who was mulling over the complications of his plus essence, now scowled coldly at the Kyuubi. I've been thinking about that little complication. You're right, it was pathetic that I allowed this kind of sacrilegious thing to happen to me. And as much as I hate to admit, the other side of me was right. I was being weak, Naruto explained. The Kyuubi was surprisingly silent during Naruto's monologue. No insults, no banter, and no sarcastic responses. It warmed Naruto's heart slightly. Naruto placed his hand over his non-existent heart. I was immersing myself in hatred because I was afraid of loving. Fear is what made me weak. No more, I decided. I'm going to do these things because I feel like it. I won't conform to these standard definitions of Shinigami, human, and hollow. I will now consider loving to be an annoyance, rather than something to fear. Naruto was silent for a moment. And I hate him. I hate him. I hate everything about that guy. How dare he do something like that to me? Kyuubi looked thoughtful for a second. My chest, my heart? Love. Compassion. This is what I'm feeling. Feeling these emotions after being without them for so long? What is this? He shrieked, going through another spasm. That being gave you back your sanity? Naruto froze, staring at the water on the ground, his eyes wide open in a murderous rage. Sanity? Now I understand. The ability to love is the definition of sanity. I'm sane. Despite all my issues, I'm sane. This feeling of love, this feeling of compassion. These annoying feelings will keep me from acting on my dreams. It will keep my volatile behavior and confusing mannerisms in line. It will keep me sane? Naruto whipped his head up to stare at Kyuubi with confused, wide eyes. Then I'll become insane. Anything that will keep my ambition from withering away. If it means being insane, I'll do it. I'll immerse myself in such vile, heinous acts of destruction and cruelty towards the human and Shinigami species that I'll numb myself to the pain. Those lit furnaces in the emotion room will go back to the way they should be. I will kill my heart, he finished poetically. He was panting when he finished, rage and hate not even close to subsiding. What about your friend, Furos? How will he fit into your whole new view of life? Kyuubi's words once again caught Naruto off guard. Furos? What would he do with him? He didn't love Furos, of course, but that didn't stop him from caring about what happened to him. Would he hold the insect in the same disregard he held Shinigami and humans? Even before this I still held no hostile feelings towards other hollows. I don't think that's going to change, he said uncertainly. The Kyuubi grinned nastily. He had caught Naruto in a mistake. Naruto hastily changed the subject. But, this is enough about my emotions problem. I still need to kill you and take your power. We are not going to talk anymore and you will not mock me with your comments anymore. Without even bothering to listen to Kyuubi's reply, Naruto rushed right up to the Kyuubi's cage and tore the seal clean off. The flimsy piece of paper came off as easily as it should have. For a moment, everything was quiet. Naruto didn't talk, Kyuubi didn't talk, and only the sound of dripping water from the moldy ceiling outside filled their ears. After about a minute, a strange ball appeared where the now unlocked cage was. It expanded rapidly, fanning out in all directions, and both Naruto and Kyuubi were engulfed in a huge burst of yellow light. In 3 years' time, Konoha had gotten completely back on its feet, and secured itself as the continuing strongest nation in the ninja world. The Konoha 10 had surely risen throughout, every single one of them becoming at least a high-level jounin. Their efficiency and success of their high-level missions brought in much income for the High no Kuni, and Konoha was able to rebuild itself in record time. 19-year jounin Haruno Sakura was never more proud of her village as she walked through the new main street of Konoha. During the 3 years that had passed, Sakura had improved dramatically in her skills, rapidly closing the gap between herself and Tsunade. With both medical skills and in human strength. She had become one of the most respected jounin of Konohagakure, especially since the loss of her teacher, Kakashi. Children walked along her path, playing the classic ninja game. Delicious smells and wonderful sounds assaulted her nose and ears, and it would seem like Pain's invasion had never happened at all. Everyone was just so happy, despite all the changes. For example, Danzo's rule. The man had established himself as, not a bad leader. He actually had a secret admiration for the Sandaime, and despite his political disagreements with the man, loved Konoha very dearly. His attitude towards the other nations wasn't so peachy though. His dogmatic and militaristic stance got on other countries' nerves at times, so much that Suna had broken their alliance with them. He was just too obsessed with Konoha's social, political, and military superiority. The young woman looked around. There were posters everywhere. On buildings, on fences, on benches. Everywhere. And they all contained the same thing. Propaganda. Posters spouting one-sided information about their enemies, while glorifying Konoha. The Will of Fire was often used as a propaganda slogan. This was one of the main downsides of Danzo's rule. Sakura herself had changed much over 3 years, after realizing that she was a late bloomer. She had gotten a bit taller, now clocking in at 5 feet 6 inches. She grew her hair out again, not as long as when she was 12, but long enough to reach her upper back. Her breasts had gotten much bigger, and although they weren't on par with Tsunade or Hinata, they were still rather large. Her clothing had gotten much more liberal. She still wore a similar red top to what she wore 3 years ago, but this one was much more form-fitting and low-cut, exposing much of her sizable cleavage. She also took a page out of Ino's book by cutting off her shirt about halfway, showing off a gratuitous view of her bare belly. Naturally, she attracted much of the male attention due to this and her admittedly beautiful face as she matured into a woman. But that didn't matter. Despite all the attention she got from men, it never mattered. Because both of her boys were dead. Her anger at Naruto's death had subsided shortly after, because nothing but grief and denial remained when she realized how much she actually missed the blonde. And to make things worse, Kakashi had also been reported killed in the struggle. Then about a month or two later, Sasuke's death was reported. He was torn to shreds by some foreign shinobi force, Danzo had publicly announced. The absolute brutality of the killing was horrific to even listen to. The 2 successive deaths of her teammates hit the poor girl hard. Naruto's death alone had been enough, he wasn't even given a funeral where she could grieve. Then, the boy who she twistedly but truthfully loved came home brutally eviscerated, and it was too much. Sakura was promptly torn to pieces. She spent almost 3 months wallowing in depression, rarely leaving her room and crying herself to sleep over her lost loved ones. Then, at the end of the 3rd month, after her parents' desperate attempts to console her, the rest of the Konoha 10 extended the hand of comfort to her. They would spend a month attempting to reach her, then another 5 to return her to old self. And even then, she just wasn't the same. She never carried that sense of hot-blooded spirit she had when she was younger. There was always a sort of brokenness in her eyes every time they looked at her. She had also gotten crueler on her missions, and she honestly picked up some of Danzo's dogmatic attitude when she heard a foreign force killed Sasuke. She stared up at the Hokage monument. Danzo's face had been added to the only remaining space on the mountain. She was wondering if that was symbolic of him being the last Hokage when a perky, feminine voice called out to her. Sakura. Hey, Sakura. The pink-haired woman recognized that voice anywhere. Ino was the one who had gotten closest to Sakura after the death of her 2 teammates. They once again shared a sort of friendship they had during the academy, without all the drama and rivalry messing up their relationship. Hello, Ino Pig, she said quietly. That old nickname never wore off. She viewed the changes Ino had undergone, and those were very few. Besides the older look to her, there was little change that occurred in Ino over the years. She was still the same height, had the same hair, and wore the same clothes. The blonde girl was running over to her, panting wildly. There was a panic-stricken look on her face, almost like she had seen a ghost. Ino? Asked Sakura, confused at the sudden behavior. One of Ino's more interesting talents was her ability to get information before anyone else did. At the age of 17, Ino was drafted into the ANBU, rising rapidly through the ranks of the torture and interrogation force, before becoming right hand to Ibiki himself. Sakura placed her hands on Ino's shoulders worriedly, trying to calm her friend. Ino, what's wrong? Calm down and speak to me calmly, Sakura demanded of her friend. Ino slowed her breathing at once, acutely aware of the information she needed to get out quickly. Rokudame-same has called for all of the high-ranking jounin in his office. This is urgent news. Everything will be explained there. Sakura blinked at her position in the middle of the line of jounin, solid indifference to the situation her reaction. Honestly, she had seen it coming for quite some time now. Danzo had been looking for an excuse for close to a year now. It all started when Danzo's experiments with Kyuubi's chakra were brought to a close. Despite her anger and protests, Danzo had taken Naruto's corpse after his death, and blatantly defiled it by searching for residual amounts of Kyuubi's chakra. Much to her shame, she and the rest of the medical and sealing specialists had been assigned the duty of replicating the use of the fox's cloak in everyday ninja. And they succeeded. Using captured nin from the destroyed gatekeeper as guinea pigs, they successfully received a one-tailed Kyuubi cloak in the ninja. It took them almost 2 years of constant, heartbreaking, for her, work, but they finally succeeded in receiving a one-tailed cloak in the ninja. It wasn't as much as Danzo would have liked, but nonetheless he was proud. The medical and sealing knowledge of Konoha was superb, and they had achieved what ninja villages could only dream of in 2 years flat. This would surely lead Konoha into a golden age of prosperity. At least, that was what Sakura told herself as she worked on a blatant insult to Naruto's memories. That is what Naruto would have liked, right? For the village to prosper? 48 out of 50 Konoha shinobi had successfully undergone the long procedure of getting the Kyuubi's chakra implanted into their chakra coils. Pretty soon, she too and the rest of the Konoha 10 would go through theirs as well. But, therein lies the problems. Spies from the despicable Iwagakure no Sato had infiltrated the village as leaf shinobi. They personally viewed the inner workings of the procedure. Fortunately, one spy had been captured and turned over to Ibiki. Otherwise, they would have never gotten the information they needed. And 5 days ago, there had been a little skirmish near the Hai no Kuni's border between a squad of Konoha nin and a squad of Iwa nin. The incident ended badly for the leaf shinobi, all 3 genin and 1 jounin dead at the hands of the Iwa nin. But, the whole fight was just 2 squads of ninja there at the wrong place at the wrong time. But Danzo had turned it into a propaganda campaign. He staunchly proclaimed it was nothing more than cold-blooded murder by the barbarians of Iwagakure no Sato, and the villagers believed him. Soon, the whole village was chanting for blood of Iwagakure, and war seemed inevitable. And there it was. A declaration of war against Iwagakure no Sato. That was the reason for the meeting. Sakura vacated the building once the meeting was over, feeling slightly more smug satisfaction that she thought she should. She didn't care about Iwa, but she was more than a little concerned about how her loved ones would fare in this war. This was no doubt in her mind that Konoha would sweep Iwa in the upcoming war, especially with their new weapon. But still, she couldn't help but feel a little worried about this. The whole village was beginning to prepare for war. There was rationing of food and more ninja were set for implantation of Kyuubi chakra, including herself. She pushed those thoughts from her head as she walked away from the building, thinking about the true reason for the war. Hai no Kuni would probably somehow annex Tsuchi no Kuni after all this was done. That was Danzo's goal. To exert his superiority after gaining so much awesome power. The first stage to building the Konohan Empire. Chapter 8, El Precio de Libertad. The burst of light lasted for approximately 5 seconds, and for it, neither one of the 2 foxes could see anything else. Just a blinding, all-encompassing flash of bright yellow that hindered the visibility for anyone in the vicinity. A deafening creak filled the room, an ominous noise that promoted anxiety for Naruto and excitement for the former prisoner behind the bars. Kyuubi was finally being set free. This would be a defining moment for both of them. Whoever won, would fulfill something great. Whoever lost, well. The light subsided after what seemed like an eternity, and the doors to Kyuubi's cage were wide open, the provocative barrier that always kept Naruto from being attacked by the being behind the bars. How ironic that he would be the one to remove it. Whatever the emotion felt, it was a tense atmosphere, one that reeked solely of barely restrained conflict between the 2 enemies. Ironically, nothing happened. The Kyuubi just stood there stoically, an intense look of glee painted on its face, and in no way poised to attack its long-hated container, as Naruto was oh so led to believe. This behavior stunned him, and Naruto was immediately on guard due to the Kyuubi's bizarre behavior. Why wasn't it attacking him? Was it waiting for the perfect time? Or was there some sort of ulterior motive? The hollow edged closer to the behemoth fox, biting his lip as he approached. The Kyuubi moved its giant muzzle, causing Naruto move back skittishly as the Kyuubi reared back its head and laughed harder than Naruto had ever heard it laugh before. As the Kyuubi put down its giant head, the eerie laugh immediately mutated into a hostile roar. The room shook violently, though Naruto in the middle was completely unaffected. That is, until the Kyuubi raised its huge paw and smacked Naruto with it like he was just a bug. The hollow was sent flying across the area, smashing headfirst into a wall on the bottom left side. Naruto left a slight imprint on the stone wall, and as he slumped to the ground he felt the Kyuubi's rank, red energy assault his nostrils. Truly a being of absolute hatred and malice, fed by countless atrocities. It was truly captivating, despite Naruto's dislike for the fox. The Kyuubi sneered. "You are truly suicidal?" Naruto altered his position so he was laying against the wall to face the Kyuubi. A loopy grin molted onto his face, and he let out a vulgar, high-pitched laugh at his current situation. He collapsed to the ground in his laughter, banging his paws against the ground, as if it were the most comedic thing in the world. This did nothing more than infuriate the Kyuubi. How can you be laughing in a situation like this? You're dead. You sealed your fate the minute you opened that cage. And now you're laughing at this like none of it ever happened. No, it's not insane enough, Naruto muttered to himself, the hollow's face taking on a stoic expression. The Kyuubi picked up on that. Insane? I'd say you're plenty insane as it is, brat. Laughing at your own misfortune, wanting to cement your own demise. If that's not insanity, then what is? Naruto grinned up at the Kyuubi. It's not insanity. I'm forcing myself to behave like this. It goes against every natural reaction that I have, yet I will continue to do this. Why? Because the more I do this, the more natural this reaction will come to me. Right now I'm making a mental checklist to do things that will suppress the feelings of love and compassion that the Shinigami me forced onto me. When this reaction finally becomes natural to me, those feelings will immediately cease. Naruto got to his feet, only slightly damaged despite being thrown into a wall. His thick skin was truly remarkable. He looked at the Kyuubi intensely, with a different posture and feel than the usual emotional hollow. You know, you are the perfect opponent for me to fight after being violated by my Shinigami self. Let's face it, Kyuubi. I hate you, and you hate me. I would feel no guilt over your passing, anyway, which means I won't be hindered by those emotions this time. Expect me to be fully serious this time. I have no time to play around. Kyuubi was silent, wondering how this little hollow could be so bipolar. Going from goofy to painstakingly serious in a split second? Judging from his previous actions, he probably wouldn't take this seriously anyway. He would likely contradict himself in the fight and start acting goofy again. Probably just another defense mechanism against love and compassion. That's likely how he would do it. Another thing to add to his mental checklist to help him become insane. A large-scale rumbling cut off the thoughts of both Naruto and Kyuubi. It came from all directions, and it seriously bothered Naruto there for a minute. Little pieces of stone crumbled and fell off of the wall. A strange, red mist hovered in the air throughout the entire chamber. As it touched the walls, parts of it solidified to become a thick red ooze that ran down the walls at an impossible slowness. As the substance oozed down, it incinerated the wall, causing wisps of burnt stone to rise into the air and become one with the gaseous red substance. Naruto actually began to feel a little bit dizzy. "What's happening?" asked Naruto, swiveling his head back and forth much like a confused child. The Kyuubi laughed raucously out of nowhere, apparently even happier at this new revelation. Naruto noticed an extra kind of giddiness to the fox's laughter, and despite his better judgment, became curious to what the fox was so happy about. He opened his mouth to speak, before he turned away from the Kyuubi to face the degrading wall. "No. I don't want to know," he said illogically, contradicting his previous statements. Kyuubi stopped laughing at that. Naruto was getting annoying. Oh, how his new behavior infuriated the Kyuubi. "You insignificant insect," the Kyuubi roared, his haunches rising. "Your mind is deteriorating right before your very eyes. When you took off the seal, the support keeping me in your body mostly vanished. My power will literally eat your body away from the inside until your body, mind, and soul is completely absorbed. All within the next 10 minutes. Tell me that doesn't frighten you," the Kyuubi roared, hoping to get some kind of negative reaction from him. Naruto said nothing. "Don't you get it? You're doomed. You can't hope to beat me, let alone within the next 10 minutes. Your absolute disregard for your own demise disgusts me. Run around frantically. Scream in agony. Don't just sit there like a fool with your back turned on this situation," the Kyuubi ranted, as it charged up its giant chakra ball, though it was considerably weaker than its normal one. It released the ball, and a blinding flash erupted on the scene, as the giant ball of destruction rushed at high speeds directly towards where Naruto was sitting with his back turned. He didn't flinch when it came his way. The energy tore right through the wall like it was paper, presumably obliterating Naruto right along with it. The beam of energy held fast, before it dissipated after around 5 seconds, leaving a charred depression of wall where it had impacted. Kyuubi stared at the destroyed wall for a few seconds, before he heard an inane, high-pitched laughter come from inside the stone, just from behind where Naruto was sitting before. "It looks like I'm getting into some exceptionally good fights today. I'm getting all jittery just thinking about it. I'll have to tell Furos about you once you're dead." A barely singed Naruto was crawling out of the wall, doing many flamboyant and unnecessary movements as he came out. From the way the top of his head was burned, it was apparent that he had avoided the blast by barely dodging beneath it and crouching against the wall. If it were any other opponent, the Kyuubi would have laughed sinisterly at his opponent's plight. But this hollow's behavior was so infuriating to him that he only performed a menacing growl. He could sense the sane mind underneath all the perplexing mannerisms. This hollow fully had the capability to act sane. To act serious. And yet, he wasn't. He was treating this whole fight as a joke. As if the fox wasn't worth his time. He was dead on in thinking that the hollow would contradict himself with what he said earlier. The hollow was running at him now, his movements loopy, yet at the same time, effective. The Kyuubi raised his claw high into the air, red energy wisping around the limb like a phantom arm. He locked onto the fox hollow, before slamming down the appendage on the smaller fox. The attack missed its target, but the destruction it caused in its wake more than made up for this. An absurdly powerful shockwave was unleashed from the point of impact. The walls and floors split into numerous pieces, and the disturbing paintings of Naruto fell off of the wall. Naruto laughed, using his superior agility to hop onto a piece of debris falling from the ceiling. He performed unorthodox flips to bound from one rock to the next. Using his current one as a platform, he sank his claws into the firm rock, before using it to propel himself the rest of the way, attempting to reach the top of Kyuubi's head. Began the Kyuubi as he readied his energy-laced claws once again, prepared to strike the airbound hollow. Damn you. He thrust his claws forward, but Naruto barely avoided the attack by contorting his body in midair. Yet, the gust of wind and shockwave created from the attack was nearly enough to send Naruto flying. Naruto and Kyuubi traded blows in midair, Naruto's large tails being able to block one of Kyuubi's claws. As he fell slightly, the claws chased after him, nearly getting through his defenses. He used all of his strength to block all four claws with his own and his tail. He dodged to the side, breaking one of the Kyuubi's claws as they passed by his right hip. The nail of the claw were flying, and Naruto slashed the skin of the Kyuubi's paw with both of his claws. His deed done, Naruto shot out his tail and grappled it around the end of one of Kyuubi's claws. The fox hollow pushed himself onto the main part of Kyuubi's paw, just as the beast in question used his other paw to attack the hanging hollow. He lifted his head and neck to avoid a deadly strike that would have taken off his head, thick skin or no. Kyuubi, now annoyed by Naruto's speed and agility, raised his paw to his face, wanting to attack Naruto from that angle. Naruto, sensing the opportunity, leaped off of Kyuubi's paw. You left an opening? Naruto yelled, as he came down on the Kyuubi's face. He didn't hesitate. Absolutely no hesitation at all. In a fight with a great being like the Kyuubi, any waiting would invite instant death. The smaller fox timed his leap so he would land near Kyuubi's eyes, to which he then slashed out at the red iris with both claws. He felt his claws penetrate the soft substance, and the hollow dragged his natural weapons down, creating a worse and even more painful injury for the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi roared in pain, emitting his signature shockwave as he did. The Bijou bucked Naruto off his head, sending Naruto flying about 50 feet in the air. The beast charged up his energy ball again, making it slightly bigger and more powerful. This one would surely destroy Naruto. But, Naruto was angled to the right, and easily missed the fired beam of light, which Kyuubi fired too late. Not to mention, as his current rate, the hollow would land directly on the back of the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi watched as Naruto effortlessly fell onto his slanted down back, and hissed as Naruto sank his sharp claws into his backside. Without even giving the enormous fox time to respond, Naruto used both of his front paws to grasp a handful of the Kyuubi's fur. With this all said and done, he sank his razor-sharp teeth into the fox's flesh. The Kyuubi and Naruto roared at the same time, as Kyuubi had his flesh bitten off and Naruto began chewing said flesh. A nasty hissing noise came from out of Naruto's mouth, the acidic flesh of Kyuubi seared the insides. Cankerous sores sprung up along his gums, and the hollow spit out the poisonous flesh as fast as he could. Naruto could have kicked himself for his move. He had forgotten that the fox was basically made up of highly corrosive energy. If that was the case, then eating him would definitely be out of the question. Maybe I underestimated him a little. His speed and defense may be lacking compared to mine, but his raw power far outclasses my own, and then there is the matter of his poisonous flesh which I cannot eat. The cogs rotated around in Naruto's mind, trying to come up with a solution. This is my mind, isn't it? I should have the advantage. The released seal is deteriorating my body and mind, but that shouldn't matter as long as they both are slightly intact. From the looks of things, the energy has corroded about 1/8 of my mind right now. Once my mind is destroyed, I will die and the Kyuubi will be released. The energy will eat away at my corpse too. The Shinigami? Naruto paused, snapped his eyes open and staring straight ahead. He didn't notice the long, red tail slither up from beneath him like a slimy serpent. That's it. As he finished his thoughts, he felt a sharp jolt of pain enter his mind, and a sort of profound dizziness struck him. The Ryuryoku eating away at his mind must have been getting to him. And, from the way his feet scalded, he would be injured simply by standing on the QB for an extending period of time. The small hollow's luck become even worse as he felt something big and hairy wrap itself around his midsection. As he realized it was one of his opponent's tails, the hairy thing lurched forward, taking a grunting Naruto with it. The tail's owner forcefully pulled Naruto up to his face, staring at him with hate-filled red eyes. Naruto grinned, releasing a puff of steam from his injured mouth that had apparently not been released. The two super beings stared each other down for a good 15 seconds, one with a look of unrestrained hatred and the other with a look of poisonous amusement. 7 minutes left, the QB boomed simply. Naruto's grin widened. 7 minutes until you perish, and I'm free to go forth with my path of destruction. Again with the killing and the destruction and the pain. You really have a problem, you know that? Always being so selfish and cruel. Have some regard for other people's lives and feelings, why don't you? The QB laughed. Says the ones who wants to destroy your former village and all of Soul Society. You're nothing but a hypocrite. The QB spat out the words like it were tightened his tail's grip on Naruto. Naruto whistled happily, thoroughly unconcerned with his current plight. True, true. My path of destruction is just as bad as yours, if not worse. But, at least I have a goal. Something to strive for. You just destroy things at random, while wandering through the world with nothing else to do or think about. A pathetic existence such as yours I have never seen before. How do you even stand it? Naruto stopped speaking, and lowered his voice to a whisper. But, your pathetic life is going to be over, soon? Huh. And such a blatant lie that is. You are beaten, out of time, and have never had the advantage during our entire fight. And yet you continue to arrogantly believe in all your bullshit. You call my existence pathetic? Just look at yourself and you shall see the true image of a pitiful being. Pitiful? Me? Not really. You could at least call it dedicated. We are both greatly emotional beings, but the difference between you and me is that once I find a goal, I never waver from its course. Naruto stopped talking for a minute to adopt a mocking and fake face of pleading. Please KQB, I don't want you to die. Just kidding, I do want you to die. Your existence is so pathetic that you must die. He laughed heartily at his illogical behavior. How contradictory can you get? Asked the larger fox angrily. More than that, you know, said Naruto. Ah, so it was another one of those stupid acts of his. That makes sense. You might be thinking right now, oh, he's just making a groundless statement about killing me, but I assure you that isn't the case. You see, I still have a sane, rational mind and I can very well use it to my advantage. I thought back to my Shinigami self a little while back, and it got me thinking about other things. I was enlightened to the fact that an individual's mindscape can be warped to a certain extent. You wouldn't dash, the QB began. A depraved grin. I regained control over my mind as he was dying. That means, since the seal has been released, you are in my territory now. And since you are not a part of me, you can't take control like the other Naruto did? That's impossible. You can't will anything. That can't be done in a human's mind. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a human anymore then. QB's eyes widened. Naruto was a hollow, not a human. The same rules wouldn't apply to him. You were much safer in the seal, QB. Where I couldn't get to you, Naruto whispered as an afterthought. He focused his mind on a particular object, attempting to will it to do whatever he wanted it to. He grinned as a slight explosion appeared in the wall to the right of the open cage. It's a little difficult. Nothing what I wanted happened. Though I think I can make this work on my next try. Naruto mused. Not that I'll let you do that. I kill you in one strike before you ever master that technique, roared QB, opening his gaping maw in order to tear Naruto to shreds with his razor-sharp teeth. Naruto focused again before that could, and with a grunt pulled one of the cage's bars from its place. The bar hovered in the air for a second, before it was sharpened to a point. The QB's teeth were mere feet away from Naruto when the sharpened bar speared QB in one of the tails, before lodging into the adjacent wall. The QB roared as his head thrust to the side as a result of the knockback, and when his tail was impaled on the makeshift spear. Naruto was sent flying from the QB's grip, laughing raucously all the while. He grunted as he fell in the water a good distance away, before shakily getting to his feet to wipe some blood from the corner of his mouth. Heh, he panted. Looks like I can alter my mind in various ways. I wonder if I can alter the landscape. Before he followed through though, QB had already painfully yanked out the altered bar pinning him to the wall. The enraged fox halted, reared back, and sent it spiraling at Naruto with one of his other tails. Whoa! Careful now. You don't want me getting hurt, do you? Asked Naruto as he hopped to the side to avoid the spear. The Kyuubi looked at his wounded tail and then back at Naruto, a sneer forming on his visage. Insolent brat, how dare you do such a thing to me? Damn you and your mental powers? Oh? I'm hurt. I don't want to be damned. How could wish such a horrible thing on me? Asked Naruto emotionally. His shrill voice reverberated throughout the entire chamber, and it really got on his nerves. I've had enough of you and your bullshit. I'm going to end this now. He shot towards Naruto suddenly, his claw extending in a horizontal strike. On the end of each of the claws, a deep red orb of light formed and was quickly increasing in size. They were each thoroughly reminiscent of a weaker form of the fox's strong ball. This form of attack will easily render you dead. Say goodbye to your life, brat. Maybe I can increase the power of my attacks as well. The possibilities are endless. Too bad I'll only be able to use this in my mind. Naruto was thinking, unconcerned with the charging Kyuubi. Naruto met the fox halfway through his excursion, and used a powerful leap to push himself up to the center of the Kyuubi's paw. The orbs of energy were flanking him around all directions, but with their current course they would miss. Why did he dash? The Kyuubi started as the smaller fox approached the pad of his giant paw. He was cut off suddenly when Naruto let loose a violent kick from his back paw. It impacted with the Kyuubi's own paw, and with a little willing to make it stronger, Naruto timed it so it reflexed inwards towards the Kyuubi's head. Shit, he timed it so it would dash, the Kyuubi thought. The orbs on his claws were fully charged now, and he was just about to release when his paw turned unexpectedly towards his own body. The attack discharged, sending out 4 beams of searing light, each a little bit larger than a zero. The 4 attacks merged to form one giant beam, which engulfed the Kyuubi's head in a vicious yet mesmerizing display of light. The Kyuubi screamed in pain, yet it came out as more of a roar. Kyuubi was thrown back by the mere force of the attack, and he found himself thrown against another one of the bars. The light dissipated, and Kyuubi's head and top part of his torso was heavily scorched black. It would seem like the fox's own power had an adverse effect on him. Naruto laughed at the fox's misfortune, his joy becoming insidious. And now to follow it up with some theatrics, announced Naruto madly, as he wrestled more bars from the cage to become sharp spears. While the Kyuubi was disoriented, the hollow sent out all 5 spears to pin the fox to the wall by his legs and one of his tails. The abused Kyuubi struggled to get free, but the bars of the cage were still slightly imbued with sealing energy, so the Kyuubi was unable to escape, at least until all the energy drained out of the bars. Kyuubi's ears pricked up as he heard rustling near his legs. There was Naruto, leaping his way up to the Kyuubi's face. A smug look of satisfaction was on his face, almost like he knew that he had won. I find this very fitting. It serves as the end of the 19-year-old conflict between you and me. I always felt like you were something to be feared, and for a while I genuinely did fear you. I used to think you were immortal. Invincible, if you will. But, not anymore. I'm done with fear, and you are done in general. And now, you will die here. Killed by your own cage. Naruto gave his speech as he ascended onto the Kyuubi's snout. Goodbye, Kyuubi. I won't be sad to see you go. Naruto choked out. The sad tone was there, but it sounded so acted and contrived it might as well have been fake. Wait, don't you at least want to know the circumstances behind your death? The Kyuubi said randomly, as Naruto halted bringing out the last bar of the cage. He looked at the merciless fox suspiciously, seeming to want to know if this was a trick. What do you mean, the circumstances behind my death? I thought I simply died of chakra overuse, asked Naruto against his better judgment. Kyuubi emitted a low chuckle from his throat, a vile laughter that set Naruto on edge. Oh, please. Like you could ever die of that while I am sealed in you? Naruto stumbled over words trying to think of a response, but he couldn't make one. The fox could be lying, but why would he? And why would he die of chakra overuse, when he had a large supply of it thanks to the fox? Then dash? The Kyuubi chuckled again. Oh, it's very simple. You didn't die of chakra overuse, at least on your own you didn't. Your body and myself would alert you to this if you actually were dying from chakra overuse. Think of it like pain, it's a signal that alerts your brain of something wrong. You see, your father had a very pivotal role in all this. My father? Naruto questioned, worried about where this would go. Kyuubi's eyes squinted. Yes, your father, Kyuubi hissed. That man's consciousness was set to appear in the seal should you activate 8 tails, which you in fact did. He then would restore both the seal and your chakra, the Kyuubi said. But dash. Except he didn't restore your chakra. He only believed he was restoring your chakra. Artificially restoring chakra is impossible in itself. The only way to do it is to have it be restored naturally. The fool didn't know, and despite his petty beliefs, he attempted to restore your chakra. Yet, all he did was numb your ability to sense that your chakra was running out. Sort of like adding an adrenaline rush. You get it, now? You went back into battle believing you had chakra, as you couldn't feel any chakra fatigue. You kept on exerting and forcing the chakra to come. And then finally, it caught up with you. Your chakra coils were strained too much, and the worst-case scenario happened. You died. A tense silence filled the room, as Kyuubi let a smile come onto his face. Naruto was shaking in absolute rage. How dare his father do something like that to him? How many mistakes would the man make when it came to him? It seemed like all his father did was make things bad for him. First, he seals this asshole into him, with the mindset that he would use the power to protect a village that hated him. Not to mention shouldering him with the burden of defeating some creepy fucker in a mask that wanted to bring the corrupt ninja world to ruin. All the while dying and leaving him behind with nothing. No money, no house, no help. Nothing. And to top it all off, he does the ultimate mistake. Killing him. What an asshole. His hate for his father skyrocketed, easily going to the top of his list of things he hated. That man was now his number one enemy. Even more so than Konoha or Soul Society. Though, if he was right, Namake's Minato was probably happily going through his afterlife in Soul Society without any care in the world. If he were to destroy the Shinigami, and by extension, Soul Society, then there was a great chance that he would run into the man on his excursion. Kyuubi grinned. He could now die happily, after causing yet another torment for Naruto to endure. And, if he was lucky, then Namake's Minato would be destroyed by extension. If he wasn't going to destroy anything, then he was sure as hell going to pass on that task to someone else. A legacy, if you will. Kyuubi laughed again, a wide grin on his face. Now you know he was cut off. Without even looking at the fallen fox, Naruto took down the bar, sharpened it, and thrust it through the Kyuubi's head as quick as lightning. Normally, this wouldn't get the fox dead for long, but Naruto would take the chance to absorb the Kyuubi's power and permanently kill off the fox. The two foxes were still slightly in sync with each other, so Naruto would still be able to take the fox's power just like when he was alive. Only this time, the power would stay. The Kyuubi himself had no time to register the sharp bar enter through his eye socket. He continued on with his ramblings, telling Naruto of his death and of his father. He had no idea he was to be absorbed. And so, the great Kyuubi, the strongest of the Bijou, died. At the hands of his own Kage, and leaving a legacy. It had all happened so fast. He had just killed his longtime enemy, the Kyuubi, and before he knew it, he found himself back in the arena. With all remnants of another entity in his mind gone, the stability of the mindscape began to fade. The mindscape began to shake and distort, and once he blinked, it was gone. He was back in the arena, still in the safety of the hole that had been dug for him. No time appeared to have passed, proving that the flow of time was different in the mindscape. But even so, he could feel the scalding power of the Kyuubi coursing through his body and mixing with his Ryatsu. He had succeeded. The Kyuubi's power was his. Naruto gave a lunatic grin. It was time to go wild, and maybe make some friends. Nah, why would he make friends here when he was just going to kill everyone? That was illogical, which is why he thought of it in the first place. He was still absorbing the power, and yet he was already being drowned in the awesome power. The feel of it, like he could do anything, was intoxicating. But, he was cut off, as during his thoughts about killing, he felt a strong pang of guilt rack his body. Another courtesy of the Shinigami. Just confirming that it had been real. The mixed feeling of corruption, bloodlust, and guilt was a strange, and somewhat disturbing one. And it was not something that Naruto enjoyed. But, that feeling would subside soon enough, when Naruto's body began going through the change. It was unmistakable, the sudden condensation of power into a better form. Already it was drowning him in its powerful grip. Naruto's body began to morph. Chapter 9, Mito de un Dios. Drowning. As Naruto underwent his transformation, it felt as though he had been submerged into a burning lake of fire. An intense feeling of depraved pleasure had morphed into nothing more than a sensation of pure agony. The power that he had gained for his own benefit was now threatening to consume him, and make him into a mindless beast. Drowning. Even now, he could feel it. The rush of the hundreds of souls he had consumed, including Kyuubi's, throughout his entire body. The cold touch of their essences sent shivers down his spine. He could just feel them eating away at him. Attempting to gain control of his body. Gain control of him. He muttered something incomprehensible in the dark, in a shaky voice that seemed to spell complete hopelessness. All of the hollows, all of their despair, all of their hatred, all of their sadness. All of those things unified under one being, projecting themselves through Naruto, all as one. There came painful-sounding cracking noises from over all areas of Naruto's body. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and all four of his legs receded into his own body. The voices of the crowd above him faded, and all he could hear was the endless sounds of hundreds of souls fighting inside his mind. His vision blurred, and the world around him began to rock and shake. He held his front paw in front and face, vaguely sensing the blurry shape and texture. He caught his breath when little pieces of flesh flaked off his paw, all of them joining together to mingle in the soft breeze. He numbly noted that this was happening to his entire body. His legs, his head, his stomach. All of it. His body was dissolving into dust, yet the sense of burning pain was diminishing. It was like the rapidly enclosing feeling of oblivion numbing him to any sort of feeling. Before long, he reached that oblivion. His former body was completely destroyed after about a minute of changing, and for a second he felt it as he relinquished control. The unbearable cold chill of nothingness. If he gave in to those other souls, that was what was going to happen to him. And then, he came back. The flakes of Naruto's body dispersed into the wind, but a shapeless black mass, almost like a silky cloth, formed on the direct spot where he had disappeared. It was surreal. This was the feeling of being bodiless, of being ethereal. Nothing more than a consciousness that existed without a body, hardly aware of what it was doing. The black mass began to fester, before it shot up towards the sky at much faster speed, twisting around itself as it rose about 50 feet in the air. It displaced dirt as it rose, making Naruto's tunnel even larger than before. Then, it started to take form. The black mass became a billowing black robe that hid the being's soon-to-be arms. It grew chalk-white legs that sprouted from beneath the thing's robe, with large, pointed feet the same color as its legs. Its head appeared next, following the same pattern as its torso. Finally, its mask appeared. A vulpine mask similar to Naruto's other one, yet it was flatter with more rounded features. The eye holes were empty and sunken, and they just stared out into space. It was in stark contrast to the former Naruto's life-filled eyes. Naruto glanced downwards at an impossibly slow rate, surveying his new body. He had just barely wrestled control from the other hollows he had absorbed, and was thoroughly relieved when he didn't turn out like most of the other Gillian. He was superior than them. He still retained his consciousness. He would continue to evolve. He opened his mouth in order to say something, but the only noise that came out was a low, primal roar. He tried again, but the result was the same. As he thought about it, he realized that he had never heard a Gillian speak before. Did they have the ability? Whatever was wrong with his vocal cords, he didn't know. But, he had a sinking feeling that he would never be able to communicate with others as long as he was a Gillian. The spectators were stunned by this new Gillian with the unique mask, and as it roared their attention was drawn to its mask. It was almost exactly the same as that rabid fox hollow from earlier. That disgusting being had evolved. Questions exploded in the viewers' heads like fireworks. How had he evolved from right under their noses? How didn't he die from the barrage of Ceros from the Gillian? What rock did he crawl out from under? The fox's sudden evolution was just so ridiculous, even if most of them admitted they were used to the impossible happening in Hueco Mundo. The other Gillian did not notice the presence of their new brethren, not even when it slowly thundered on over to them and bit a chunk out of the closest one to it. The wounded Gillian roared, before it collapsed onto the ground much like a falling tower. Naruto chewed stoically on his meal, as the other Gillians finally noticed his presence and swiveled their heads to look at him. He didn't look at them, not even when they began milling directly around him. He broke the circle by eating another one directly to his right, and the slow and unintelligent Gillian were unable to respond as he walked out of the circle. After around a minute, 5 Gillian mustered up the organization to all use their Ceros simultaneously on the new one. They didn't even get to use it as they were all slashed diagonally across the midsection in a silver streak before they even got to use their attack. The diagonally bisected hollows roared one last time before they vanished into dust. Naruto himself roared when he turned around to view the destroyed Gillian, and was slightly relieved to see Furos standing there. He was flaked with dried blood, and his mask wore an bitter scowl, but he seemed relatively unharmed. "Naruto, is that you?" "It is, isn't it? You've evolved into a Gillian, and you've had the rare miracle of retaining a conscious. With your personality, I guess that's no surprise, huh? You're so determined and egotistical that there's no way you'd ever fall victim to oblivion. You saw what happened, didn't you? That cataclysmic attack. The attack that wiped out our comrades. You don't care, do you?" Naruto roared in response, and Furos felt a great sadness blossom inside of him due to the loss of his newfound friend. "That's right, you can't talk. In fact, you probably haven't even noticed that I'm here right now. I must be losing my mind after all that time in prison." Furos slashed an incoming Gillian. It roared one last time before dissolving into a black mist. "Us hollows, we have to eat to survive. But, does that mean we should enjoy it? That we should always adhere to the contraband stereotypes of the Shinigami? I hate eating other hollows. Every time I bite into their flesh, I hear the cold contempt the Shinigami race has for us. We have at least one thing in common, Naruto. We both hate the Shinigami. I don't know what happened to make you hate them, but when I saw you for the first time in the hive, it gave me hope. That there was a solitary beacon of divine vengeance and justice against the murdering Shinigami. You were different than most other hollows, who are simply content to about their lives, uncaring of the effects the Shinigami have on our species. Furos stopped to stare dumbly into space as the Gillian Naruto completely ignored him, and began chewing on yet another Gillian. It was surprising. This Naruto ate with a slow boredom, in comparison with the former Naruto who ate with greedy relish. Maybe that was an improvement. Almost like he was anticipating an attack, he pulled himself up from his crouched position, and began to slowly charge up his newfound Zero. The red ball of energy formed slowly, much slower than the other Gillian. But, as he released it, the red stream of dangerous light tore through a slowly oncoming Gillian, leaving a gaping hole where the creature's stomach would have been. The downed Gillian fell like a skyscraper, almost knocking into some of its fellows as it collapsed. The Gillian looked at their downed comrade, and didn't even notice anything when Naruto had bit into the shoulder of the closest Gillian yet again. He ripped the black fabric-like substance from the bitten shoulder, growling slightly as the Gillian fell. One Gillian looked at its fallen companions for an extended period of time, long enough for Naruto reveal grisly, white arms from his cloak. They grasped the Gillian's shoulders, finally prompting the stupid beast to notice. Naruto and the other Gillian stared each other down for a few seconds, before the grabbed Gillian finally realized it was in danger, and began charging up its Zero. Before it could release it though, Naruto bit into the other Gillian's shoulder blade and tore another chunk clean off. His growling got even louder. The Gillian released its Zero as it fell, angled slightly upwards. The attack clipped some of the spectators in the crowd, atomizing them instantly, much to the dismay of all the other spectators who weren't killed. The hissing and jeering drowned out Naruto's growling, though it wouldn't be that way for long as Naruto's growl became a piercing roar, one of being in clearly visible pain. The jeering from the crowd died down almost instantly after Naruto emitted that awful cry. His Ryatsu, it was getting stronger. Much stronger than ever before. A steam-like red aura was rising from Naruto's body, and Naruto's roaring increased as the mist became thicker and thicker. It even began to form a shroud around Naruto. A cold ball of anxiety appeared in Furomo's stomach, seeing the all-too-familiar spectacle unfold itself upon Naruto. His haunches drooped in nervousness, and he was unable to settle the feeling in his gut as the red aura completely wrapped around Naruto. No, it can't be. It's ludicrous. Those thoughts only served to straighten Furomo's, and did nothing for the intense feeling of emotion that was curled away inside him. He heard Naruto roar again, and realized how ridiculous those thoughts that comforted him were. He was wrong. It was the real deal. It's, said Furomo's in a near-silent whisper. The simple word produced more awe than a shocked scream ever could. Naruto was now nothing more than a blank silhouette in the swirling torrent of powerful energy. A tense silence filled the arena as every being watching the sight unfold before their very eyes. The spectators had stopped jeering, the Gillian stood stock still, not even milling around as they usually do. Only Baragan showed no visible reaction, though the tightening of his grip on the throne would indicate that he was indeed bothered. A few of the weaker hollows fainted, the darkest corner of their minds producing nothing other than raw fear. The animalistic instinct of fight or flight. And this thing was definitely telling their minds to flee. Flee and never go near here again. Many individuals caught their breath, as the silhouette of Naruto began to morph. He was rapidly shrinking, his two-legged body once again changing to become four-legged. The red aura thickened even more, and the silhouette of Naruto became fully hidden from view by the thick, dark energy. And suddenly, the energy stopped moving. Dead silence reverberated throughout the entire arena, and no one said a word until the energy started picking up motion yet again. It rose and rose in speed, until it intensified to the point where it was buffeting around wildly, long tendrils of Ryatsu lashing out at anything that dared touch it. All non-Menos level hollows in the arena found breathing to be difficult, the intense spiritual pressure smothering them. Some of the Gillian found themselves being whipped by the red energy, their big bodies serving as a big target for disaster. The Ryatsu tore through their bodies like paper, leaving gaping and mortal wounds to any Gillian who got too close. After around a minute of this, a small explosion was heard coming from Naruto's position inside the vortex. A second one resounded directly after, and then the energy and smoke began to disperse. When it cleared all the way, a fresh Naruto emerged, vastly different from his short-lived Gillian self. He held a look of satisfied confusion, pleased with what had suddenly happened, yet also greatly confused. His bipedal body had once again changed back to a quadrupedal form similar to when he was a normal hollow. He was smaller than before, a large difference in size between his Gillian self. Yet, he looked significantly more dangerous despite his small frame. With the exception of his mask, he was covered in a deep red bony armor, bulky enough to protect, but small enough to be maneuverable. His mask was more vulpine, more pronounced in its features. Yet, it did nothing to hide the cruel, terrible visage that lurked beneath its porcelain. The fox's gaze was once again evil, and once again mocking. Spikes were jutting up from various places along Naruto's body, a testament to his new appearance. Smaller spikes were projected from the hollow's neck, ankles, and knees. Yet easily the most prominent were the two larger twin spikes that jutted out from the top of his shoulder blades. They shot up before pointing forward in a curve, flanking both sides of Naruto's mask. They seemed to shine slightly with an unnatural gleam, which was the most noticeable in the dim light they were currently under. Claws even more vicious-looking adorned the hollow's feet. They looked denser, sharper, like they could cut nearly anything to ribbons. 9 tails sprouted from the fox's rear, covered in a thin red armor and poised in a clockwise rotating spiral. Ajuchas, Furos whispered, not in fear or awe, but a mutual understanding. I just don't understand how. Ixiso, Baragan mused, his booming voice drawing the attention of several nearby hollows. They had never heard of anything like this before, but apparently their king had. I've seen this before. The natural phenomenon even rarer than the Gillian's evolution to Ajuchas. Those Gillian set to evolve to the next stage of existence change after consuming a mere 5 or 6 other Gillian. His servants and guards looked at their king curiously, having never heard of anything like this. Baragan raised his right arm daintily, an act of disdain against those ignorant fools. I'll explain. Hollows gain power by eating the flesh of Shinigami, humans, and other hollows. In addition, all hollows have the inherent ability to retain excess power when going through evolutionary leaps. In other words, it means that the gap between the next evolutionary stage becomes closer. However, when hollows go through an evolutionary leap, their last meal was usually a fairly small source of power, so this ability goes unnoticed by the vast majority of evolving hollows. He stared down at the new Ajuchas. But, when the hollow consumes a being of much greater power than them, the ability becomes clear. They evolve much quicker than any other hollow using a different method ever could. Do you understand? A look of understanding and some nods answered Baragan's question. I don't know how that young hollow managed to do it, but he did. He consumed a very large source of power right before he evolved into a Gillian, and so he was able to evolve into an Ajuchas after consuming a mere few Gillian. Baragan took his eyes off Naruto, only to notice very concerned looks. His vassals were clearly worried about Naruto's rapid increase in power. The king stood up. This amusing little show has gone on long enough. This has been a great embarrassment to all of Las Noches. Our arena fighters failed to best a couple of puny little ants. It's time to end this, he said. Naruto was already giving a show down there. The crowd was absolutely outraged. First Gillian, now Ajuchas. What next? Naruto reared back his head and laughed uproariously, contrasting his dull, emotionless Gillian behavior. This one had the personality of the original Hollow Naruto. Loopy, flamboyant, and evil. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. Being a Gillian wasn't fun at all. That big-ass body, the lack of talking, and the fact that I was slow as hell. But now I'm an Ajuchas, and I'm ready to spread some carnage once again, the new Ajuchas screamed to the entire crowd. The crowd booed him. Naruto laughed. Ah, are you guys happy to see little ol' me? I'm so flattered I think I could cry. True to his word, he started making obnoxious, sarcastic crying noises, falling to the ground because of the emotional joy. The crowd screamed in anger even more. Naruto got to his feet, adopting a serious look on his face. Well, it just so turns out I have a special surprise for and every one of you, my wonderful fans out there in the audience. More boos. I'm putting on a special performance, all about my wonderful and epitomal self, just for you. I will host it in the first cave to the west of Las Noches in 1 week, so make sure you'll be there. The admission fee will just be your life, he said scarily. Silence, and then laughter from Naruto. Oops, I guess I can't put on a show for you if you're all dead. Silly me. Guess there will be no show after all. Bet you're all real disappointed now, aren't you? Well, that's too bad, because I won't be able to do it for you. The crowd hissed, and Baragan was surprised when Naruto turned his full attention on him. And you? Naruto yelled dramatically, pointing up at Baragan in his balcony. I'll bet you're real disappointed. I know how much you love me, gay man. Enough to lock me up in prison for 3 years and then make me compete in this worthless excuse for an arena. Well, you know what? Here's my response to that. The Ajuchas opened his mouth and sucked in a breath full of air. Tiny little particles of orange light gathered at the opening of his mouth, forming the familiar ball shape of a zero. As the crowd heard the signature hissing sound of death, a sense of dread settled in every one of their stomachs. In the center of the hollow's mouth, a full-fledged zero had formed of a gleaming orange color. And he was aiming it directly at Baragan. He wouldn't. Naruto released his zero, the brilliant orange beam of light racing to where Baragan was calmly sitting. The zero nailed the balcony, being entirely engulfed in the strong orange light. Every hollow in the stadium turned in pure fear towards their attacked king and god. Okay, so he would. Feeling satisfied, Naruto walked on over to where Furos was standing, with a dumb look on his face from what had just happened. Now you've really rattled the monkey cage, he murmured, just loud enough for Naruto to hear him. Naruto chuckled. Shall we go, then? I've got our escape route all set up, he said, gesturing over the hole he had come out of. His demeanor had changed completely, from the crazy slasher to a sane, though still sadistic individual. It made Furos wonder what the hell was happening with the fox. Speaking of the escape route, the mole hollow Naruto had fought earlier was groggily getting to his feet, using his powerful claws to clamber his way out of the giant hole. The poor hollow never expected his previous opponent to hop into the air, and come down foot first on his head using a strong, downward thrust. The mole coughed up blood as Naruto's powerful claws sank into the mole's flesh. His vision blurred and became distorted, though his head was held aloft by Naruto. Now. You can't fall unconscious on us. That just will not do. You see, you are going to play a pivotal role in my brilliant escape plan, whether you want to or not, whispered Naruto in an eerie voice. The mole whimpered slightly, scarcely viewing Naruto's scary expression and hearing his hushed whisper. Dig. Every eye in the stadium, every spectator's mask was turned toward their king's balcony. The orange light had shielded their king's condition completely from view, and after it had dissipated, the smoke that had risen from the rubble created nothing more than a hazy, distorted silhouette of the skeleton. The smoke cleared after around a minute, but as soon as they found out their king was alive, it did nothing more than increase their fears. Baragan did not take being attacked very well. And when he was attacked, he tended to go on a violent rampage, executing everything in sight. Many hollows lived in constant fear of those rampages. It truly was the fear they had of their god. It was not to live in fear of his power. It was to live in fear of his previous actions. That was true submission. When he rose, the whole stadium buckled. A putrid purple mist was coming from his mouth, and even though it was slight, it was enough to begin rotting away the material that made up his balcony. The zero had scalded the entire area to Baragan's right, and it was clear that Baragan had batted it away with one hand. Still, the fact that he, a god, had been attacked, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. By mere ants, no less. The ants had somehow been able to avoid all the dangers of his arena, and with some massive bullshit that involved the vulgar fox hollow evolving twice, had defeated all of his Gillian. Now, although the experience was humiliating and degrading for him, he wasn't stupid. Just because they defeated his arena fighters by no means meant that they'd be able to defeat his army. Hell, just one of his personal guard would be enough for them. Speaking of which, his personal guard was standing poised stoically right beside him, 6 powerful Ajuchas ready to fight to the death for their king. He was about to motion for them to finish the job, when he noticed something curious down on the field. There was a stout mole hollow, one of his judging by the insignia, who was being forced to dig a path for the fox Ajuchas. Within 5 seconds, the fox hollow had disappeared into the earth, the firefly Ajuchas following up the rear a few seconds later. Baragan could have screamed in absolute rage. First, those little ants make a big mockery of the greatest competition he could think of, and now they believe they could away with it scot-free. He lowered his hand, deciding not to send his guards after them through the hole. They'll have to surface eventually. It's impossible to burrow out of the palace because the hard material goes underground as well. Though, they might not resurface until the very last minute. Which means I'll have to. You, pointing to the guard directly to his right, who stood up straight. Place the entire palace on lockdown. Do not let a single hollow in or out of these walls, he ordered. The guard bowed to his master, and with a quick sigh he disappeared. With the first guard gone, Baragan turned his attention to the guard on his left. And you, gather all the main forces and capture those 2 renegade hollows, for committing the crime of avoiding divine judgment. Alert all of my vassals to their presence and order them to report to the local authorities if they spot the fugitives. Once you have captured them, bring them directly to my throne room. Baragan paused, his face holding a look of determination. I want to deal with them personally. Chapter 10, Bloqueo de las Noches. Naruto watched as the mole hollow dug his way through Las Noches underground, a rabid grin on his face while he continued to slave drive the abused hollow. Furos was crawling right behind him and the mole. He hadn't said anything since their escape from the arena, and seemed to only dumbly follow him with an unreadable expression on his face. He was being an enigma, that was for sure. Before any of this, before the arena, he always liked to talk. Even when they were trapped in that prison, Naruto spent much of his time talking to Furos. But now, there was nothing. The mole slowed a bit, prompting Naruto to sink his claws into his hostage's back to force him to dig faster. The mole hollow grunted, any resistance or snarky comments would lead to constant claws in the back. His only chance of survival was to dig these bastards out and swiftly slit their throats as soon as they breached the surface. He was still yearning to finish the fight, to put down that fox hollow in the name of Las Noches. How stupid of him, he realized. The fox was an Ajuchas now, and the only way he could hope to kill him was to catch him off guard. So, the mole hollow continued to dig their way out, clods of sand and dirt being spread in a sporadic pattern. The earth parted as the group of three reached the surface, and a messy hole meant to accommodate the three hollows appeared as a small dot on the Las Noches landscape. The mole hollow pushed his way out first, collapsing on the ground from exhaustion. He had been digging for almost 5 hours straight, and that slave driver of a hollow had worked him to exhaustion. Naruto came up immediately behind him, using his sharp claws to push himself out of the hole. As he looked around, he noticed they had surfaced in a wide, particularly flat area. Large crimson pillars rose up hundreds of feet above the landscape, towering over their minuscule frames like a powerful god ready to invoke judgment on them. There was a collapsed building some distance away, but the rest of the area around here seemed to be nothing but sand. The Hueco Mundo night sky loomed straight above them. The artificial sky that would be put here in later years was not in existence yet. The mole hollow was staring at him intensely, but Naruto ignored him as he helped Furos out of the hole. The insect hollow gave a grunt of acknowledgement, but otherwise said nothing. Furos let go of his claws as soon as he was out, and then began to brush off the sand that coated his body. "You okay?" asked Naruto. The mole was still staring on him. "Why yeah," Furos said quietly, turning his eyes to the right to stare at the ground. The mole hollow began to rustle. "Good. But, we can't stay here forever. All of Las Noches is bound to be looking for us considering I attacked their precious king. Fortunately, there seems to be no guards or soldiers around that would hinder our progress, but we're not out of the woods yet." Furos nodded, deciding to speak for the first time to preserve his life. "That's right, and we have no idea of our location within Las Noches. It could take hours or even days to reach one of the gates out of here, and for the time being we're sitting ducks. To get out, we'll have to avoid any large congregation of hollows. But, there's also sentries placed at many points around Las Noches. Even if we avoid the highly populated areas, the chances that we will be found are very high." Naruto frowned, allowing his rational side to do the thinking for once. But, it wouldn't think for long because he the whooshing noise of the mole hollow trying to sneak over to him with his claws at the ready. Naruto ignored the mole hollow, instead focusing all his attention on his companion in front of him. He didn't even flinch when the mole tried to bury his sharp claws deep inside Naruto's jugular vein. The key word here is tried. The mole hollow tried to sink his claws in Naruto's throat, but they were stopped when the claws hit the tough exterior of Naruto's body armor, and did not penetrate the hollow's skin. Sparks flew and the mole hollow roared in pain as his precious claws snapped in half as easily as a brittle piece of driftwood. The mole brought back his right paw, hiding it so it wouldn't get even more injured. Naruto finally blinked, before his face split into a grin, and then finally rude, raucous laughter. He sauntered slowly on over to where the mole hollow was sitting, ignoring Furos' questioning gaze. Before the mole hollow could even react, Naruto had already picked up the helpless creature. Holding him at arm's length for about a second, he slammed the poor hollow into the dirt, creating a miniature crater as he did. The mole hollow felt his ribs crack, and blood rose into his throat until he couldn't take it anymore, and coughed it out. Was it really useless all this time? He really couldn't kill the fox hollow now that he was an Ajuchas, could he? Satisfied? You just had to go and try your luck against something that you couldn't beat. And look where you are now, groveling in the dirt over some claws that you lost by merely attacking me. Even before this you couldn't match me, so what made you think you could now? His speech over, Naruto picked up the mole hollow yet again, dug his claws into the hollow's arms, and using careful precision, made sure his victim was in as much pain as possible. Furos couldn't look at this. He couldn't look at the closest thing he had to a friend, and see him do this. He hadn't had any friends during those days, and after spending so much time with Naruto, he was about to see his hopes and dreams crushed under the unbearable truth. He cursed himself, he knew he was more like a human than a hollow. But, as much as he cursed his own pathetic emotions, he cursed the world around him more than anything. Why would it let him be such a being of compassion and idealism when it was so disadvantageous to be so? He finally closed his eyes after he heard a thick scream from the mole hollow, followed by more laughter. He opened them after the screaming subsided, and to no great surprise, nothing but intense brutality awaited his vision. He didn't know how Naruto could have such a blatant disregard for his own species. Though, Furos supposed he could blame his own silly expectations again. Of course he was capable of something like that. Naruto had used his shoulder spikes in a manner he didn't believe the fox hollow capable of thinking of. The mole hollow's entire body was hanging from Naruto's right shoulder, hanging like a limp rag doll down to Naruto's feet, where a red puddle of blood painted the sand. Impalement, that's what his was. Naruto's shoulder spike had appeared on the other end, through the mole's backside, while the barely breathing hollow had slid down the spike to hit Naruto's body. This in turn drove more spikes into the suffering hollow's torso. Fortunately, Furos' life as a hollow and the atrocities he had seen numbed him to the pain, so he avoided vomiting at the sight or even becoming enraged at it. But, as he saw the small mole hollow impaled by his friend's spikes, horribly clinging on to life while suffering extreme agony, he knew he couldn't deny it anymore. A part of him still wished it to be true, but the sneaking sensation that this little fox hollow would be the savior of their species was dead wrong. What a fool he was. It was a simple hunch in the first place, and even with the decisiveness he had never seen in another hollow, Naruto wouldn't save anyone. If anything, he would lead Hueco Mundo into ruination. He had to be stopped. Naruto wasn't paying any attention to him, he was much too busy relishing in the mole hollow's pain. He didn't even hear the rustling of the sand as he got up. But, he knew he was too late to save the unfortunate hollow now. He had hesitated too much, and as soon as the Firefly Ajuchas was fully standing, Naruto finally got bored of his victim, and promptly slit its throat without a second thought. Naruto then thrust his right shoulder outwards, and with a sickening tearing noise, the carcass of the mole hollow was released from its cruel impalement spike, and was thrown forward a distance away. That was when Furos struck, and Naruto never expected it. The insect hollow was fast, and his motivation seemed to do nothing but increase his speed and strength. His vicious, curved pincer caught Naruto straight in the cheek, and Naruto was sent flying backwards into the dirt, a small cut present where Furos had hit him. Furos waited for the Ajuchas to get up. The area was silent, and Furos stood there watching ahead, like a stone statue, his pained gaze patiently waiting for Naruto's rebuttal. He knew right now that this would not be an easy fight. "What are you doing, Furos?" asked Naruto tersely, his voice creating a suffocating tension in the air. There was rage, there was a deep sadness, there was a great confusion, but there was no trace of the psychotically happy Naruto that had been traveling with him the past 3 years. Furos couldn't tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing. The hollow's voice, Furos didn't know why he hadn't noticed it before. Every word he spoke was tinged with anger and hatred, years and years of emotional turmoil spilling out into the monster that stood before him now. The hollowification must have just been the trigger for him to become this. There was too much hate, too much rage, for it to just exist because of his life as a hollow. But, Furos didn't know if he was imagining it or not, but he thought he could see a faint bit of caring, of compassion, deep within Naruto's existence. Even if that were the case, it was being completely swallowed up by his hatred. The hollow's gaze was no longer friendly, no longer amiable. It was just pure hostility. Like the hollow can sever his previous friendships and bonds within a split second. Furos didn't reply, and opted to do nothing more than glare in Naruto's direction. "Do you have a problem with me, Furos? All that wanton killing getting to your head?" Naruto asked. Even when angry, he always found a way to mock someone. Though this time, it was neither teasing nor happy. It was serious. Furos still said nothing, but he was seething on the inside. He brought his pincers to the forefront, and his bioluminescent part shone even brighter. It was a good thing that he did defend, because Naruto had already disappeared from his spot, and had reappeared adjacently to the other Ajuchas. He spread his claws wider, but Furos was ready. He caught each of Naruto's front paws with his pincers, and the two of them stood there in a tug-of-war-like fashion. Naruto pulled his paws back, and using careful balance on one of his back legs, swung all 9 of his tails around in a circular motion. This may look ridiculous and ineffective at first, but the sturdy armor that completely covered the tails managed to pummel the opponent. Furos was hit several times with the flying appendages, and the hard armor he was being hit with managed to draw up some blood. Furos managed to push away the offending tails, but Naruto soon retaliated by using his forefront tail to put Furos into a choke hold. He stood there quietly for a little while, making sure his choke attack was starting to take effect. "I'm still waiting for my answer, Furos. What problem do you have with me? Is it the killing? Or is it something entirely different?" asked Naruto. He loosened his tail's grip on Furos' neck, before bringing it back fully to join the spiral of tails. Furos stumbled slightly, leaning down to catch his breath. He never stopped glaring at Naruto, his anger for him only increasing after Naruto's assault. "Do you know why I even joined you in the first place, Naruto?" he asked rhetorically. Naruto had the decency to look slightly confused, wondering why Furos would start his explanation with another question. He looked up at the Hueco Mundo moon, the only universal thing capable of calming all hollows. "I joined you, because the moment I saw you, I believed that you would bring universal betterment to all hollows. That quick decisiveness coupled with a dogmatic view against the Shinigami is exactly what we need to overcome them. At the very least, I hoped you would become the personal advisor to Baragan, and influence his actions on the world of Hueco Mundo. I never knew Baragan to be so hot-headed." Naruto sneered, looking thoroughly unpleased with Furos' speech. His stance was rigid, his eyes cold, and he was irritably hoping that Furos continued. "But, now I see that all as ever was a blind hope. A hunch, and nothing more. I can see now that was being a fool. I can see now how black your removed heart is. All the killing, all the brutality, all the unspeakable acts, they are the reason I have decided to stop you here. You will not be the savior of our race. You will be our destruction if you're allowed to roam free." The world was near silent, and only the slight running wind overturning the sand echoed throughout Las Noches. Then, as Furos was staring Naruto down, there was a slight clapping noise. The clap escalated, then there was the sound of a cold, cruel laugh echoing in the area. "What a brilliant speech, Furos, but I'm afraid your disgusting idealism ruined it for me. You, of all people, are telling me that all the killing I've done is bad. You're a hollow, and you have no right to hold any moralism or idealism. Looking at you now, you're more suited for being a Shinigami, despite how much you seem to hate them. So save bullshit like that for the Shinigami, you little chicken shit." Furos looked highly offended as his beliefs were put into question. He was about to retort, but Naruto was already closing the distance and attacking them. The Ajuchas blocked both of Naruto's front paws yet again. "You'll find yourself a minority here in Hueco Mundo, Furos. Part of a minority of those fucking moralistic shitrag hollows that rarely inhabit this land. Trying to purge Hueco Mundo of those hollows and creating a better society is something that is near impossible." Furos looked worried as Naruto began to get the advance on him. The insect almost tried to let go of the claws and avoid, but the other Ajuchas was not about to let that happen. Using his superior agility, the hollow flipped skyward using his hind legs, so that his tails and back paws were facing the sky. Using the momentum he had built up, the hollow grasped the pincers with the paws, and as he fell he flipped Furos above his head so he would go crashing into the ground. The awkward attack paid off somewhat, as the force was against Furos, and he did in fact go crashing into the ground. Naruto, on the other hand, had landed on his feet quite easily. Furos grunted as he hit the floor, even if the sand broke his fall somewhat. Naruto looked back and grinned as Furos rose to his feet. He looked disgruntled, and the green material on his back was glowing brighter now. Naruto showed his serrated teeth, before opening his maw. His signature orange Siro formed inside. Furos watched the ball of light warily, careful about it but not looking too concerned. "He's too quick for me to get him with hand-to-hand combat. The only way for me to win is to use my abilities carefully and rely on quick thinking. I wonder, is there anything around here that I can use to my advantage? It's a wide open plain, so resources and stealth are out of the question. His will and strength are too great for me to manipulate with my light, but it's worth a shot at least." The green light glowed brighter. The point-blank Siro was fired from Naruto's mouth, but Furos sidestepped to the left to avoid. Naruto himself seemed to predict this, and he disappeared in a flash to reappear near his opponent. Furos' eyes widened. "Damn, looks like he figured out how to use Sonito. I don't have time to dash." A thrust with Naruto's right hand was gone through his head, but Furos managed to block it with a swipe of his hand. Furos stumbled backwards, but Naruto held his ground to press the attack further. He feigned another thrust of the claws, which Furos tried to guard on impulse. He didn't realize his mistake until it was too late. Naruto pulled his right arm out quickly, then put both his front paws out there in a cup formation. Before Furos could react further, a Siro had already been formed in the crevice of Naruto's paws. Furos charged up his own Siro, which was the light green of the crystals that coated his body. The two beams of light hit each other after fired, neither one of them able to gain any ground each other. They actually began to merge at one point, but after a few seconds, Furos was forced to withdraw as the beam overwhelmed him. Naruto was still on guard when the light dissipated. Indeed, Furos was about 20 feet away from him at this point, and was still quite alive and kicking, despite all the serious burns that covered his frame. He was bending over on the ground, coughing up blood and smoke. Even then, the green bioluminescence hadn't dissipated at all, nor did Furos look like he was ready to give up. The firefly struggled to his feet shakily. He didn't say anything again, and only flared his pincers out again as Naruto seemed to come in for yet another attack. He looked at the green bioluminescence on his arm, before it rapidly changed to a foggy, gray light. Influenza, he muttered, and a bright flash of green light blinded the oncoming hollow. Desconcierto. Naruto reared back, blinded for a short time. Shortly before, he was attacking with the full intent of thrusting his spiked arm straight through Furos' abdomen. As he stopped, his mind became numb. Almost like he was in a daze. The world became silent, and he could hear nothing but a slight whirring in his ears. And then, it happened. There was a faint voice, deep within his mind. Prodding, pinching. Trying to get him to do a certain thing. It was telling him that he was Furos, and that he should attack himself. He knew such a thing was ridiculous, and despite that notion, his confused mind seemed to believe it. His arm was raising against his will, it was struggling, but it was in fact raising. Once fully stretched outwards, Naruto sent a blank look at it through half-lidded eyes. Gravity wasn't against it anymore, so it would be far easier to be manipulated. His mind was telling him to thrust backwards, and he did. The spikes that were present on his arm penetrated through the bony, red armor on his body, and delivered a painful wound to his stomach. The pain jolted Naruto back to his senses, and he gasped and coughed up blood. He ripped the spikes from his body, before glancing at the blood-covered weapons. There were 4 large holes throughout his abdomen, right where the spikes had penetrated. He looked around, Furos was gone. Where could? He stopped thinking when he saw a large shadow coming down on him from behind. A shockwave exploded when pincer met with claw. A sneak aerial attack from behind, Furos was getting more and more tricky to fight. He steeled himself for another light attack, and was not disappointed when Furos' light changed to green. Influenza said Furos again, as the green light flashed again. Naruto tensed, closing his eyes in an attempt to avoid the deadly light. He opened his eyes when he felt Furos take his pincer off his claw. Oh shit. A feint attack, he thought. Naruto gasped and flew backwards when a powerful kick caught him straight in the ribs. He skidded through the sand, the dirty substance and friction causing more problems for the already wounded hollow. He climbed to his feet, but Furos was already on his way. It seems my influenza is working at least slightly. I managed to confuse him with the gray light, but it took some effort on my part. If he strengthens his willpower, I'll be hard-pressed to be able to manipulate him. All the colors of my light induce a certain effect on an individual's mind, but anyone with conscious thought can throw it off easily. For now, I'll try. Influenza. The light changed to yellow. Apasigua. The yellow light hit Naruto full on this time, and he had no chance to close his eyes and avoid the attack. When the light subsided, Naruto felt no change, unlike what had happened the last time. There was no prodding voice, nor numbness of the mind. He shook himself around to test it, before he laughed suddenly, and then reappeared at Furos' side again. Your little trick didn't work on me, Furos. That will cost you big time, he shrieked, as he whipped his tail out to attack. He stopped. At the last moment. He didn't know why, but as soon as the attacking appendage was about to hit Furos, his mind was telling him that he couldn't go through with it. He just froze in mid-strike, but when he looked up at Furos' face, he knew the trick had worked after all. And now to finish you off with? Furos changed his light to purple. Influenza. Paralysis. Naruto's eyes dilated as the purple light washed over him. His mind was screaming at his body to move, yet it wasn't responding. The entirety of his being stood still, only slight shakes visible to the trained eye. His eyes were darting to and fro, searching for an escape in vain. He noticed that Furos' light had turned to red after the fact. Influenza. Atake Rojo Mortal. Furos' only attack light thrusted forward and impaled Naruto straight through the right lung in a narrow line of blood-red light similar to a laser. The fox hollow grunted in pain, and collapsed heavily onto the ground, blood rapidly flowing from his wound. Furos looked frustrated. Naruto had broken out of his paralysis at the last second, and moved in order to prevent the attack from being fatal. It was made even worse because of his taunt. That stupid light could never hold me for very long, idiot. And the red light attack was about as damaging as a bee sting, Naruto croaked, lying through his teeth to make Furos feel bad. That sardonic smile, that infuriating evil smile was on his face, and it remained on his face even as Furos walked up to him and kicked him right in the head viciously. You dash da. Kick. You dash kick. You dash kick. 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 That word was all that Furos could say as he repeatedly kicked Naruto in the head, desperately attempting to wipe the smile off Naruto's face. Furos' usual look of composure was replaced with a distraught, panicking expression. How could you be so vile? So heartless? Even for a hollow you have no redeeming qualities. What motivates you to do that? What could you achieve by acting in such a manner? Tell me. Tell me, Naruto. Naruto laughed loopily, cheering and whooping to the sky. He turned to Furos, his smile growing even more vile. You want to know? He asked dangerously. Furos growled at the hollow, and kicked him one more time. He was certain that the answer he received would either make no sense or actually worsen his opinion of Naruto. Well, I'll tell you Furos. The reason I act this way is a dash. He paused for dramatic effect. Combination of hollow behavior and personal satisfaction. Furos paused, a look of morbid curiosity on his face. What dash? Let me explain. You, Furos, are a rare exception to hollows. You actually have compassion. I may have gained some semblance of compassion with an unfortunate encounter in the arena, but I'm doing my best to stamp that out. Most hollows I've seen that exist in this world act without compassion. They kill for food, yes, but they often have fun while doing so. I, however, have a long-standing goal that is more than just food. My goals are the top priority in my life, but who the hell says I can't act on my hollow behavior and have some fun while doing so? While Naruto was explaining this, he snuck one of his tails behind Furos, who seemed even angrier at that response. Why yo dash? Squelch. With all the force of a bullet, Naruto had directly thrust his hidden tail in the exact same spot where Furos had injured Naruto. It penetrated the muscle easily, and Naruto stabbed his tail in as deep as he possibly could, before pulling it out with a squelch of effort. Furos roared in pain, taking 2 steps back from Naruto, clutching the wound he had gotten. Naruto was already rising to his feet again. He stood up straight and looked proud, despite the heavy wound on his torso. Blood ran from Furos' mouth as he clutched his wound, and he glared heavily at Naruto. Why you be bastard? You were faking it all along? Naruto grinned. I'm not gonna get caught by your fucking light tricks anymore. I've already figured out how to throw off all of them. And, you should really think things through before you decide to go have a nice conversation with a fallen enemy, do you Babas, he drawled. Furos growled, then screamed at Naruto, his veins bulging and his Ryatsu increasing. Atake Rojo Mortal Doble, he roared. Twin beams of red light flew from Furos' body, aiming to put more holes in Naruto. Naruto deftly flipped over the first, before casually spinning over the second, pretending to be afraid all the while. Naruto charged a Zero and fired it. He whined when it missed its mark and flashed to meet Furos, not noticing the orange Ryuryoku gathering on one of his tails. Furos was still recovering from his last attack, and was unprepared when Naruto appeared at him, wanted to get in a tail strike. Both combatants were surprised when instead of a tail strike, a bright orange crescent of Ryatsu flew off of Naruto's tail and struck Furos straight in the stomach. He barreled back a great distance, far more than any of his attacks did to Naruto. Naruto himself just stood there, stunned at what had just happened. What was that? It came from my tail, but I didn't know that I could do that. It looks Ryatsu-based, does that mean I can manipulate Ryatsu with my tails? Naruto looked giddy at that thought, but it changed to thoughtfulness as Furos rose. Only one way to find out. Furos stood, mind reeling on what kind of attack that was. The attack seemed kind of like a compressed Zero, but it gave him a nasty gash wound in his abdomen. If Naruto learns a new attack here, then I'm in deep trouble now. I had a hard enough time keeping up with him regularly. I'll just have to hope that attack was just a fluke, and then press him with more red light. He tried to look at his back, which was the only part of his body completely covered in the crystalline, green substance. I'll have to use my strongest light attack for this. It's risky, as I have to take my eyes off my opponent, but it'll be the only thing capable of taking down Naruto at this point. Though more than 3 shots of that, and I'll tire myself out too much to fight anymore. He whispered to himself. Naruto meanwhile was testing out his new attack, and managed to replicate it without too much effort. Alright, I think I've figured it out. It's just like a Zero, just manipulated. Heh, reminds me of all the shape manipulation I did back in Konoha. I guess they were good for something, after all. I'm still gonna crush them, though, Naruto giggled. His happy thoughts were cut off though, as his attention was drawn to little blips of red light that somehow made their way into his vision. He looked up, and noticed that it was Furos, standing 30 feet away with his back exposed to him. Indeed, the red blips of light were all over his back. They were perfectly uniform, and there were 12 in all. What's he doing? If he takes his eyes off me, he's just asking to be dash. His eyes widened as he came to a realization. Oh, sure dash. Rayo Espalda Rojo, yelled Furos. The little blips of light expanding to go forth at about 50 feet, resembling a laser with its red sheen and energy. Naruto barely managed to get out of the rays, but Furos was ready for another round. The second round of beams was when Naruto wasn't so lucky. He managed to mostly avoid the grid of lasers, but one beam clipped his shoulder, while another fully nailed his left legs. He stood there in agony for a few seconds before the laser dissipated, trying to limp away. Lakava. Naruto gathered Ryatsu into his tail, and flung it to form the familiar hook of energy that injured Furos earlier. Furos was already preparing for the final attack, and couldn't sense the oncoming energy. The hook of energy wounded his entire back, forcing him to stumble and cough up blood. No, I must complete it. He's crippled, and this is the last chance I'll get to take him out. The final set of beams was ready for firing, and Naruto knew this. His injured leg made things difficult to move, and there was no way he'd be able to fully avoid this last set of beams. So, he did the best thing he could think of. He ran towards Furos, gathering Ryatsu on 3 of his tails. That was his limit. He knew he couldn't form any more Ryatsu on his tails simultaneously. The final set was released, and Naruto was hit 4 times throughout the torso and legs. The lasers disappeared, and Naruto resisted the urge to fall to his knees and admit defeat. Furos would be unable to avoid this attack. Las Noches, Naruto yelled, flinging his first tail at Furos. For some reason, his other 2 tails didn't launch the attack. Maybe he had to wait and start a new motion. Furos sighed in relief. He heard the attacks connect with Naruto, but he hadn't turned around to see the hollow defeated. He wondered how many holes Naruto was filled with now. His attacks over, Furos decided to turn around and confirm Naruto's situation. Indeed, the first thing he saw was his opposing hollow. There were 6 holes littering his body. The first from his original red light attack, there were 3 through his legs, and 2 through the right side of his torso. Each hole was equal in size, and they were bleeding profusely from all of them. He could also see through the holes, showing that his beams had impaled right through him. But then he saw the orange curve of light coming right at him. It nailed him right where his first wound from that attack was. The Ryatsu whirred and vibrated, cutting into the already wounded flesh and drawing up blood. The firefly gasped and stumbled backwards to the right, barely managing to keep himself upright after that. But then, Naruto fired a second curve of orange light. This one caught Furos in the legs, and it forced him down to his knees. He was breathing heavily, blood pouring from his mouth, when Naruto launched his third one. He panicked, his life flashing before his eyes as the orange beam of light quickly approached. He was slashed, diagonally across his hollow hole. The firefly gasped for breath, his eyes wide and bloodshot, as red blood shot in a stream upwards. The top half of his body teetered and wobbled, before, when in an instance where time impossibly slowed down, collapsed onto the ground face first. Furos choked on his own blood. He couldn't move, and his entire body felt like it was on fire. This can't be happening. I won't be beat. But, as the firefly hollow gurgled out blood, he knew it. He was beaten. He was dead, killed at the hands of this hollow. This vile, unspeakable. Wait. An unfamiliar thought worked its way through Furos' mind, and he remembered a conversation he had had earlier with Naruto. I may have gained some semblance of compassion. Furos' mind somehow became clearer, and those words continuously repeated themselves throughout his head. That's right, Naruto did have some slight semblance of compassion. It was very minuscule, and almost completely overwhelmed by the hatred, the monster. The very same monster that was approaching him right now with a limp in his steps. He was going to die, his injuries were too deep, but in one last fleeting moment, he hoped to be able to appeal to Naruto. He knew right now that small bit of compassion would not save Naruto's hometown, but he wondered, would it be able to listen to the one being that managed to befriend him in this godforsaken place? No matter how much he loathed Naruto now, no matter how much he didn't want to do this, he knew he had to. It was the only way, to keep his dream alive. Chapter 11, Experimento de la Sociedad de Almas. Naruto didn't know what he should have felt at this moment in time. As much as he hated to admit it, for better or for worse, Furos had been his only real companion throughout all the trials he had faced thus far. Those 3 years in prison, well, he doubted that they would have been as bearable if he had been alone. His conscience was telling him things he was loath to do, but since when did he ever listen to his conscience? Furos had betrayed him, that was that. He should now be no different than everything else who had betrayed him, and Naruto owed him nothing in the first place. But no. That imprint of a conscience his Shinigami self had implanted in him wouldn't allow himself to think that way, and he was doing all he could to resist that. His claws were out and his teeth were bared, ready to tear into that broken, crumpled heap that was once an Ajuchas. But, for some reason, when he walked up to the dying hollow, the look on his face stunned him. It was the look of a broken individual, one that had been through so much in his lifetime. He knew that expression very well, it was one that he had commonly worn during the early stages of his childhood. As he approached his beaten opponent, Furos had managed to pivot his body to the right, and Naruto noticed that the insect hollow was staring at him. Even in a broken state, Furos couldn't stop fixating him with powerful gazes. It didn't have much effect on Naruto of course, but looking at him now, it seemed his former friend wanted to tell him something. With a motion so tediously slow, Furos managed to move his right pincer so it was pointing straight at where Naruto was standing. He seemed to open his mouth to speak, but all that came out was a puddle of blood. "And Naruto, I know this may be too much to ask." The words finally came out, but he stopped to cough after that first sentence. "I want you to listen to me one more time," he wheezed. Naruto, for all he was worth, should have finished him off right there, or at the very least should have spat in his face. But, for some reason, he didn't. He thought about it of course, but at the end, something made him hesitate. You could call it that single shred of a conscience working inside his mind to make it stop, but Naruto would just dismiss that and call it morbid curiosity. Naruto snarled at Furos' words. "You've got some nerve trying to get me listen to you after what you just pulled. Tell me why I should listen to you," the words of a dying and broken hollow that just attacked me earlier. "It's probably more of your idealistic bullshit anyway." There was a sudden increase in Furos' breath, like he was getting nervous. However, the fact that Naruto hadn't immediately killed him off was a slight reassurance at least. It meant he was contemplating it. Furos said nothing, and continued to stare up at Naruto, a slight condescending look entering his eyes. Naruto sneered, baring his putrid fangs harshly. "Okay fine, whatever. Since you have been traveling with me for so long, and maybe the closest thing I could call a friend, I will listen to your last words and grant you this one little mercy, and blah 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 blah." Done talking, he lumbered over to a nearby rock and sat himself down upon, his eyes dully fixated upon his former friend. Furos met his gaze, feeling slight regret that he had no one to tell his story except this hollow. There was a slight stinging in his eyes, and he felt something wet drip down the skin underneath his mask. Was he crying? He didn't know, he hadn't done it in so long. Hollows don't cry. But Furos wasn't exactly a normal hollow. The intense feeling of regret on his failure of a life would never appear in other hollows. His lip wavered against his will, he was so tired. So very tired. He just wanted to rest, to forget all of this. To pass it off as nothing more than a bad dream. But Furos knew that he couldn't do that. Whatever the case, the gods above had dealt him a very bad hand in life, but if he tough it out and pass this information on, then he could rest in peace. Well, Furos faltered for a second when Naruto grunted something about time wasting, but continued his story anyway. It was quite some time ago. 50 years ago. Many captains have existed throughout the long history of Soul Society. And with these captains came a vast number of improvements to the Shinigami race. Cultural, technological, medical. The genius minds of the captains and their subordinates helped efficiency with the Gotei 13. For example, Urahara Kasuke founded the Shinigami Bureau of Research and Development along with his duties as the 12th Division Captain, and technological inventions such as Soul Candy made their way into mainstream Shinigami protocol. But this is a time where Urahara Kasuke and many other innovative captains have not even burst onto the scene yet. As such, the Shinigami Bureau of Research and Development did not even exist yet. It was a simple result of the great step of progress. This was before the time of great thinkers, before their ideas as well, and Soul Society was in a less advanced period of time. Oftentimes, it was as simple as go into the human world, conso a soul here and there and purify hollows. But that was not to say it was always that simple. The 4th Division's medical facilities existed under Unohana Retsu, albeit much less advanced than they would be in the future. There also existed an institution called the Institution of Experimental and Scientific Research, a little-known branch of Soul Society's military government that could be called the predecessor to the current Bureau of Research and Development. The small organization of close-knit minds would later fade into obscurity, as the Central 46 decided to disband the group and cover them up. Shinigami history books were rewritten and the individuals who knew about the institution would be sworn to secrecy. Why, you might ask? Well, it was because of a certain incident that occurred during the heyday of the institution. Furos was a hollow that didn't believe in the mass killing of humans and Shinigami. But that was at a time when he was naive, and his naivete is what got him captured so easily. He noticed the dim light and dripping of water, and the musty smell was a dead giveaway that he was underground. But Furos already knew that. How couldn't he? He had already been here for almost a year. The young Ajuchas cursed his curiosity. He was a hollow who fed on the flesh of his own species, and as such he rarely made any trips into the human world. But, when he did, it was never to sample the flesh of the living. No, what compelled him to travel to the human world was simply curiosity. He had yearned for the experiences, and a background other than the drab and gloomy Hueco Mundo night sky. But sadly, his reputation as a hollow preceded him. After a few visits into the human world, he had met a group of Shinigami led by a vice-captain. Now, Furos was an Ajuchas, but he didn't have many special abilities. He was skilled at physical combat, but he had no Ryatsu or energy-based attacks. He had a tough time, but managed to ward off the vice-captain and his underlings. But, he was not to be completely lucky in battle that day. After he had battled the vice-captain, who he thought to be the last one standing, an ugly bald Shinigami who he had knocked to the ground earlier had managed to constrict him with a powerful bakudo, sealing his movements and leaving him at the mercy of his captor. He would never forget the face of his captor as long as he lived. The cruel, mirthless grin that showed dozens of repugnant yellow teeth that hadn't been taken care of in years. His deep sunken eyes seemed only appropriate on a head half his size. His disgusting lard-filled body distended as the Shinigami approached, rancid green pock spots littering his body like a noxious decoration of mold. He vaguely noticed the gate back to Soul Society open, but he almost missed it as he was being roughly dragged around by the yellow Ryatsu rope that constricted around him. The Ryatsu rope tightened even further as the Shinigami's fat, grubby little fingers wrapped themselves around the edge of the rope. With yet another leer at the downed hollow, the Shinigami walked slowly towards the gate. The return trip to Soul Society was pretty bad. The Shinigami made sure traveling was as bad as possible. The friction of the ground cut into his skin, and his captor purposely backtracked a few times just so he could extend the experience. He blacked out soon after they had passed through the Dongai, but the brief view of Rukongai would be etched into his mind forever. The depressed souls that wandered the barren streets, thirsty and disease-ridden children, and slums for as far as he could see. This wasteland was the Soul Society everyone was supposed to yearn for. In comparison to the clean and white Siriidii, this place was hell. When he awoke, he was in for quite the change in scenery. Gone was the bright sun that washed over the land, and here was the dank, moldy black cell in nothing but pitch-black darkness. Furos groggily shook himself awake, his head pounded. He ran one of his pincers across his mask, and with relief noted that nothing on his mask had been damaged. A dim blue light drew his attention then after, which caused the hollow to turn his head to bars of the cage. They were the objects covered with the blue light, and its shimmery, luminescent glow was almost hypnotic to the eye. Furos reached out to touch it, but as soon as he did, a sharp jolt of pain reverberated throughout his entire body, sending his nerves and spine tingling. He hissed and backed away from the cage instantly, and while doing so heard a deep, cold laughter come from the outside. There was a figure standing outside of his new cell, and although the figure's face was shrouded in darkness, its rotund body and lack of visible hair gave away who it was immediately. "Don't bother, Ajuchas," sneered the Shinigami. "You are the property of the Institution of Experimental and Scientific Research now, and those bars have been reinforced with the bakudo of our strongest user. So just sit tight and don't make any noise. You'll join the others soon enough," he finished cryptically. Others? Thought Furos, still confused over the whole ordeal. He had no idea what the Institution of Experimental and Scientific Research was, but to be quite frank, the thought of this situation terrified him. He was trapped in enemy territory. So, for weeks he waited and waited. He didn't talk, he didn't move, and he didn't give his captors any reason to pick on him. On his second day in captivity, he caught his first glimpse at the disciples of this place. They didn't look like normal Shinigami, they didn't wear black hakama or tabi sandals. Instead they wore white lab coats and large, clunky boots that protected their feet from dangerous materials. It was also the day when he learned he was not alone in this room. The same moment when the scientists had entered the room, they walked all the way to the end of the hall, where the plucked, to Furos' great surprise, another Ajuchas that had apparently been in a cell much like he was. This particular hollow seemed to be having a really rough time with it. Before taking it from the cell, one of the scientists used a fairly strong bakudo to restrain, and then proceeded to drag it out much like the Shinigami had done with him a couple days ago. As the two scientists passed by his cell, he had to look away as he viewed the expression on the captive's face. It burned in his mind for a few moments, that look of panic and hysteria. Would the same happen to him later? He didn't know whether he would have the same reaction, but as the hollow passed through the door at the end of the hall everything became quiet, and not even the slow dripping of the water could disperse the thick tension that had spread itself throughout the room. "There goes another one. We won't see that one again until the scientists have had their way with us as well. It won't be long now until yet another one of us goes beyond that door of no return," came a raspy voice directly to Furos' right. There was a sudden murmur of agreement, and Furos, not expecting the reaction. This was the first time he had heard any of the other hollows speak. "For God's sakes, brat, get a hold of yourself," came the voice again, and Furos knew that it was addressing him now. He was breathing very hard and loud, and he had smashed into the bars in surprise when he had heard the voice speak. Furos slowed his breathing down, and edged closer to the right cautiously, almost as if waiting for the voice to speak again. When it didn't, Furos asked a question he almost didn't want to. "Who are you?" he asked, his own voice sounding stark and gravelly after a few days of disuse. The voice growled, as if taking offense to a question like that. "My name's Braxicos. I'm just your standard, run-of-the-mill Ajuchas. 2 years ago, I was on a trip to the human world to eat some humans when this group of Shinigami ambushed me. One of the members took me back here, and I've been in this cell ever since. This institute, they secretly plant their members within a squad of Shinigami, and they take hollows back to their HQ alive for work on their perverted experiments." Furos' breath hitched in his throat. "For what reason?" he asked. "Something about for the good of the Siriidii or make the enemy your own. Apparently they believe that if they experiment on hollows they can brainwash them into making them their obedient little slaves, and give them abilities so they can better fight off their own kind. At least, that's what I heard one of the devotees say. They haven't proposed their idea to the Central 46 yet, so right now they're working on this top-secret project away from Siriidi's prying eye. Working on something without the Central 46's permission is treason though, and I don't know what they're thinking." Furos almost croaked when the hollows around him started whispering to each other. "Anyway, I've seen hollows come and go into the room, and I'm starting to believe that the scientists here have forgotten about me. But every one of the hollows, no matter how stupid they might be, is prepared for the day when they'll be the one that is dragged unwillingly into the back room. That door is God here. We have no idea what happens behind it, but it reigns supreme over us with its morbid mystique." After Braxicos had finished, Furos began pounding his head against the cell door, ignoring the pain that shot through his system as he touched the blue light. He roared and shrieked, but no one came. The bars didn't fold, and the cage didn't open. Braxicos listened as Furos went through a panic attack, his face and body language betraying no emotion. He let Furos continue, and it wasn't until an hour later when the noises finally ceased, instead being replaced with silent convulsions. "It's no use doing that, kid. You're stuck here with the rest of us. Only the scientists out there know your day of reckoning. It may be soon, or it may be later. There's no way to know when it'll come, so stop panicking." Braxicos raised his voice near the end. A quiet whimper arose from Furos' throat, and even though Braxicos couldn't see, the Ajuchas twitched slightly. Braxicos sighed. "You're quite the unusual hollow. Most of the hollows here are either stupid, or they're so hardened that they don't fear what's beyond the door. But you're different. You have a different fire. I can feel it. You're not that much like a hollow, if anything you're more like a human." Furos didn't respond to that, and although he was opting to ignore the hollow in the next cage over, he would find himself quite amiable with him during their time in captivity. It had been over a year since Furos had been captured by the institution, and both he and Braxicos were never chosen to enter the room at the end of the hall. They had witnessed many hollows come and go, and now only about half of the original hollows when Furos was first captured still remained in their cells. The latter half had been taken. In the meantime, Furos had grown quite fond of the mysterious hollow in the cell to his right. Braxicos enjoyed talking to Furos about his life, and especially about his exploits. To Furos' dismay, he learned that Braxicos had a kill count of over 5,000 humans and 12,000 hollows, a fact he greatly prided himself on. Furos had called him out on that, but Braxicos did nothing more than laugh heartily and call him different than other hollows. The old hollow never lost his spark, but the year in prison was beginning to take its toll on Furos. He hated the Shinigami now, hated them for what they did to him, and what they are doing to everyone else. He hated them for leaving Rukongai to rot, while they live on with their cushy little lifestyles. He hated them for being at the top of the world. The corrupt bastards who make all the laws, determine how the world should be run, all the while leaving any species who isn't them out in the cold. He could sense that Braxicos hated them as well. Every time he spoke of them, Furos could practically feel the thinly veiled hatred pouring off each and every one of his words. When one of the scientists entered the room, he slathered the air with pure killing intent, one that would make any human piss their pants. That was the most interesting thing about Braxicos. His hatred of the Shinigami. Not his reasons, as they were same as anyone else's here. He hated them for imprisoning him for 3 years. What was interesting about his hatred for the Shinigami was his dream. Braxicos had told him about it one day while they were talking. His crazy dream he had developed after doing little more than thinking for the past 3 years. It was so stupid that it was stupid. It was so ludicrous that it was ludicrous. But, it was probably the single most beautiful Furos could have ever heard in his entire life. Furos, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but I have a dream I want to fulfill if I ever get out of this alive. The Shinigami are getting way out of hand here, and our very species is in jeopardy if the Shinigami get much more advanced. In my opinion, we need to take them out now and break the stranglehold they have over the world. With the Shinigami out of the way, us, the Hollows, can reign supreme over the Seireidii. We can live in Soul Society, and be permanently free of the Shinigami. We can build our own society of Hollows, and our territory will not just be limited to Hueco Mundo, and we can eat as many humans and souls as we like? He didn't say the last part. Furos felt a warm feeling enter his system as he thought about those words. But then, questions started to pop into his head, and he retreated to the dark recesses of his cell. Could they really build a society of Hollows? Would he really not have to live in Hueco Mundo anymore, and be free of its untamed wild and natural glory? To be free of the Shinigami? The thought made him giddy, but he knew it was almost without hope. They were trapped here, in the underground reaches of the Seireidii, and they had little power to be able to fight their mortal enemies. The slamming of a large, metal door brought him back to reality, and out of the corner of his eye he witnessed 3 of the scientists directly to his right. It can't be! Furos panicked, but remembered not to touch the bars of his cage. He heard a thumping noise and a grunt come from Braxico's cage, followed by the 3 scientists apparently making room for something. And then he saw it. He locked eyes with Braxico's for the first time ever. The old Ajuchas was small, much smaller than Furos, and resembled a blocky humanoid. He had earthy brown skin, and a humanoid torso and legs. His mask was form-fitting to his face, and jutted out at both of the corners near his chin. Braxico's grinned cheekily at the bewildered and frightened look on the young Ajucha's face, even when being restrained by Bakudo and being dragged to his doom. The look on his face was slightly sad, showing resignation, but at the same time he stood strong, filled to the brim with pride. A pride that everyone should have. Furos stood limp in his cell, and was too shell-shocked to make any motion even as the door slammed behind Braxico's. The room was silent, and Furos lost the only friend he had ever had during his time in captivity. 6 more months passed during his time in captivity, and Furos saw neither hide nor hair of his old friend. Since Braxico's had been taken away, Furos had felt a renewed fear of what was to come beyond that door. He sank in the darkness of his cell, neither talking nor moving yet again. One look at him and you would think he was comatose. His skin was turning a ratty brown color, and the labored breathing of his body told no secrets. He quickly garnered a reputation as the most senior Hollow in the group, most of the others being no more than new, fresh captives for the institution. The other Hollows would occasionally make lewd comments about him, but Furos ignored those as if they weren't there. When his time came, he barely even looked up at the scientists in front of him. He was too weary of it, of all of it, to even think about what he was going to do now. As the cage opened, and as he was bound with Kiddo, the only thing he could think was how was Braxico's able to keep himself filled with pride? The door became nearer and nearer, and he felt the eyes of every Hollow in the room watching him. He knew this wasn't surprising, he often partook in this himself, but being the one watched, it was a whole other experience. After what felt like an eternity, the door opened slowly, and Furos was finally graced with the knowledge of what lied behind the mystery of this door. There was a small hallway at first, which would have been just as dark as his cell had there not been another door on the opposite side where light filtered. The room on the opposite end of the hallway wasn't quite what Furos expected it to be. It was an incredibly large multi-floored circular room that must have measured 150 feet in diameter. There were 3 sublevels. The one he was on, the top, was little more than a passageway and a circular balcony to view the floors below. On the second sublevel, it was of a similar structure to the top sublevel, but there was more room for walking, as well as more extensions outwards. This space could be filled with things such as tubes, laboratory equipment, and other necessities needed for the institution. Looking at the second sublevel, Furos saw something that made him feel slightly nauseous. The Shinigami scientists. Working alongside Hollow's Ajuchas, much like him, he realized. Several he had personally seen being dragged from their cells to beyond the door. But they were barely recognizable. They had been so tampered with that Furos couldn't comprehend it. The most unified thing that was on the Ajucha's face was their lifeless expressions. Clear indicators that they've been brainwashed into becoming nothing more than the slaves of the Shinigami. It was this that made Furos the most uncomfortable. Basically, it was just a horrible backtrack to their previous lives as mindless eating machines. By becoming an Ajuchas, Hollows develop a chance. As proven by Baragan's kingdom, even Hollows can work together and live in something resembling a society. But now, after being completely stripped of their free will, they have gone through the one thing that every Ajuchas fears: regression. When they were in their cells, the technicians had fed them very small, weak hollows to prevent them from regressing into Gillian. But now, there was no difference. Being a Gillian actually sounded more appealing. Other, more physical features were also present in the hollows. Some had grotesquely disproportionate limbs, so much that it was difficult for them to lumber about. A few were filled with giant crater-like holes of lumpy skin that steamed and oozed a disgusting green pus that was congregated in the center of the holes. On their wasted skin, blisters began to form all over their body due to the sheer acidity of their own pus. Others looked like they were melting, as goop-like liquid that was once their skin dripped off every few seconds. Some were even stuck together in groups of 4 or looked like they were going to phase out of existence entirely. This was obviously the Shinigami's attempt to increase the combat abilities of their captive. The final sublevel was incredibly small, but what it contained was the most important thing of all. It was a large, blood-stained operating table with numerous kiddo straps around him. Encompassing around it were a myriad of different operating tools and strange, noxious liquids and chemicals. There was a tube about 20 feet in diameter, which contained a foul, green liquid. It had just been opened recently, and if Furomo guessed right, it was meant to contain the hollows for a short period of time. This was his destination, and his captors were leading him straight to. In the most cruel way possible, he was forced to look at the numerous hollows that were experimented on as he traveled down the flights of stairs to the table. He was dragged along forcefully, until when he reached the table, a very large institution guard hoisted up the Ajuch's hollow and placed him down on the operating table, and before he could even react, he was already bound to the table with the straps. He looked to his right. There were large amounts of beakers, each one holding an even fouler solution than the last. A bright light shone down on the Ajuchas, and before Furomo's shielded his eyes he saw 4 scientists, now wearing medical outfits instead of their normal lab coats. This one is especially lucky, Taicho. We've discovered a special hardening material that reflected certain wavelengths of light. These wavelengths of light influence the mind of other hollows. If this succeeds, it should be a great contribution to the war against hollows. The captain, and chief operator of the Institution of Experimental and Scientific Research nodded. A tall, lean man with a thin, pointy mustache, looking positively delighted at this new development. Excellent, with this new material, we can turn this never-ending war against the hollows in our favor. We can spread the word of our institution's superiority, and we must let those fools at the Godii 13 and Central 46 know that the hollows must be destroyed at all costs. And the only way to do that is to send their own species at them. Yes, sir, said the other 3 technicians. The chief operator grinned. The old man's methods are too soft. All the evil that exists in this world is the result of hollows: war, famine, disease, death. It's all a result of hollows. Don't you forget that. Only with the control of their species can we have a perfect world. Now, give me the scalpel, he ordered. The chief operator held his hand out, and the nearest doctor handed him a blade that was much too big to be an ordinary scalpel. As soon as he held the large blade, the captain shrugged. No point in being gentle here, really. His musings done, the operator roughly jammed the scalpel into Furomo's right pectoral muscle. Furomo's roared in pain, but that didn't stop the chief from sawing through his pain with all the precision of a buzzsaw. The operator cut all the way through in a circle, and ripped out several layers of Furomo's skin in an instant, and threw the silver hunk of flesh haphazardly behind him. Furomo's roared some more, his underlying muscles being visible to everyone. Show me the solution quickly, and we'll see how well it works, commanded the captain. Yet another doctor walked on over to the table to Furomo's right, and grabbed 3 beakers of a toxic-looking green liquid. Quick! Quick! Pour it, yelled the captain. The doctor obliged. Right where the hole in Furomo's skin was, the doctor poured in the sickly green liquid until it completely replaced where Furomo's skin was. In morbid fascination, Furomus and the scientists watched as the green material slowly hardened to a crystalline substance. But that wasn't where the solution stopped. Other than harden, the unnatural substance slowly began to merge and graft together with Furomo's skin and muscle, becoming just as much a part of his body as everything else was. It was horrendously painful, of course, and it burned, as was apparently by the high amount of steam that was rising from the area. When it was done, the doctors cheered. The green substance had managed to perfectly graft together with Furomo's body, and now there was a crystalline green patch present where there had been smooth silver skin before. The captain stopped laughing after about 30 seconds. We're not done yet. We must do more. And that was exactly what the doctors did. Over an hour of brutal, torturous operation, the technicians cut out the poor Ajucha's skin, and replaced with the abominable green solution. They operated on his arms, his legs, his neck, and all over his back. By the time they had finished, Furos was littered with large, green crystalline patches that gave off an dim, eerie green light. He was truly an abomination, a walking freak show even by hollow standards. When they brainwashed him into becoming their slave, he would be no different than all of the other hollows in this room. He needed to escape, he had to escape. Isn't it strange that Braxico's dream would be ringing in his head right about now? Quick, get him into the tube. Brainwash him into becoming our servant. This masterpiece must serve the institution for as long as we are alive, yelled the chief. Furos barely registered the chief's words in his mind. "Nuu!" screamed Furos at the prospect of being brainwashed. And then, as if a miracle had occurred, a powerful green light burst forth from the crystalline substance on Furos' body. It shone throughout the whole room, and scientists and hollows alike turned to gaze at the hypnotic spell. Time passed. 30 seconds. And then, all hell broke loose. Hollows broke free of their mindless state just to get a glimpse at the hypnotic light bursting forward from Furos' body. They had to get there, by whatever means possible. Ignoring the protests of the Shinigami, the hollows jumped from the ledge down towards the operating table. Several hollows knocked into tubes containing a deadly liquid. The glass smashed readily and the acid on the inside splashed all over nearby scientists. They screamed as the acid ate away at their clothes and skin. They run to and fro in pandemonium, trying desperately to get to water, all the while knocking into more things and causing more damage. The chief operator and his disciples tried to fight off the oncoming horde of operated hollows, but they were no fighters, and they were quickly and easily crushed to death by the hulking beasts coming their way. One of the hollows landed at the foot of the operating table, jerking it forward. The kiddo strap snapped like a twig under the intense pressure. Furos fell onto the floor nearby, looking the nearby hollows who came from all over to stare at the hypnotic light. Despite his misfortune, he smiled a little. Now he would be able to fulfill Braxico's, and by extension his dream. "So, the Shinigami experimented on you, and you escaped by pure luck, is that right?" asked Naruto. Naruto had listened to the entire story in a rare moment of stoicism, but on the inside, his feelings would be quite different. That's right. Afterwards, me and the rest of the hollows managed to escape back to the surface of the Siriidii. The Central 46 were alerted to the actions of the II institution, and labeled it an act of terrorism. Every surviving member was imprisoned for life. They were going to go after us as but we managed to escape back into the human world. Naruto stood up from his rock, and stared at Furos with an intense feeling. What it was, Furos couldn't place, but judging by his increased breathing, something about his story had bothered the young hollow greatly. "So, let me get his straight. Your final request of me is..." The world was silent, and then Furos spoke in an all-serious voice. "I'll let my dream live on. Take down the Shinigami, and form a society, a safe haven for us hollows. Please, Naruto. I'm begging you, here. That's the only thing I want. With it, I can die happy. I know I was wrong to attack you, and I'm deeply sorry. So please..." Naruto sighed, and looked at the absolute pleading look, the desperate groveling look that was on Furos' face. He truly was a broken spirit, who had gone through so much in his life, and was rewarded so little. He was banking everything on this one final thing. Without it, well, what was left? He leaned down towards Furos, and made full eye contact with his former friend. He held it there for a few seconds, before he smiled lightly. A genuine smile, a kind smile. A feeling of hope blossomed in Furos' chest. Naruto had never acted this way before. Naruto kept the kind smile on his smile, all the while not breaking eye contact. And then, he said, "No. The one word that forever crushed Furos' hopes and dreams under a simple two-letter. No. 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 And then, silence. Without making his mark on the world, the kind of Juches known as Furos died, in the most cruel, vile way possible. By building up his hopes with a phony smile, and crushing them under its filthy, iron boot. As soon as Naruto had slit Furos' throat, the kind smile that had grown on his face was replaced by a purely malicious one. He had crushed Furos' dreams into the ground, and was feeling great about it. He kicked the corpse a little more, delighting himself in the way it moved. And then, with a final glance back at it, he turned and walked away, but not before talking to himself for a little bit. "You know, Furos, I guess I really will fulfill that dream of yours now. After all, something in your story found a resonation within my slimy, black heart. I myself have been subjected to the feeling of experimentation, and knowing that they do it as well makes my blood boil and my hatred for them grow even stronger. Now, I will make sure they are wiped off the face of this planet, And I suppose I'll try to set up a society for hollows, though I'm not sure if that'll go too well. He breathed out. But you will die never knowing that your dream will never come true. How does it feel? I suppose it hurts, doesn't it? All that work you've done to strive towards your dream, only to have that hope crushed with a single action. I wouldn't have told you anyway I'd do it, 'cause I'm not that nice, you know. Because he didn't look back at Furos, Naruto didn't realize that the body of Furos had already disintegrated.